Yuki remembered his death clearly, feeling the final moment before everything went dark. He opened his eyes in a vast hall, unsure if it was heaven. Confused, Yuki noticed a shiny orb, doubting his death yet curious about it. He reached out, touching the orb, and light and energy surrounded his body immediately. Overwhelmed, Yuki fainted, later awakening with a system menu, realizing he had new powers. Yuki opened the system menu, wings extended, marveling at the interface floating before him. He examined his status, noticing his race now listed as Archdemon, a demon lord. Yuki realized his luck was low, but dexterity was unusually high, confirming his new powers. He contemplated the strange world, understanding he had truly become the demon lord. Here reflecting deeply, Yuki acknowledged his reincarnation in another world, accepting his death in previous life. Yuki learned dungeons spread across the world, and demon lords managed them carefully. He discovered newborn dungeons are weak, but cores brim with immense mana, requiring protection. Yuki realized humans and monsters will invade dungeons, so he was summoned as manager. Examining the system orb, he understood dungeon survival and demon lord life were linked. Yuki noted higher analysis skills provide more dungeon insight, sharing life intimately with it. Yuki realized his item box capacity depends entirely on his current mana reserves. He discovered Mana Eyes skill visualizes opponent's mana, giving him valuable combat insight. Though skills are at max level, Yuki noted some were useless without opponents nearby. Browsing the DP catalog, he marveled at purchasable items, games, and options available. He realized the gacha system could summon monsters and expand the dungeon efficiently. Yuki examined his new archdemon wings, red eyes, and the troublesome world he entered. He held the dungeon orb, promising to protect it after receiving a second chance. The dungeon core, his other heart, rested safely in his hands, symbolizing responsibility. Yuki realized most items could be purchased with DP, ensuring sufficient food and supplies. He planned to acquire DP, try the gacha, and expand his dungeon efficiently. Yuki learned how to earn DP through monsters, intruders, absorption, and dungeon self-regeneration. He decided to venture outside for the first time, eager to explore the world. Looking at the sky, he imagined flying freely, excited for his future adventures ahead. His exploration abruptly ended when a strong dragon appeared, threatening to kill him instantly. Yuki tried to negotiate with the dragon peacefully, cautiously raising his hands in surrender. Yuki panicked, shocked the dragon could speak, realizing the situation was far more serious. He analyzed the dragon, confirming it was an ancient supreme dragon, extremely powerful. The dragon noted Yuki was a high-level demon, though Yuki questioned his own strength. Observing the dragon, Yuki became unusually composed, marveling at the behavior of high-rank demons. The dragon prepared to attack, but Yuki quickly proposed a deal, attempting peaceful negotiation. Yuki demanded the dragon's life in exchange, refusing to accept death without a bargain. He chose a chocolate bar as the offered item, hoping to appease the dragon. The dragon reacted, commenting on Yuki's love for sweets, sniffing the chocolate carefully. Yuki explained the situation. While the dragon admitted it had been dishonest about intentions, the dragon tasted the chocolate, and Yuki's strategy succeeded, calming the mighty creature successfully. Yuki demanded compensation for sparing the dragon, refusing to risk his life recklessly. He offered chocolate, trying to create a win-win deal the dragon could enjoy. The dragon reacted, amazed by sweetness, and Yuki explained why it benefited both parties. Two humanoid figures appeared, their presence introducing new mysteries into Yuki's growing world. Yuki observed them, noting their human-like appearance, surprised by their unusual and unexpected forms. The demon girl promised chocolate, surprising Yuki, and he realized she was playful and mischievous. She explained clothing, while Yuki helped her cover herself, ensuring proper modesty and decorum. The demon girl noted Yuki couldn't assault her, due to her alluring figure and appearance. Yuki considered buying clothes for her while observing her, adjusting to her human-like form. She explained the origin of demons, cores, and how newly born demon lords are created. Yuki realized many demons are born from parents, making their behavior complex and unpredictable. He gave chocolate to Leffy, observing her joy as she indulged in the sweet treat. Leffy introduced herself formally as Lefficios, establishing her unique identity among the supreme dragons. Yuki noted Lefficios was unusual, unlike arrogant demons he had met, sparking curiosity. Leffy explained her boredom and desire for adventure, justifying her approach to exploring dungeons. Yuki nearly died from boredom previously, realizing Leffy's chocolate habit saved his second reincarnation. Leffy decided to stay in the dungeon, happily claiming residence alongside Yuki permanently. She described the dungeon's comfort compared to others, explaining her preference for this safe space. Leffy expressed doubt in her own abilities, appearing hesitant and emotionally vulnerable before Yuki. Yuki reluctantly agreed to accommodate her, blushing, showing concern and careful consideration for feelings. Leffy and the Supreme Dragon coexisted inside the dungeon, marking a peaceful but playful household. Leafy sleeps deeply in the dungeon, unaware of the new day beginning around her. Yuki wakes up, excited about his reincarnation and the strange new world he now inhabits. He examines the DP catalog and decides to designate a cave as his dungeon area. Using the system, Yuki activates the dungeon, watching it materialize before him with awe. Leffy becomes the first resident, generating dungeon points as Yuki begins managing his growing domain. Yuki clicks through the DP catalog, preparing to summon a monster for the dungeon. A brilliant light surrounds him as he completes the summoning process. Filled with anticipation, a slime appears, shimmering and pulsating, marking the first creature to inhabit his dungeon. Yuki examines the slime closely, poking and prodding it, curious about its unique qualities. He names the slime Shi, deciding it will be his loyal companion in the dungeon. Yuki checks Shiori's stats, noting it has high luck and regeneration skills, surprising him. He wonders why Shiori seems luckier than himself. Feeling both impressed and puzzled, Yuki interacts with Shiori, who wiggles playfully, attempting to cheer him up silently. He holds Shi lovingly, calling it a cute creature and promising to protect it. A powerful Cerberus appears nearby, hinting at upcoming challenges for Yuki and his dungeon. Yuki notices a trespasser in the dungeon, while Shi wiggles at his feet attentively. He encourages Shi confidently, explaining that even low-level monsters can defeat stronger enemies. Shi launches an attack, splattering against the trespasser, demonstrating unexpected power in action. Yuki watches as the Cerberus is struck forcefully, amazed by Shi's skill and determination. Blood splatters across the dungeon walls, showing the brutal reality of dungeon life ahead. Yuki inspects the aftermath of the battle, looking down at the defeated enemy carefully. He reflects on his stats, realizing that his power may actually be much higher. Yuki checks his character sheet and notices he leveled up immediately after the fight. He discovers a new skill, though his luck stats surprisingly remain unchanged from before. Yuki observes a Supreme Dragon, recognizing that even his enhanced stats cannot easily match its power. Yuki rushes towards Shi, realizing the situation is dangerous and immediate action is necessary. He checks Shi carefully, relieved that the slime survived, thanks to its regeneration skill. Shi wiggles, signaling that it is okay, reassuring Yuki silently, despite the recent chaos. Yuki reflects on the role of pets, deciding Shi should not be forced to fight. Back in the dungeon, Yuki contemplates his next move while Leafy playfully interacts with Shilai. Leafy looks at Yuki expectantly, silently asking for guidance and wishing to learn magic from him. Yuki smiles confidently, ready to teach Leafy magic, planning the next steps carefully together. Yuki tried to use magic for the first time, but failed unexpectedly, surprising Leficios. Leficios noticed Yuki's analysis skill and explained why he appeared confused while checking his stats. She questioned Yuki's habit of examining every creature's status meticulously. Yuki warned Leficios that she might face consequences. While Leficios asked for more chocolate, Leficios handed Yuki something mysterious, and he realized it was not chocolate. Leficios gave Yuki a bag of cookies, explaining he should remove the wrapping before eating. Leficios tasted the cookies and was amazed by their sweet and crunchy texture. Yuki checked his stats while Leficios continued eating, noting the cookies did not significantly improve his abilities. Encouraged by the treat, Leficios prepared to teach Yuki some magic. Yuki accepted the cookies and focused, ready to learn magic from Leficios. Leficios prepared to teach Yuki magic by first letting him feel the world's mana. Yuki held Leficios his hands, surprised by the sudden sensation of energy flowing. Mana coursed through Yuki's body, different from dungeon mana, filling him with power. Leficios confirmed Yuki could withstand her mana safely, ensuring he felt the energy properly. Yuki, amazed and exhausted, was encouraged to try channeling the mana on his own. Leficios encouraged Yuki to activate his mana, demonstrating the basic use of magic. She instructed Yuki to visualize the next step and repeat her words carefully. Yuki imagined a distant land and plucked a flower in his mind as instructed. He successfully created a real flower with his magic, surprising himself with the result. Leficios explained it was just an introductory exercise and prepared Yuki for a stronger spell. Yuki focused on creating fire, using his mana, visualizing how it ignited from a spark. He successfully produced a flame and was thrilled by the control over his magic. Yuki experimented further, imagining using fire like a weapon, amazed by its potential. The mana circulation became overwhelming, and Leficios urged him to adjust his power carefully. Yuki struggled to manage the flow, while Leficios reminded him that efficiency and control are key in magic. Leficios taught Yuki that the key to magic is the image inside his head, not the chant itself. Yuki asked if he could create magic beyond fire and flowers, while Leficios explained potential and elements. Leficios noted Yuki's affinity with earth and fire magic, promising to guide him safely. Yuki tested wind and water magic, discovering small effects while experimenting with his abilities. He struggled to control water magic creatively, realizing he needed a stronger imagination to improve. Yuki realized that imagining familiar appliances helped him visualize and control his water magic. He experimented with making a floating water dragon, enjoying the creative challenge. Leficios asked what Yuki was doing, concerned about his unusual practice with magical water. She noted that Yuki seemed to enjoy the process, comparing it to earlier mistakes with the cookie wrapper. Leficios asked if she could try the same magic on herself, and Yuki encouraged her to attempt it. Leficios was surprised as Yuki applied magic while washing her hair, not what she expected. Yuki carefully rinsed Leficios, despite the stinging water, following her instructions precisely. Meanwhile, villagers warned each other about someone entering the haunted forest, showing danger in the area. They debated the risk of entering the forest, fearing death if they failed. The villagers noted the ancient dragon's awakening, realizing the forest now held an even greater threat. A young girl ran through the forest, panting, as villagers shouted in alarm at her presence. Her face showed determination and urgency, highlighting the danger and tension in the haunted forest. Yuki prepared the house before leaving, instructing Leficios to watch over it carefully, while ensuring the food he left would not be eaten all at once. He checked the dungeon entrance one last time, confirming the area was secure, and Leficios was ready to assist she in maintaining order. Leficios became fascinated with a small game device, spending time exploring its mechanics, while Yuki reflected on the simplicity of his summoning choice. Yuki observed the surrounding forest, noting the lack of animals or intruders, which made dungeon management and gathering DP points challenging. He decided to expand the dungeon outward, mapping the new territory and planning its growth for future adventures with his companions. Yuki examined the dungeon interface, planning to expand using DP from Leficios, ensuring traps and summons were prepared efficiently. He imagined future possibilities, picturing a grand castle beyond the dungeon, smiling at the potential growth and adventure ahead. While exploring the forest, Yuki detected a nearby creature, quickly using his stealth and enemy search skills to avoid danger. He studied skill scrolls carefully, learning new martial arts and magic abilities, preparing himself for future dungeon challenges. Observing his stats in the DP catalog, Yuki calculated the best ways to train safely, considering the threats nearby. Yuki checked the dungeon expansion progress, noting strong monsters appearing outside Leficios' controlled area. He confirmed the expansion succeeded, filling his dungeon map while spending most of his accumulated DP points. Returning home, Yuki found the kitchen empty. Realizing Leficios had eaten all the food he stored, Yuki sat frustrated, stomach rumbling, as Leficios appeared calmly, expecting an explanation for his reaction. Leficios explained her actions had a reason, reassuring Yuki she had done nothing truly wrong. Yuki angrily scolded Leficios, frustrated by her eating all the snacks he carefully prepared. He lectured Leficios on her behavior, questioning how a supreme dragon could act so recklessly. Leficios defended herself, declaring her power as a supreme dragon, capable of causing disasters at will. She bowed deeply, apologizing sincerely, promising never to make snacks without permission again. Leficios ran off to leave, while Yuki sighed, realizing he had to manage with no DP remaining. Yuki faced a massive pile of monster corpses, shocked by the scale of Leficios' actions. Leficios happily noted the DP points she earned, leaving Yuki visibly uncomfortable with the carnage. Yuki scolded Leficios for hitting him, even though she explained she killed all the monsters. Leficios apologized, emphasizing her innocence while Yuki calculated how to handle the pile of corpses. He rubbed Leficios' head, trying to calm her while she laughed, easing the tension between them. Yuki forgave Leficios for consuming too much, explaining he couldn't create unlimited food from thin air. He suggested hunting for food themselves next time, while Leficios promised to limit her consumption. The next day, Yuki trained in the dungeon, battling monsters and filling the map with effort. Despite the difficulty, Yuki tested his skills, realizing his resistance to grotesque creatures was limited. He considered specializing in magic as a demon lord, appreciating his unique mana eyes skill for strategy. Yuki finished mapping the dungeon area, planning to focus on training water and earth magic next. He checked DP revenue rates, noting the increase with Lefishio's help and additional dungeon activity. Yuki discovered a monster's corpse unexpectedly and became concerned about the danger it represented. He found a wounded human girl nearby, realizing she was still alive but seriously injured. Using a high-grade potion, Yuki poured it over her wounds, attempting to heal her quickly. Yuki ensured the rescued girl was safe, grateful he had prepared a potion beforehand. He carried her carefully back to the dungeon, while Lefichios reacted to his attention toward her. Yuki noticed the girl might be a vampire, confirming her unusual characteristics with Lefichios' help. He examined her status, learning her unique skills like blood drinking, cooking, and tailoring abilities. Yuki realized some species, like vampires and succubi, were near extinction due to human exploitation. The girl began waking up, and Yuki watched carefully to ensure she felt safe. He asked if she felt any pain, showing concern as she sat up slowly. The girl hesitated, but Yuki reassured her he wouldn't bite, easing her fear. Yuki greeted she, showing the small slime and inviting her to interact with it. She cautiously touched the slime for the first time, curiosity overcoming her initial hesitation. The girl laughed, enjoying the slime's tickling sensation, showing her comfort and playful mood. Yuki introduced himself, explaining that the slime was she and the other creature was Lefichios. The girl smiled brightly and revealed her name was Aruna, showing relief and trust toward Yuki. Yuki asked why she was deep in the forest, learning she had been chased by humans. He inquired if she knew where her home was, trying to help her find safety. Aruna revealed her home and family were gone, tearfully explaining that everyone had died. Yuki reassured her, noting the dungeon was far from human villages, so she would be safe. He offered her shelter, explaining no humans there were dangerous, allowing her to stay as long as needed. Aruna expressed sadness over her parents' deaths, feeling survivors' guilt from escaping human cruelty. Yuki became determined to protect her, assuring her the bullying claims were false, and she was safe. Yuki reassured Aruna. He was truly glad she survived, showing relief and concern in his expression. Aruna responded happily, calling Yuki Oni-chan, acknowledging his protective presence and forming trust with him. Yuki asked what she wanted to eat, showing care for her immediate needs after the ordeal. Aruna shocked him, requesting his blood, reminding Yuki of her vampire nature and dietary needs. Yuki realized her request was natural, remembering she was a vampire and considering how to assist her. Aruna moved closer to Yuki, asking for his blood as her vampire instincts guided her. Yuki confirmed her request, reassuring Lefichios that he would comply and help her safely. Aruna bit Yuki carefully, taking just enough to satisfy her hunger without harming him. Yuki reacted to the unusual feeling, surprised, but remaining calm as he supported her. Aruna continued drinking gently, and Yuki realized this was a natural part of her vampire needs. Yuki tried to mentally prepare, convincing himself he could handle Aruna's vampire bite without panic. Lefichios expressed concern over the situation but allowed Yuki to proceed, trusting his judgment. Aruna confirmed her desire for Yuki's blood again, reinforcing her vampire instincts and natural needs. Yuki guided her, while Lefichios instructed Aruna on proper behavior, emphasizing respect and safe interactions. Aruna explored the dungeon with curiosity, carrying a small basket, while Yuki prepared a new activity. Yuki calculated dungeon points carefully, excited to test a new system for collecting resources efficiently. He activated the gacha interface, preparing to see what item luck would grant him next. Yuki selected the 1000 DP option, anticipating a surprising or useful reward from the system. A magic revolver appeared, astonishing Yuki as it promised powerful abilities for his dungeon adventures. Yuki celebrated excitedly, realizing the gacha system might offer rare items with a high drop rate. He focused intensely, ready to activate the next gacha pull, and hoping for something valuable. Disappointment hit as the pull failed, leaving him surrounded by mundane or useless items. Aruna observed, curious about Yuki's frustration, while he reflected on his low luck stat. Aruna asked to try the gacha herself, showing Yuki that some items could appear differently to others. Aruna eagerly asked Yuki for a chance to try the gacha, her excitement visible in her smile. Yuki guided her hand as she pressed the option, showing her how the system worked carefully. Fenrir, the massive wolf, appeared suddenly, startling Yuki as its presence filled the room. Aruna approached the fluffy creature without fear, marveling at its size and gentle demeanor. The group observed Fenrir peacefully interacting with Aruna, while Yuki explained her appraisal skill clearly. Yuki asked about Fenrir's strength, observing the massive wolf with cautious curiosity. Leela explained Fenrir was still a child, yet far stronger than ordinary creatures. Yuki asked Lefi if she could see his dungeon menu, seeking clarity about its features. Iruna rode Fenrir, gently, discovering she could interact safely with the young beast. Leela explained that Iruna's ability to see certain things came from being part of Yuki's family. Yuki reacted with surprise, trying to understand the meaning of marriage in Iruna's explanation. Iruna clarified that for vampires, exchanging blood was akin to a marriage ritual. Yuki panicked, frustrated he wasn't informed sooner, overwhelmed by the revelation of the ritual. Iruna teased Yuki about his reactions, while he tried to deny any excitement or misunderstanding. Yuki sighed, deciding to ignore the incident for now, as Iruna chased the dragon away. Yuki examined the magic revolver carefully, preparing to test its capabilities using his mana. He fired the revolver cautiously, wondering if his technique and aim were accurate enough. The revolver created effects proportional to mana spent, penetrating or scratching the rock accordingly. After a powerful shot, Yuki felt satisfied, knowing the revolver could even out his gacha losses. He reflected on the revolver's convenience, storing mana in bullets for flexible, controlled magical attacks. Yuki discovered a small cave, noticing movement inside, and approached with curiosity and caution. He spoke to Fenrir, asking if the troublesome creatures had finally left him alone. Iruna named Fenrir Mofurier, delighted at the wolf's fluffy appearance and unique status attributes. Yuki asked Fenrir to demonstrate his skills, curious about the wolf's abilities and strengths. Fenrir prepared to show his unique skills, impressing Yuki with his powerful magical capabilities. Yuki watched in awe as Fenrir activated his unique skill, moving at incredible supersonic speed. Fenrir demonstrated body transformation and chain control abilities, astonishing Yuki with the wolf's versatile powers. Yuki praised Fenrir, delighted at the wolf's strength, agility, and magical versatility in combat. Yuki focused, thinking of a plan, and called out to Fenrir, preparing a new test. Fenrir caught the flying object mid-air with precision, proving his skill and trustworthiness to Yuki. Fenrir carried the disc with energy, panting and trotting back toward Yuki, full of enthusiasm. Yuki threw another object, watching Fenrir leap and catch it effortlessly, enjoying the interaction. After playful frolicking, Yuki noted Fenrir's physical strength, impressed by the wolf's agility and power. Yuki discussed territory boundaries with Fenrir, clarifying which parts belonged to Lefi and which to him. Yuki relaxed beside Fenrir, allowing the wolf to live freely within the dungeon's designated area. Yuki explained to Fenrir that hunting inside the dungeon would earn dungeon points efficiently. He welcomed Fenrir to his home, inviting the wolf to play and hunt together often. Iruna asked to join the fun, wanting to play with Mofurier alongside Yuki next time. While building his dungeon, Yuki discovers a slime. Excited, he finally finds a servant, filled with joy. Yuki rejects his humanity and fully embraces his life as Demon Lord. Yuki tries to fly using a new skill, but crashes spectacularly, failing embarrassingly. Checking his status, Yuki sees the flight skill is level 5, still not working. Enraged, Yuki realizes he wasted 2/3 of his points on an overpriced skill. Yuki tumbles helplessly through the air, unable to fly despite his repeated desperate attempts. He bows before the Supreme Dragon, begging guidance to finally soar through the open skies. Yuki offers 3 premium-flavored donuts, hoping to appease the dragon's stern, demanding nature. The pastries reveal multiple chocolate toppings, astonishing the dragon and capturing her full attention instantly. Delighted, the dragon praises Yuki's sincerity, offering a bonus castella, solidifying her trust in him. Yuki promises Iruna dessert later, as compensation for her help with dungeon preparations today. Outside, Yuki notices sunlight hurting the dragon, while they discuss territory and dungeon expansion concerns. Yuki explains keeping his wings hidden to prevent daily life interference, surprising the observing dragon. Iruna touches Yuki's wings, feeling their magical energy, while he protests, embarrassed and flustered. Yuki praises the dragon's wings, comparing them to a cake, leaving both feeling awkwardly amused. The dragon evaluates Yuki, stating he is not the worst compared to other dragons. She instructs Yuki to focus using his mana eyes, and pay close attention. The dragon demonstrates her wings, showing their form, function, and elegance with quiet grace. Yuki questions the wings' origin, learning they are illusions created with her mana energy. The dragon asks Yuki to observe carefully, teaching him the subtle, proper control of wings. Yuki notices the dragon pouring mana into her wings, preparing to demonstrate flight for him. The dragon instructs Yuki to follow her closely, emphasizing careful observation and attention. Yuki gathers his mana, directing it to his wings while attempting his first controlled flight. He struggles to maintain form, nearly losing control, while the dragon advises adjustment immediately. Yuki finally stabilizes, amazed at the sight, appreciating the dragon's guidance and his newfound ability. Yuki nervously prepares as the dragon tells him she will show true flight, meaning the dragon challenges Yuki to keep up with her speed, emphasizing precision and focus. Yuki spreads his wings, flapping with effort, attempting to match the dragon's graceful movements. He struggles, nearly falling. While the dragon watches, guiding his mana and wing control, both marvel at the sky, Yuki learning from the dragon, exhilarated by newfound flight. Adventurers discuss monsters acting strangely in the haunted forest, worrying about a dangerous appearance. One adventurer expresses concern, while another reassures them, praying they avoid encountering the mysterious monster. The supreme dragon is mentioned as the strongest among dragons, adding tension to the group. Adventurers hurry through the forest, trying to survive while a mysterious force influences monsters nearby. A horned tiger appears, signaling danger, forcing the adventurers to react quickly and strategically. Adventurers confront the horned tiger, realizing the danger is beyond their normal capabilities. One adventurer notices a wolf, its piercing gaze signaling an even higher level threat. The adventurers question their survival, fearing the forest monsters might overwhelm them completely. They decide to flee, acknowledging the wolf as a disaster-level monster requiring immediate escape. Meanwhile, the supreme dragon observes the forest, demanding chocolate-glazed donuts as her whimsical reward. Yuki rode rear at full speed through the forest, the wind rushing past as the wolf-like companion surged forward with strength and agility. He focused on the hunt, smiling as he prepared for the day's challenge, using his flight skill to scout the area efficiently. A horned tiger appeared in the distance, and Yuki readied his strategy, calculating the best way to approach the prey. Rear leaped forward, charging at the tiger, while Yuki struck with precision, combining his skills to overpower the creature swiftly. The tiger collapsed. Yuki checked his equipment, noting several weapons were broken, but he remained satisfied, reflecting that hunting this way was surprisingly easy. Yuki examined his equipment, considering stronger weapons despite specializing in magic, preparing for upcoming challenges carefully. He chose a reinforced metal bar, knowing it might break soon, but it would suffice for immediate combat needs. Suddenly, a massive swarm of giant insects appeared, forcing Yuki to react quickly as danger surrounded him. He prepared to escape en route, calculating flight speed and positioning to stay ahead of the relentless attackers. Summoning his magic, Yuki called forth a massive water dragon, unleashing a powerful attack to defend against the swarm. Yuki dodged streams of acid from attacking ants, struggling to protect himself while staying on Rare's back. The swarm intensified, and Yuki realized his magic power alone would not be enough to handle so many attackers. He reached into his item box, a space that preserved objects by freezing time, searching for a solution. Yuki tossed monster meat to distract the ants, giving himself space and buying time to plan the next move. The ants paused, intrigued by the meat, allowing Yuki to think calmly and reconsider his strategy for survival. Yuki readied himself and called Rare, preparing to move as planned toward his next task in the castle. He considered various weapons, thinking his high dexterity might help, while scanning options like spears, bows, and swords. Yuki focused on a great sword, weighing its size and durability, knowing it might not last long. Iruna approached cheerfully, asking about his plans as Yuki reviewed the skills section for a creative solution. He smiled confidently at Iruna, explaining he aimed to be a creative demon lord, ready to experiment. Yuki examined his stats and determined that if no weapon existed, he would create one himself using his skills. He proudly noted his new title, Supreme Dragon's Master, surprising Iruna and others with his accomplishments. Yuki reviewed the weapon creation skill, understanding that material quality, imagination, and mana capacity were key to success. He combined magic enchantment with weapon skills, aiming for a perfect synergy between magic and crafted arms. Starting small, Yuki transformed a lump of iron into a knife, ready to pour in mana and test it. Yuki activated the weapon creation skill, melting the iron and shaping it with focused mana control. Iruna watched as Yuki successfully transformed the iron, commenting on how mushy and pliable it became under his skill. Yuki crafted a sharp iron dagger, noting that dexterity influenced the final weapon's precision and quality. He held the finished blade proudly, while Iruna examined its craftsmanship and magical enhancement properties. Yuki planned to refine the dagger further, giving it a double edge and teardrop-like streamlined design for magic affinity. Yuki finished shaping the weapon, forming it into a unique teardrop-like design, ready for testing. Iruna examined the new weapon closely, asking for an explanation while Yuki demonstrated its handling. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad that no expensive material had been wasted during testing. Yuki recalled the ingredient from the giant rhinoceros beetle, considering its magical potential for enhancing the weapon. He focused intently, reminding himself to concentrate and keep the process simple, while pouring mana into the crafted weapon. Yuki focused on simplicity, creating a double-edged weapon with proper weight and sharpness, avoiding unnecessary complexity. The final blade emerged as a beautiful flower-shaped great sword, astonishing both Yuki and Iruna with its design. Yuki reacted nervously as Iruna admired the sword, calling it a lovely flower with magical aura. He worried about the material being irreplaceable, while Iruna trembled, impressed by the weapon's extraordinary quality. Iruna laughed joyfully at the adorable weapon, while Yuki protested, exasperated by her playful reaction and enthusiasm. Yuki argued playfully with the Supreme Dragon, debating the title and teasing her about preferences and cutesy behavior. She watched the bickering between Yuki and Iruna, deciding to go play elsewhere while the adults quarreled. A few days later, Iruna happily thanked Yuki for a meal, showing her normal human-like behavior when not drinking blood. She expressed joy in drinking Yuki's blood, feeling lucky and delighted by the experience. Iruna ran outside to play, with Yuki calling after her, reminding her to stay safe and return before dark. Night fell, but Iruna never returned to the dungeon, leaving Yuki shocked and worried, pondering what had happened to the sweet little girl. Iruna went missing from the dungeon, leaving Yuki and the others worried. Yuki sensed something unusual and stood alert on his throne, listening carefully. Rear reported tracking human scents and a carriage leaving the forest, indicating danger. Yuki concluded Iruna had been captured by a merchant, not a random monster. Yuki, Lefi, and Rare prepared to follow the scent toward the nearest human settlement. Yuki asked Lefi to accompany him, preparing for the dangerous mission ahead. Lefi agreed, acknowledging Iruna had become part of their extended family. They observed a massive gathering of dragons assembling, signaling a powerful confrontation. Lefi planned to intimidate the humans and regain Iruna using the dragon's support. Yuki and Lefi resolved to act together, determined to rescue their little sister. Iruna woke up inside a small cage, confused and scared by her surroundings. She noticed other captives nearby, realizing she was in a human holding area. The captors acknowledged she was alive and recalled she had lost her parents. One of the men attacked Iruna, blaming her for causing trouble in their group. They threatened her further, intending to sell her to perverted nobles for profit. Iruna accepted her situation calmly, trusting Yuki to protect her, despite the danger. She reflected on Yuki's kindness, realizing he felt warm and reliable, like family. Iruna believed that Yuki and Lefi would come to rescue her from captivity. Determined, she prayed to the Earth Spirit for strength to escape her cage. The Earth Spirit responded, unlocking the collar and cage, giving Iruna hope to act. Iruna requested the Dark Spirit to make her invisible to avoid her captors. She planned to hide in the cage until Yuki and Lefi could arrive. Iruna resolved to save the other captives and remain brave, despite fear. Meanwhile, an emergency alert reached the dungeon, signaling monsters approaching the forest. The dungeon staff prepared to defend against the incoming monsters, readying for battle. Dungeon leaders identified the incoming monsters as a flock of adult dragons. They ordered all soldiers and citizens to prepare and evacuate immediately. Leaders focused on safely evacuating the city to avoid casualties. Yuki and Lefi approached the city, realizing the danger the dragons posed. Lefi warned Yuki to act carefully, ensuring Iruna's safety during the rescue. Dungeon archers fired at the incoming dragons, attempting to slow their advance. Yuki noticed Rear moving cautiously, ready to track Iruna's scent. Yuki commanded Rear to find Iruna, following her trail through the city. Inside the dungeon, everyone prepared to evacuate the captives quickly and carefully. Iruna began sliding across the floor, moving toward safety while remaining hidden. Iruna faced her captors bravely as they threatened and mistreated her. Yuki approached a locked door, ready to confront whoever held Iruna. Inside, the captives hurried, breaking free from their restraints to escape. The men inside were shocked and unsure who was causing the chaos. Yuki, Lefi, and the others prepared to intervene, advancing into the building. Yuki scanned the area, frustrated that he couldn't immediately see Iruna. Enemies recognized him as a threat and ordered their forces to attack. Yuki's anger overflowed as he resolved not to let the scoundrel survive, preparing for confrontation. Yuki faced a furious attacker, wielding a sword, dodging the first strike. The man swung wildly, screaming, but Yuki remained calm. Two witnesses froze in shock, staring as Yuki effortlessly countered. Their fear grew as they realized their ally had fallen. Yuki moved with precision, striking again. Blood splattered across the floor while enemies tried to retaliate, but failed. The ground shook as another enemy collapsed under Yuki's swift attack. His dominance was undeniable. Yuki stared down the last assailant, who charged in desperation, but Yuki's control ended the fight completely. Yuki faced the massive Fenrir. Rear emerging aggressively, the monster lunged, leaving marks across the floor. An enemy noticed Yuki's control over Rook. He commanded his allies to seize the situation immediately. Rear hesitated, sensing danger. The crystal artifact rolled forward, its magic disrupting the monster's speed effectively. Yuki calmed Rear, ensuring the Fenrir was unharmed. Trust between them grew visibly stronger. Yuki analyzed the disturbance crystal, realizing its ability to manipulate monster movement inside the haunted forest. Yuki confronted a group of human enemies. Studying their stats and abilities, they prepared for an overwhelming fight. Yuki smiled confidently, knowing his strength far exceeded theirs. He anticipated their attacks easily. The enemies tried to strategize, planning to overwhelm him with numbers. Yuki remained calm and prepared. Yuki struck the air, creating powerful waves that pushed back his attackers, demonstrating clear dominance. Yuki criticized their weakness, remarking even mosquitoes would be stronger. The enemies realized defeat was imminent. Yuki asked Rear to detect Iruna's location. The Fenrir sniffed around, but blood confused its senses. The battlefield was scattered with debris. Yuki considered questioning the slaves, but realized it would take too long. He decided to confront the Lord of the Mansion directly, heading through the hallway with determination. Yuki cornered a terrified man, demanding Iruna's whereabouts, his sword piercing the floor in warning. Screams echoed through the mansion as Yuki pressed his advantage, forcing all resistance into panic and chaos. The terrified man admitted he didn't know Iruna's location. Yuki's sword pressed him further. Yuki reflected on Iruna's cleverness, realizing she had escaped even when previously captured by enemies. Reinforcements arrived to challenge Yuki, but he remained composed, preparing for another confrontation. Yuki followed the trail of blood and destruction, searching relentlessly for Iruna throughout the mansion. Iruna ran desperately through the streets, thinking of her parents, and seeking safety from capture. Iruna hugged her companion tightly, tears streaming, as the mansion and village burned violently around them. Iruna pleaded desperately for safety, urging her friend to escape while holding on to hope and courage. Yuki approached the enemy force's stronghold, stepping forward confidently, despite the overwhelming number of armed adversaries. Yuki entered the mansion, observing the enemy's grand reception, prepared to confront anyone in his path. Iruna, trembling, expressed fear and longing for comfort. Yuki remained determined, shielding her as danger loomed. Iruna remembered moments of normal life, wishing for games and naps with family and siblings again. Yuki expressed frustration, acknowledging the complexity of protecting her while facing overwhelming enemy forces. Iruna cried quietly, expressing fear of being alone again, longing for comfort and safety nearby. Yuki confronted enemies, advancing despite their numbers, while Iruna watched in terror, fearing imminent danger. Unexpectedly, a new powerful presence appeared, a winged warrior and beast observing Yuki and Iruna's struggle. Iruna ran through the streets, calling out for Yuki, desperate for his presence and protection. Her tears streamed down her face as she feared losing Yuki amidst chaos and enemies. Yuki finally caught Iruna, holding her tightly, offering comfort and relief after the frightening ordeal. Iruna smiled through tears, feeling reassured that she did her best during the dangerous escape. Yuki explained the town's dangers and instructed Iruna to evacuate safely with Rar, keeping her secure. Iruna informed Yuki about many other people abducted, pleading for help and protection immediately. Yuki reassured Iruna, promising to save them while planning carefully, showing calm determination. Yuki instructed Rear to watch over Iruna, preparing to confront remaining enemies efficiently. Yuki confronted enemies threatening Iruna, stopping them from using weapons against her, showing decisive authority. Yuki's anger erupted against humans committing atrocities. His resolve to punish them grew stronger fiercely. Yuki erupts with rage, targeting humans after witnessing cruelty, his magic overwhelming their defenses. The Demon Lord stands amid destruction, vowing humans should face extinction for their repeated offenses. Yuki approaches cautiously, the humans tremble, uncertain how to respond to his intense presence. Iluna intervenes, calming Yuki, reminding him to control his anger before harming anyone further. Yuki steadies himself, sword ready, prepared to act only against those who truly deserve punishment. Iluna embraces Yuki gently, guiding him away from anger and urging calm after the conflict. Yuki blinks in surprise as Iluna reassures him, her presence soothing his restless mind. Leficios appears playful, reminding Yuki that after hard work, it is time for a feast. Yuki promises a special treat for Leficios, sparking excitement and joyful anticipation. Leficios prepares carefully, eager for the reward, while Yuki smiles, ensuring her happiness. Yuki and Iluna are approached unexpectedly as someone interrupts, breaking their private conversation. Leo Lolubia introduces himself as the town's landlord, bowing formally before Yuki and Iluna. Yuki calmly explains the town's troubles, apologizing for the actions of his people. Leo invites Yuki and Iluna to his mansion, promising the visit will not take long. Inside the mansion, Leo apologizes sincerely and pledges to prevent similar incidents in the future. Leo apologizes once again, seeking forgiveness while Iluna questions whether he knew Yuki's true identity. Yuki learns about the treaty, realizing the old man recognized Leficios as a supreme dragon. Iluna begins explaining the treaty's origins, hinting that she had not shared all details. She recalls the era when humans challenged Leficios, provoking thoughts of destruction against the kingdom. The treaty, still active, prevents conflict, ensuring humans and dragons do not disturb each other henceforth. Leo accepts Yuki's conditions, promising to uphold the treaty and protect his own family. Iluna stretches, urging Yuki to finish quickly so they can head home together peacefully. Yuki and Iluna discuss prior treaties, ensuring they respect agreements with Leficios and other dragons. Yuki warns the landlord firmly, threatening death if similar events harm anyone again. He orders all remaining captives brought to him, leaving the mansion under strict supervision. Leoa reflects on the demon lord's terrifying power, hoping to never encounter Yuki again. The kingdom debates exploiting the haunted forest, prompting concern that an army might be sent. Yuki and Iluna consider how to handle the situation, discussing potential plans carefully together. Yuki encounters several rescued girls, confirming he assisted them as Iruna requested, ensuring their safety. He inquires about their homes, learning most were captured while working, seeking a solution for them. Yuki explains that everyone seems to have a home, while Iluna notes his unique magic. Iluna suggests a simple solution, asking Leficios to help guide the rescued girls home. The dragons carry the girls safely. Following Yuki's directions back to their respective homes, those without a home are allowed to stay, ensuring all rescued girls are cared for. The girls express gratitude, and Yuki and Iluna wave as everyone departs under the night sky. Two girls remain behind, Layla and Eluan, introducing themselves and sharing their names and races. They express gratitude to Yuki and Iluna, offering to serve and assist him willingly. Eluan eagerly requests to stay, volunteering for chores and excitedly pledging loyalty to Fenrir. Eluan proudly proclaims his devotion, feeling honored to serve Fenrir and leaving his village happily. Yuki introduces himself and Mofrir to the girls, explaining Leficios' presence as a supreme dragon. Yuki tells Layla and Eluan to rest, mentioning there's another task to handle tomorrow. The girls thank Yuki warmly, expressing their gratitude for his protection and guidance. Iluna calls Leficios, guiding Yuki as they prepare to return the rescued girls home safely. The girls express thanks again, and Iluna admits Yuki's assistance helped her significantly. Yuki recalls calming Iluna earlier, feeling slightly embarrassed as she playfully reminds him of that moment. Iluna gestures to Yuki, beginning to explain her feelings and thoughts after their recent events. She shares how meeting Yuki has made her world vibrant, lively, and full of color. Iluna promises to stop Yuki from rushing recklessly, wanting to protect him and their world. She asks Yuki to help her make her world even brighter, inviting him along. Iluna faced Yuki, expressing relief that he came to save her, though she scolded him for mishandling relationships with other companions. Yuki explained himself awkwardly, while Leficios appeared nearby, warning him not to involve additional individuals in the situation. Leficios pressed Yuki for clarification, and he nervously admitted that he only described a maid's duties to Iluna. Layla and she volunteered eagerly to serve Lord Fluffer, showing willingness despite their own insecurities about performing duties properly. Yuki guided his companions through chores and daily tasks, helping them adapt to the dungeon's routines while maintaining order. Yuki asked Layla about demon lords, curious how humans view their leaders, while Layla explained the differences from human perspective. Layla clarified that demon lords are considered creatures whose bodies are reforged by labyrinths, surprising Yuki with this unique insight. Layla used a goblin example to show how a creature's powers change, and Yuki acknowledged her deep understanding of dungeon mechanics. Yuki explored the dungeon's new prairie floor, impressed by its open space and the possibilities for expanding his realm. Flying above the prairie, Yuki marveled at the dungeon's vast system and sky, appreciating the dungeon's complexity and freedom. Yuki planned to enhance the prairie by adding a river, mountains, and sakura trees, improving the dungeon's scenery. He decided to place a traditional Japanese ryokan, carefully designing details to make the new area more comfortable. After finishing, Yuki relaxed in the bath, feeling satisfaction from shaping the dungeon, and imagining sharing it with everyone. Iluna arrived unexpectedly, prompting Yuki to pause and acknowledge her presence. Surprised by her timing, Iluna asked Yuki to wash her hair, joining him in the bath, and he happily agreed, continuing his care for his companions. Yuki suggested having a picnic at the prairie with everyone, introducing the idea to Iluna during the bath. Iluna excitedly asked what a picnic was, while Yuki explained it involved eating and playing under the open sky. Leficios appeared unexpectedly, asking if she could join Yuki and Iluna in the bath. Yuki panicked slightly, unsure how to respond to Lefi's presence and question, feeling flustered. Iluna reassured Yuki, explaining she only wished him to wash her hair, easing the tension and leaving him relieved. Layla relaxed in the bath, while Yuki focused on clearing his mind, preparing to care for his companions. Yuki washed Leficios' hair, feeling nervous, but concentrating on making the experience pleasant for her. Leficios smiled, teasing Yuki gently about his effort, while ensuring he was not overexerted. Yuki became flustered by Leficios' playful comments about her childlike appearance, struggling to respond appropriately. Meanwhile, Iluna scolded Yuki and Leficios for staying too long, reminding them to avoid catching colds while in the bath. Yuki, Iluna, and Leficios relaxed in the hot springs, enjoying the warmth and peaceful atmosphere together. Yuki asked Lefi about how people receive titles, curious about the system beyond the dungeon world. Leficios explained that titles are assigned based on major events and the judgment of an unseen watcher or deity. Yuki questioned whether any gods truly exist, reflecting on the explanations from Lefi and religious texts. The group viewed Yuki's status screen, revealing his title, One Who Judges, and its effects on stats and sin detection. Yuki asked Leficios about his titles, curious about the significance of Supreme Dragon among his other accolades. Leficios explained that he could conceal his stats and titles at will, making only the Supreme Dragon title visible. Yuki realized that Iluna might also have hidden skills or titles, while Lefi laughed, noting that others could match his strength in the future. Leficios predicted Yuki's long lifespan, suggesting he could live several thousand years under proper conditions. She continued, explaining that magical demons like Yuki could survive without sustenance, and even severed limbs could regrow over time. Yuki reacted with surprise as Leficios explained that he could live indefinitely sustained by magical particles, unless slain. Leficios compared her longevity to dragons, describing how her body adapts to magical particles, ensuring a long life. She told Yuki that as long as he remained by her side, he would never feel bored, no matter how long he lived. Iluna, tired from the bath, dozed off while Yuki worried about her sudden sleepiness. Yuki, feeling sleepy himself, tried to encourage Iluna to stay awake a bit longer before bedtime, ensuring she rested safely. Yuki reluctantly helped Iluna get dressed, while Shiri was urged to hurry and not take too long. Yuki reflected on Lefi's strict training, noting how tiring it could be, and admired the night sky with the others. Shiri asked Yuki why he stayed behind, and Yuki reminded her of her status as a horned sheep demon. Leela explained the traditions of her clan, emphasizing its curiosity and the uniqueness of Yuki as their lord. Shiri acknowledged Yuki's intellect, revealing that she gave up hope of freedom once she became a slave, highlighting his leadership. Layla suggested using the opportunity to observe the labyrinth and learn more about the Demon Lord race, emphasizing its value. She protested, refusing to reveal anything to Yuki, while Layla explained her desire to see the Lord and labyrinth in natural states. Layla shifted the topic to Shihi, asking about her clan and origins, sharing knowledge about the werewolf subspecies. Shihi panicked when Layla mentioned the rumors about her past, worried that secrets would be revealed. Layla reassured Shihi, understanding her desire to keep her identity hidden and showing respect for her privacy. She reflected on how being a chief's daughter felt unusual, expressing her embarrassment about expectations. Layla reassured Shi, telling her that she is cute, and easing her insecurities with a warm, supportive smile. As the night ended, Yuki and the companions decided to go to bed, preparing for their tasks the next day. Yuki walked across open land, leading Leficios, Iluna, Layla, and Flufferer. They prepared for a picnic, excited, playful, and cheerful together. Yuki and Iluna raced down a grassy slope on a sled. Wind rushed past them, laughter echoed, speed thrilling, joy shared freely. Layla and Leficios watched eagerly, excited for their turn. Yuki set up another sled, anticipation built, everyone ready for more fun. Yuki pushed the sled. Layla held tightly, smiling widely. Momentum carried them faster down the hill. Excitement, laughter, and adventure filled the air. Layla and Leficios screamed joyfully as the sled sped swiftly. Yuki followed closely, ensuring safety. The afternoon passed with bonding and happiness. Yuki reassured the girls, complimenting them jokingly. Layla and Leficios laughed, enjoying the ride's speed. Happiness and excitement filled the sunny afternoon. Yuki carried Leficios on his shoulders. Layla watched surprised. The group continued playing energetically, sharing joyful moments, trust, and carefree laughter together. Layla insisted Yuki continue pushing the sled. Leficios smiled, joining the playful challenge. The wind rushed past them as speed increased rapidly. The sled flew wildly, carrying Yuki and Leficios. They tumbled slightly, floating briefly. Excitement, thrill, and laughter echoed across the field enthusiastically. Layla and Leficios experienced magical wind boosts. Yuki tried to keep control. They fell safely, exhausted and laughing, bonding in fun and friendship. Yuki and Leficios finished the magical course. Leficios laughed confidently, no longer scared. Yuki smiled, pleased with her progress. Layla and Liu explored the picnic food. Leficios presented dishes made from rare rockbird meat. Everyone examined the unusual ingredients carefully. Yuki explained the nature of the food. The group considered its taste and uniqueness. The landscape around them remained peaceful and wide. Yuki revealed he had also prepared dessert. Leficios and the others turned attention to the sweet treats, excited for the finishing touch. Leficios and Liu praised the sweets. Yuki watched happily as everyone enjoyed the picnic. The group shared laughter and satisfaction together. Yuki noticed Liu acting nervous, addressing Lefi as the supreme dragon. Lefi sat calmly, enjoying snacks, while the others watched, intrigued by the unusual formality. Yuki explained to Liu that Lefi was an ancient dragon. Liu's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe such a powerful being appeared so ordinary. Liu observed Lefi's playful and carefree behavior, realizing that even a supreme dragon could be clumsy over snacks. Lefi's friends reassured him not to underestimate her. Liu and Layla discussed the past, recognizing Lefi's dominance over other dragons. Her authority had always been clear, though overlooked by Liu and nearby. Monster quietly reflected on Liu's ignorance, thinking he had been too flustered before to notice Lefi's true status among dragons. Yuki listened as Liu suggested his sister might also be involved. A cheerful girl proposed playing badminton together after their meal. The little girl expressed happiness, feeling amazed to be pampered by both Yuki, the demon lord, and Lefi, the supreme dragon. Without reservation, Yuki admitted he was the weakest among the dungeon's leaders. Liu joined the girl in a game of badminton, adding energy to the group. They prepared to play badminton using a stick with a net, while Iruna volunteered to teach the rules. The scene shifted to the distant Alicia Kingdom, a powerful realm known for artifact development and influence over neighboring lands. King Reed Gloria, Alicia sat on his throne, resolutely forbidding any action regarding the dungeon, asserting his authority over the kingdom. Prince Ryuto Gloria, Alicia challenged the decision, insisting that their kingdom's honor demanded an immediate response to the dungeon's intrusion. The king explained the damage caused by the dungeon was minor, and that full permission to intervene would not be granted. Prince Ryuto emphasized the importance of the country's dignity and natural resources, pressing for decisive action despite the king's warnings. King Reed firmly issued a royal decree commanding the prince not to act, emphasizing the unknown dangers and limits of the kingdom's artifacts. Prince Ryuto walked determinedly through the castle, accepting the royal decree, but still feeling conflicted about the dungeon's intrusion. He and his allies discussed a plan to act, despite the king's order, believing the country's future depended on decisive action. Ryuto called for soldiers to be gathered immediately, readying the kingdom for a potential offensive operation. Meanwhile, Yuki and Lefi were observing a strategic map, noticing sudden changes that made Yuki tense and alert. Yuki and Lefi realized that new intruders had entered the dungeon, prompting concern about their intentions and potential threat. The intruders cautiously moved through the forest, their objective unknown, while Yuki prepared defenses in anticipation of confrontation. Leficios noticed a large force approaching the dungeon. Yuki checked his records and calculated nearly 500 soldiers were advancing, though their gear seemed weak. Leficios prepared to confront them immediately. Yuki asked for her patience, revealing he had a strategy to try and requested her support if it failed. Yuki focused on his plan, signaling Leficios to trust him. He moved deliberately, ready to warn the intruders rather than attack recklessly. The soldiers camped nearby, unaware of Yuki's approach. Darkness fell as he observed them quietly from the trees. Yuki noticed their artifacts could weaken monsters. Confident in his powers, he advanced undetected, relying on his stealth skill to protect the dungeon. Yuki approached a tent quietly, noticing someone moving inside. He stepped closer, alert to any sign of intrusion. A soldier saw him and froze, surprised by Yuki's sudden appearance. Yuki remained calm, observing the man carefully. Yuki revealed his presence fully, projecting authority. The soldier recognized the threat and raised no objections. Yuki asked if this man led the group. The soldier denied it, confessing he was not in charge. Yuki instructed him to inform the actual leader precisely. He ensured the message would be clear without escalating conflict. Yuki confronted the soldier firmly at the tent entrance, showing no intent to listen to excuses. He declared the area his territory, warning that anyone staying would face deadly consequences. The soldier, surprised, asked why Yuki gave them a warning first. Yuki explained eliminating intruders was troublesome and unnecessary. Returning to the dungeon, Yuki noted that most of the advancing forces refused to retreat, despite reports. Leficios observed quietly nearby. Leficios questioned Yuki's calm return. He explained, he simply went to warn the enemy, ensuring the situation remained under control. Leficios waited anxiously, frustrated that Yuki returned calmly, instead of staying alert. Yuki showed Leficios the intruder information on his interface, explaining he had granted her access to observe. He reviewed the dungeon's defensive systems, planning to test traps on the soldiers who had entered their territory. The dungeon deployed monitoring golems, transmitting visual information about the intruders' movements to Yuki for precise control. Meanwhile, the soldiers noticed the sunrise, unaware of the traps and surveillance around them, leaving them vulnerable to Yuki's strategy. The soldiers panicked, realizing they were surrounded. Yuki had set up the dungeon defenses cleverly. Chaos erupted as spiders appeared and fires spread, confusing the soldiers further. The soldiers shouted conflicting orders, unable to understand the sudden threats around them. Leficios observed the scene, identifying the effect as a hallucination caused by Yuki's dungeon magic. The hallucination tree, Rauschgiftbaum, released mana, projecting illusions that made the soldiers perceive enemies everywhere, leaving them completely disoriented. Yuki explained the hallucination tree trap to Leficios. Their strong mana made them immune to its effects. They discussed the soldiers' chances, acknowledging that mere traps wouldn't fully defeat them, though Yuki remained confident. Yuki referenced his ongoing board game with Leficios, comparing strategy and foresight to the situation at hand. The soldiers reacted to the thinning mana, panicking as illusions and environmental traps disoriented them. Vines and dungeon obstacles ensnared the intruders, leaving them struggling and further proving Yuki's clever use of dungeon mechanics. A group of adventurers entered the forest, carrying an artifact meant to weaken monsters. They panicked as they realized the artifact had unpredictable effects and sought a safe place to escape. Suddenly, the ground beneath them turned into a scorching swamp. The adventurers struggled to move as heat and bubbling mud forced them into chaos. One of them, overwhelmed by fear, screamed and ran deeper into the forest, trying to keep everyone away from him. Meanwhile, Yuki observed the aftermath in his dungeon, noting the trap had worked better than expected. Leficios relaxed nearby, watching the test unfold. Yuki reflected on the trap's success and decided to continue refining his dungeon, while Leficios mentioned how little the night disturbed her rest. Yuki commented on Leficios' laziness, while she playfully reminded him to conserve his strength. Their bond strengthened through daily routines and quiet moments. As dawn broke over the horizon, the two decided to rest after another round of games, enjoying a calm morning together in the dungeon. Elsewhere, in Alfaro border town, Leficios confronted Knight Captain Gamdia Rustin at the soldier office, asserting authority and challenging his actions. She informed the captain that his service was terminated, explaining his cowardice had disqualified him from returning to the capital army. The captain realized the order came from Prince Ryudo himself, leaving him stunned and compelled to accept his dismissal. In a tavern, the captain of the soldiers vented his frustration, while others quietly listened, realizing the weight of failed missions. He worried that the lack of updates from the haunted forest would lead to more unnecessary casualties, questioning the king's orders. Another soldier explained his own dismissal after fleeing a dangerous monster, emphasizing the risks and blind greed driving the mission. The captain was shocked to hear that Ryuto, the LA landlord, had intervened, while advisors tried to calm the situation and plan ahead. Outside, subtle plots began to form, entwining emotions and strategies as new plans quietly set into motion. Yuki and Iluna set out for a morning stroll. The sunlight filtered through the trees as both felt the calm of the forest. Fluffer yawned and trailed behind them, his massive size making movement slower, while Leficios adjusted her hat and kept watch. The group moved deeper into the woods. Yuki held Iluna's hand while guiding Fluffer on a leash, ensuring everyone stayed together. Leficios commented on the challenge of handling Fluffer. Yuki smiled, letting her know her turn would come soon. Iluna laughed, noting how managing even one Fluffer was tricky, and Yuki agreed, enjoying the simple outing with his companions. Yuki held Aluna's hand as they walked. She looked curious, questioning the rules of letting Fluffer enjoy a proper stroll. Lephysios considered the situation carefully. She reminded everyone that pets should have space to move freely, reflecting on Fluffer's past independence. Yuki encouraged Fluffer to go to his favorite spot. Iluna cheered, happy to see him move with ease. Yuki reassured Lephysios that Fluffer was smart and would not cause harm, even if he grew too excited. Lephysios looked back, captivated by the calm forest and the care Yuki showed for his companions, appreciating the peaceful moment. Yuki, Iluna, and Lephysios continued their walk. Iluna eagerly followed Fluffer's lead, pointing out the direction he suggested. Lephysios admired the vast cloud and a massive tree, impressed by the natural wonders around them. They walked beneath the giant tree, discussing its age and the ancient forest that had stood for generations. A giant flower caught Iluna's attention. Yuki warned them to stay back while they marveled at its size. Fluffer, curious and playful, approached the flower, causing a small scare as its massive petals moved toward them, creating a moment of tension and excitement. Yuki, Iluna, Lephysios, and Fluffer approached a new part of the forest, curious about what lay ahead. They discovered a serene lake surrounded by trees, its surface shimmering under the sunlight. Iluna gasped in wonder at the beauty. Iluna praised Fluffer for leading them to such a hidden spot, hugging him happily. Lephysios noted the dense mana in the surroundings, appreciating the magical energy in the forest. Yuki observed the calmness of the lake. Standing at the water's edge, Lephysios felt a pleasant surge of energy, enjoying the peaceful moment and the magical atmosphere of the lake. Yuki threw the disc, signaling Fluffer to catch it, initiating a playful moment in the clearing. Fluffer leaped into the air, moving swiftly to catch the flying disc as Iluna and Lephysios watched. Iluna cheered, impressed by Fluffer's speed and skill, while Lephysios observed with mild amusement. Yuki guided Iluna on how to hold and throw the disc, encouraging her to try playing with Fluffer. Yuki reassured Lephysios that it was safe to let Iluna join, emphasizing fun and careful supervision while they played together. Lephysios reacted strongly to the board game, surprised by how seriously she and the others had competed. Yuki smiled at the moment, noticing Iluna's excitement and Lephysios's playful competitiveness. The group walked together through the forest, Fluffer leading the way, as Yuki suggested playing like this again in the future, enjoying the company and the calm of the forest. In the dungeon, Iruna is woken by cheerful Lefi. Her bright energy encourages him to start the day happily and actively. Lefi's older sister, 1A-chan, remains asleep for 17 years, while Iruna silently watches, hoping she will awaken someday in the dungeon. During breakfast, Iruna offers toys to Iruna. She notices his changed demeanor, unaware it's from staying up late with Lefi. Lefi comments on Iruna, staying up late, agreeing his atmosphere feels different. They enjoy breakfast together, maintaining the dungeon's calm morning routine. Romi, the dungeon maid, brings breakfast. Her diligent care helps the dungeon function smoothly. Starting the day with everyone working cooperatively, Yuki checked his status menu after the battle. Layla noticed his race had evolved into a stronger demon lord unexpectedly that day. While reading the race evolution explanation, Yuki remembered defeating many humans using dungeon traps, though his body still felt unchanged afterward. Layla carefully explained that demon lords evolved faster because their existence resembled monsters protecting the dungeon core from outside threats constantly. Yuki became distracted watching Lefi sleep peacefully during breakfast. Layla apologized after noticing his attention drifting away from their discussion completely. After checking the updated dungeon menu, Yuki realized the dungeon itself would continue growing stronger together with his newly evolved powers. Yuki asked Lefi about race evolution, but the ancient dragon explained her species already stood at the strongest possible level naturally. After hearing Lefi's level nearly reached 1000, Yuki realized ancient dragons might evolve again, only after many centuries passed slowly. Layla explained evolved monsters usually changed appearance dramatically. Yuki worried nervously after hearing some demon races even grew dangerous tentacles unexpectedly. Suddenly, large black wings appeared behind Yuki's back. He immediately noticed his new demon lord evolution had increased his physical abilities greatly. Lefi stared at Yuki's newly evolved appearance with sparkling eyes. The ancient dragon looked shocked, impressed, and strangely excited by his transformation. Lefi became excited after seeing Yuki's wings. She moved closer immediately, while Yuki nervously tried stopping her curious behavior and touching. Trying to calm the situation, Lefi promised Yuki he could touch her wings too if she touched his first carefully afterward. Lefi gently touched Yuki's black wings with admiration. Yuki relaxed slightly after hearing her praise their smooth and beautiful appearance quietly. While standing together, Levi continued admiring Yuki's evolved wings closely. Yuki thanked her shyly, after noticing her genuine fascination and excitement completely. Yuki touched Levi's wings carefully, and discovered they felt incredibly soft. Levi blushed heavily while allowing him to continue touching gently. Yuki quickly stopped touching Levi's wing after noticing her trembling reaction. Both became embarrassed during the unexpectedly intimate moment together. Afterward completely, Levi avoided looking directly at Yuki while calming herself down. Yuki silently watched her, unsure how to continue the awkward situation peacefully. Layla suddenly appeared and misunderstood their close interaction immediately. Embarrassed, Yuki hurriedly pulled away while Levi froze in complete shock beside him. Trying to change the atmosphere, Yuki focused on the new Demon Lord menu. However, Levi's wing softness still remained clearly inside his thoughts. After reading the building facilities option, Yuki realized he could finally create a proper Demon Lord castle for the growing dungeon territory. Yuki became excited after discovering the building system. Using knowledge from Minecraft, he confidently planned creating his own Demon Lord castle someday. After spending large amounts of magic power, Yuki collapsed outside. Liu arrived carrying supplies and became shocked, seeing the exhausted dungeon master. Liu inspected the newly created buildings carefully and praised Yuki's construction skills sincerely. The small structures already resembled a developing village area. Although happy hearing Liu's praise, Yuki admitted his mind felt completely drained, after overusing magic continuously during the intense construction process earlier. Despite his exhaustion, Yuki refused stopping halfway. Determined to surpass ordinary castles, he aimed to create an enormous legendary fortress for everyone. Liu happily admired the miniature house Yuki created with earth magic. However, she forgot finishing the laundry task he requested earlier completely. Embarrassed, Liu tried explaining herself while carrying the model house proudly. She remained amazed that Yuki personally created such detailed structures magically. Yuki proudly explained he even colored the buildings using earth magic. Liu realized his magical abilities completely surpassed ordinary common magicians already. Curious about his unusual abilities, Yuki asked whether his magic differed from normal magic. Liu immediately connected his powers to ancient origin magic. Liu revealed origin magic was nearly lost in modern society. Shocked, Yuki learned fewer than 100 people could still use it. Liu explained modern magic required chance and prepared cores. However, rare demon folk could activate pure magic only through imagination and natural talent. After hearing Liu's explanation, Yuki finally understood demons possessed magic naturally from birth, unlike humans, who needed years of difficult magical training. Realizing how little he understood about the world, Yuki considered traveling outside the dungeon someday to learn more useful knowledge. Personally, later Yuki approached Levi while she rested comfortably. Surprised by his serious expression, Levi immediately listened carefully to his important request afterward. Yuki asked Levi about increasing magical power beyond leveling up. Levi became suspicious, wondering whether he planned using dangerous forbidden magic techniques afterward. Levi explained, Yuki could increase magical capacity by completely exhausting his mana repeatedly. She also suggested training water magic control simultaneously for faster growth. After hearing Levi's advice, Yuki smiled gratefully and thanked her sincerely. Levi quietly held his hand while feeling pleased helping him personally today. Levi watched Yuki warmly after their conversation ended. Seeing his honest gratitude made her unexpectedly happy and emotionally attached to him afterward, completely. Several days later, Yuki secretly observed Levi sleeping peacefully again. Startled awake, Levi immediately questioned his strange behavior inside the quiet room nervously. While Levi stretched sleepily on the bed, Yuki stared silently with serious concentration. His unusual expression made Levi increasingly confused and uncomfortable afterward suddenly. Soon afterward, Yuki appeared wearing dark demon armor proudly. Determined to find fresh inspiration, he entered an entirely new stage of experimentation and creativity. Yuki proudly prepared another strange creation inside the dungeon, while Levi listened carefully beside him. He summoned his newest masterpiece confidently. The magic activated immediately, and Leficho's MK.2 appeared before them. The giant statue floated proudly while smoke covered the entire room. Yuki continued creating more Leficho's versions without stopping. Levi became shocked after seeing another dangerous and violent version suddenly appear nearby. Explosions filled the dungeon as multiple Leficho statues appeared together. Levi became embarrassed while Yuki stubbornly protected his strange artistic creations. After exhausting themselves with chaos and explosions, Yuki and Levi quietly rested together outside. Both slowly forgot the original reason behind everything. Several days later, Yuki proudly announced that all preparations inside the dungeon were finally complete. He confidently revealed another ambitious magical project. Li-Fi and the others watched Yuki carefully while discussing his strange behavior. Despite concerns, everyone remained curious about his mysterious grand creation. Yuki drank magical recovery potions continuously, while concentrating on maintaining the castle. Li-Fi stayed beside him carefully, as his magic weakened rapidly. Yuki activated the building facilities with determination, causing the enormous magical structure to appear. The dungeon shook violently from overwhelming magical energy. The castle continued, consuming Yuki's magic faster than expected. Li-Fi quickly supported him while he desperately maintained the castle's unstable imagination. The enormous castle finally appeared from the overwhelming magic. Everyone watched silently while the ground continued shaking from Yuki's completed creation. Yuki and the others stared upward in complete shock after seeing the gigantic castle. Even Li-Fi seemed surprised by the unbelievable scale. Bright sunlight revealed the finished castle clearly. Massive walls, towers, and bridges surrounded the structure, making it resemble a true demon lord fortress. Yuki collapsed emotionally after exhausting nearly all his magic power. Meanwhile, Li-Fi happily admired the castle far beyond everyone's expectations. The group excitedly discussed their new home while admiring the castle together. Although unfinished inside, Yuki successfully created their enormous dream residence. After some time, everyone began settling inside the enormous castle. Yuki realized the living areas remained difficult to locate and organize properly. The group explored different sections of the castle while preparing basic necessities. Meanwhile, Yuki quietly rested after exhausting himself creating the structure. Yuki became depressed after noticing the giant castle remained mostly unused. The enormous space felt far too large for their small group. Although worried about the castle's impractical size, Yuki convinced himself it still represented an important dream and protected the dungeon from enemies. Li-Fi comforted Yuki by praising the castle's beauty and magnificence. She honestly admitted the structure was huge, yet still deeply impressive. While resting inside the castle, Yuki suddenly noticed Li-Fi approaching closely beside him. Her unexpected actions immediately made him nervous and confused. Li-Fi sat beside Yuki comfortably, while teasing his embarrassed reaction. She quietly stayed near him, wanting him to relax after working tirelessly. Yuki reflected on his peaceful life inside the dungeon. Because of Li-Fi and everyone else, his daily life became enjoyable and meaningful. Yuki realized Li-Fi was trying to encourage him after his earlier disappointment. Li-Fi calmly remained beside her partner with gentle affection and support. Li-Fi softly comforted Yuki by staying close and pampering him warmly. Her affectionate actions finally helped Yuki forget his worries about the castle. Li-Fi quietly stayed beside Yuki and comforted him warmly. Yuki finally relaxed after hearing Li-Fi promise to always support his strange ideas. Iruna became jealous after seeing Li-Fi resting closely beside Yuki. Soon, the others also gathered around him inside the enormous castle hall. Outside, the gigantic castle stood proudly under the bright sky. The completed structure finally became the symbol of Yuki's growing dungeon kingdom far away. Several nobles secretly discussed military problems and growing political danger. Their failed plans slowly pushed the kingdom toward greater conflict and panic. The nobles worried about losing support and trust after repeated failures. Eventually, they decided to send powerful adventurers instead of deploying a massive army. The nobles discussed using the church-controlled heroes against future threats. They secretly planned another dangerous scheme, while avoiding direct responsibility for failure. One noble confidently suggested bribing the church with large rewards. He believed even saints would eventually act for enough money and political influence. Although worried about funding and consequences, the nobles still accepted the risky proposal. Their desperation slowly pushed them toward increasingly dishonest decisions and manipulation. Elsewhere, a lone girl carefully walked through the forest while remaining alert. The quiet surroundings made her uneasy as strange sounds echoed nearby. The girl suddenly became frightened after hearing violent noises inside the forest. Nervously gripping her belongings, she cautiously prepared for unexpected danger ahead. Deep inside the forest, the young hero Nell wandered alone with growing anxiety. She questioned why her difficult journey had become increasingly dangerous and lonely. Back inside the castle, Yuki continued wearing strange armor while experimenting alone. Li-Fi silently watched his unusual behavior with confusion and concern nearby. Yuki excitedly believed acting like a true demon lord would inspire him further. Li-Fi listened, while finding his strange reasoning both amusing and ridiculous. Li-Fi suggested asking Layla for proper advice about castle construction. She believed Layla understood architecture and building techniques far better than Yuki himself. Yuki admitted he previously asked Layla for help regarding the castle project. However, he remained more focused on magical power than practical construction knowledge. Yuki asked Li-Fi about differences between Demon Lord castles and human castles, while showing her detailed miniature designs for future improvements and expansions. Soon, Yuki proudly revealed another strange creation called Mofurier MK.2. The mechanical animal appeared suddenly, surprising Li-Fi with its unusual appearance and functions. Yuki confidently explained the machine could not actually transform or dock together. Li-Fi stared silently, clearly unconvinced by his ridiculous explanation and excitement. Li-Fi immediately destroyed the irritating machine with a massive explosion. Yuki screamed in shock after watching his newest masterpiece disappear instantly before his eyes. Yuki became completely devastated after losing his precious creation so quickly. He could not understand why Li-Fi destroyed it over something so small and harmless. After calming down, Li-Fi apologized honestly for overreacting toward Yuki's invention. However, she still encouraged him to create something far better afterward. Yuki inspected the castle decorations while noting the strength and status of heroes in this world. He was curious about their abilities and the challenges they might pose. Opening the window, Yuki spotted the monster girls gathered outside for tea. Layla, Iluna, and she appeared calm, unaware of the potential danger approaching their home. Yuki explained that a hero had arrived. The monster girls expressed curiosity and caution, preparing themselves to avoid confrontation while observing closely. Layla emphasized heroes were powerful and merciless. The girls realized the need to respect their strength and act carefully within the castle. Yuki advised caution, but allowed the girls to stay outside. They nodded, understanding his guidance, and braced for the hero's eventual approach. Leficios entered a dark cave, sensing the dungeon's power. She paused, realizing the presence of a demon lord within. Yuki provided a summary of the dangers, explaining the monster's strength and the supreme dragon's territory. Leficios absorbed every detail, preparing for what lay ahead. Stepping carefully, Leficios explored the dungeon's interior. She examined the walls and gates, mindful of traps or hidden defenses. Leficios's heartbeat quickened as she faced unknown dangers. She remained alert, fully aware of the dungeon's mysteries and possible threats. Finally, the castle appeared ahead. Leficios marveled at its grandeur, understanding the scale of the Demon Lord's domain and its formidable power. Yuki grinned broadly, proud of the reaction his castle inspired. Layla noticed and playfully pulled his cheek, questioning his excitement. Layla asked if Yuki intended to harm the visiting girl. He reassured her, showing no intention of killing anyone within his domain. Layla considered the visitor's age and innocence. She decided not to act aggressively, reasoning that it would be inappropriate to harm someone so young. Leficios entered the castle cautiously. Yuki explained that the castle's defenses would automatically protect against any threat, ensuring safety. As Leficios explored, she sensed no monsters. She wondered if the defenses were real or just Yuki's imagination, remaining alert despite the calm. Leficios faced the training dummies in the castle corridor, swinging her sword while testing her skills. Each strike hit with force, creating loud sounds that echoed. She paused, surprised. No hostility was sensed, leaving her confused about the aggressive strikes she had just witnessed. Leficios walked further along the corridor, noticing the familiar layout of the hallway. It seemed unchanged despite her movements, making her feel disoriented. The swords and dummies reacted suddenly. Moving on their own, Leficios realized the castle's defenses were active, responding automatically to intruders. Overwhelmed by the unexpected chaos, Leficios struggled to comprehend what was happening. Her scouting skills failed to detect any living presence among the animated defenses. Leficios screamed in surprise as a sudden monster appeared, catching her off guard. Yuki watched, amused by her reactions to the trap. The trap repeated, leaving Leficios exhausted and bewildered. Yuki laughed, noting how it mimicked the feeling of a demon lord in a game. 3 wraith girls, Raini, Roi, and Ro, appeared, each with unique magical abilities. Leficios observed them carefully, preparing for any unexpected attacks. Yuki explained the castle's haunted mansion mode successfully concealed the wraiths. He admired the system's effectiveness and the playful chaos it caused. The monster girls teased Yuki, who laughed at the situation. Leficios remained alert, understanding the castle's defense system was both clever and unpredictable. Leficios crouched against the wall, crying quietly after the repeated traps overwhelmed her. The castle's defenses proved unpredictable and stressful. Yuki and Iluna noticed her distress. Iluna immediately offered to help, while Yuki watched carefully, unsure how best to intervene. Leficios continued crying as she walked down the corridor. Yuki tried to reassure her, acknowledging her fear and exhaustion from the automated traps. Startled by sudden movement, Leficios froze. She was overwhelmed by both fear and confusion, unsure what was real in the haunted castle. Yuki called out, attempting to calm her. Leficios panicked, mistaking him for a ghost, illustrating the effectiveness and intensity of the castle's haunted mansion mode. Leficios trembled as 3 miniature wraith girls floated above her. The castle's magic created an eerie yet playful atmosphere. Yuki reassured her, telling the wraith girls to move along. Leficios noticed the monsters obeyed his commands, realizing his control over the castle's defenses. Gathering courage, Leficios introduced herself as the hero Nell. She raised her sword cautiously, trying to assert her presence. Yuki calmly explained that his actions were not hostile. Leficios's surprise turned to confusion as she processed the situation. Yuki reminded her to calm down and resume her tasks. Leficios reluctantly accepted, still shaken by the castle's defenses and magical illusions. Leficios confronted Yuki. Fearing he might assault others again, she demanded assurance, recalling his past battles and violent actions. Yuki calmly asked her perspective, and whether she assumed his actions before understanding him. Leficios hesitated, uncertain of his true intentions. He explained he never started fights and only targeted his enemies. Leficios processed this, struggling to believe someone so powerful could act justly. Leficios nervously asked if Yuki would harm her too. He dismissed her fear, calling her a kid, and reassured her of no danger. Leficios protested being called a brat, but Yuki walked away, emphasizing practical matters and leaving her with a mix of relief and frustration. Leficios confessed her knees were weak and asked Yuki for help, showing exhaustion from navigating the castle's defenses. She stepped into a serene bath area, taking a moment to relax and reflect on recent events within the castle. Leficios looked around, feeling calmer and noticing the quiet beauty of the bath's surroundings. She questioned why she came, lost in thought while soaking, trying to regain composure and clarity. The sound of footsteps signaled someone approaching. Leficios's calm was interrupted, reminding her that the castle's challenges were never fully behind her. Yuki invited Aruna to stay in his dungeon for the night. She hesitated, but trusted the demon lord's care. Aruna quietly observed Yuki, realizing he never saw her as an enemy. Her scouting skill offered no alerts. She explored the dungeon's interior, recognizing familiar connections. The serene environment and Yuki's calm nature eased her nerves. Aruna confirmed she was safe. The young girl explained Oni-chan had saved her, showing loyalty and protective bonds. Aruna reflected on Oni-chan's kindness and playful moments. She smiled, appreciating both his cool and adorable sides. Aruna hesitated, noticing Yuki's unusual attention. She wondered about the rumors, questioning if the demon lord's behavior toward girls was odd. Aruna tried to understand Yuki. Despite his quirks, she realized his actions were normal for him, and not harmful at all. Yuki explained his intentions. He wanted to ask about humans and other matters, carefully avoiding any misunderstanding or conflict. A powerful woman appeared, questioning Yuki about summoning additional girls. The tension rose and Aruna watched cautiously, sensing the challenge. Yuki clarified the situation, proving innocence. Aruna noticed the hero's bravery and Yuki's composure, feeling relief and trust in both. Yuki helped Aruna after her bath. La Layla and the maid ensured her clothes were ready, everyone prepared for the next day. Yuki insisted on hosting the visiting hero. The woman protested, but he firmly maintained that the hero would stay safely with him. The next morning, Yuki questioned the hero about what she had heard regarding the demon. He listened attentively, showing patience and care. The hero explained the church had instructed her to defeat a demon. Yuki advised her to be skeptical and think carefully. The hero confirmed the church's role, not the army. Yuki noted the source and planned to handle the situation wisely. Aruna expressed concern about the hero's plan to confront a powerful figure. Yuki explained that outcomes depended on future actions. Yuki reassured her, stating he would protect his peace. Aruna realized his determination and sense of responsibility toward others. Yuki reflected that he only retaliates when attacked. Aruna noticed his calm nature, unsure of the full truth yet. The hero appreciated Yuki's hospitality, acknowledging that the girls acted from their own beliefs. Breakfast and kindness highlighted his character. The hero questioned her purpose, realizing she followed others' orders blindly. She doubted her role, wondering if she truly deserved to be called a hero. Aruna noticed Yuki seemed distracted at the table. She asked if something was on his mind, sensing curiosity and caution. She questioned Yuki about rumors regarding his behavior. Yuki was shocked and denied any such reputation, explaining his true intentions. Iruna pressed further, asking if he treated all girls like Iruna. Yuki clarified that she was like a little sister to him. Yuki reflected on Lefi, noting she was different from Iruna. He explained that he treated each person according to their character. Iruna smiled gently, admitting she needed to see his actions firsthand to understand. She realized Yuki's honesty and protective nature clearly. Yuki pondered the source of the infiltration. He considered the army and church, analyzing the motives behind the hero's actions. He realized the orders likely came from individuals with influence. Yuki decided it was more efficient to ask the hero directly. Yuki arrived at the town excitedly, eager to continue his investigation. He raised his arms, signaling his readiness to explore. Lefi warned the hero to be careful of Yuki's exuberant personality. Iruna watched nervously, observing Yuki's unpredictable energy. Yuki planned to enjoy sightseeing while searching for information. Everyone prepared to explore the castle and surrounding areas with him. Yuki was stopped at a checkpoint by the church. The hero and her companions accompanied him, showing identification and cooperation. The guards recognized the special sigil. They quickly prepared temporary IDs, allowing safe passage for the group through the checkpoint. Iruna explained to Yuki that the hero had a special pass prepared by the church. The process ensured smooth travel. Yuki reassured everyone that everything was fine. Lefi and Iruna confirmed understanding, helping maintain calm while moving through the city. Yuki excitedly began sightseeing while searching for information. Everyone followed, enjoying the exploration of the town and its bustling streets. Yuki saw a variety of food displayed and suggested they have a meal. Everyone prepared to enjoy the spread together, walking through the town. Yuki and Lefi noticed the delicious aroma of a shop. Iruna followed, observing their excitement. Yuki commented on the taste of Lefi's cooking, comparing it to Layla's. Lefi enjoyed the meal while blending in. Lefi suggested hiding her horns and tail to appear normal. Yuki thought about the difficulties and dangers of losing limbs. The group noticed a crowd gathering nearby. Yuki approached with curiosity, eager to see what event was taking place. Yuki noticed magic being used in the crowd. Lefi watched alongside him, jumping and trying to see over the gathering. Lefi climbed onto Yuki's shoulders, expressing excitement. Yuki reacted nervously while she teased him, enjoying the view from above. Iruna noticed Yuki's reaction and scolded him, insisting he control his gaze. Yuki embarrassedly tried to explain his innocence. Iruna observed Lefi and Yuki interacting. She realized the two had a playful dynamic and got along very well together. Yuki suggested they visit the guild after the event. Everyone agreed, preparing to continue their day of sightseeing and exploration. Yuki considered adventurer guild visits cautiously. Iruna explained adventurers often fight monsters. Yuki realized being a demon lord made him a potential target. Lefi explained adventurers also served as bodyguards or herb gatherers. Many didn't attack other races, giving Yuki cautious reassurance about interactions. Walking through the streets, Yuki, Iruna, and Lefi noticed past adventurers attacking mistakenly. They decided restraint over retaliation prevented unnecessary conflict. At the guild, the receptionist welcomed them politely. Lefi requested registration. Yuki and Iruna prepared the forms carefully, ensuring proper guild enrollment. Yuki confirmed backgrounds to the guild clerk. Iruna felt reassured. Together, they officially became adventurers, ready for challenges and future quests. Yuki asked Lefi to fill the forms, as ancient letters were difficult. Lefi agreed to assist, guiding them through registration. The clerk asked for their full names. Yuki wrote his. Lefi gave hers. Forms prepared carefully for proper registration. The clerk revealed their classes. Yuki, Demon Lord of Judgment. Lefi, Supreme Dragon. They were surprised, concerned about potential complications. The clerk explained classes defined battle roles. Non-combatant roles could also be selected. Yuki hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Yuki considered a non-combatant role, disguising his status like Lefi. They chose luggage carrier, officially entering the guild cautiously. Lefi worried about offensive skills. Yuki assigned her class as magician. Lefi agreed, noting she couldn't hold weapons, relying on magic. Yuki initially chose swordsman, but admitted reliance on magic. Lefi confirmed his offensive skills, ensuring registration reflected their true abilities accurately. Iruna revealed her primary skill, breath. Yuki and Lefi listened carefully, understanding her ability could influence combat and guild recognition. Iruna explained she could shoot powerful beams from her mouth. Yuki expressed excitement, impressed by her destructive capacity, cautious of potential damage. The guild clerk scanned Yuki's hand on the magic tool. Registration completed, confirming classes and abilities officially for future guild activities. Yuki confirmed registration completion. He held the ID plate, warning Lefi not to lose it. Their guild status was official. Yuki finished quickly and explained registration simplicity to Li-Fi. The receptionist provided basic adventurer guidance, easing them into guild procedures. With the ID, Yuki and Li-Fi could officially enter towns. Li-Fi expressed gratitude, while Iluna remained sleepy, adjusting to the process. Yuki asked if item box use was permitted. Li-Fi explained storage magic existed, rarely used, but allowed. Yuki nodded, relieved. Yuki offered to pay for monster materials himself. He explained the guild bought supplies, supporting adventures without overburdening companions. Yuki received the official ID plate from the guild. He warned Li-Fi not to lose it, making their registration final. The receptionist explained guild registration was simple. Yuki noted ease. Li-Fi listened. They received a brief introduction to adventurer responsibilities. With the ID, Yuki and Li-Fi could officially enter towns. They thanked the clerk, while Iluna remained slightly sleepy. Yuki asked about using storage magic. Li-Fi explained it existed for rare cases, allowing them to manage items safely during adventures. Yuki compared monster loot before and after sale. He bought food using monster earnings, showing the team their profitable adventure outcome. Li-Fi explained some people have difficulty circulating magic. Special IDs exist for them. Yuki and Li-Fi considered this unique aspect of town. The ripple IDs show magic element affinities. Yuki and Li-Fi realized the town and capital require these for adventurer recognition. Yuki learned Li-Fi's best element was fire. She explained limited versatility, mainly for burning objects. Yuki nodded, understanding her unique skills. Yuki praised Li-Fi's fire magic, noting warmth and beauty in its effect. Li-Fi smiled, appreciating his recognition and encouragement. Yuki and Li-Fi walked side by side, their bond strengthened through registration and mutual respect, preparing for adventures together in the world. Yuki, Li-Fi, and Iluna noticed troublesome people approaching. Li-Fi sensed tension. Yuki prepared cautiously, aware of potential conflict ahead in the street. The group stood firm in the street, their companions supported them, ready for any challenge. Shadows of attackers loomed ominously nearby. Hostile humans confronted Yuki and companions. They warned against pointing weapons. Yuki reflected on past lessons. Understanding retreat might sometimes be safest. Yuki argued he had defeated strong monsters and sold materials. Attackers doubted him, questioning his capability against dangerous foes in the town. Yuki discovered a powerful human enemy named Dorga. His stats and abilities astonished Yuki, revealing the real danger of the surrounding city. Yuki considered eliminating attackers using the item box. He assessed their strength. Most were weak hoodlums, but one appeared exceptionally dangerous. Yuki wanted to avoid trouble and continue sightseeing. He planned to act peacefully, aware that Li-Fi and Iluna were considered monsters. Dorga confronted them, revealing Yuki's magic tool exposed them. He warned a demon causing harm would trigger soldiers to intervene immediately. Dorga demanded money and women to remain silent. He commented on Li-Fi's appearance, suggesting inappropriate actions. Yuki evaluated their options carefully. Iluna remained quiet while Yuki thought. The group faced a moral dilemma and threat. They braced themselves for the humans' intentions. Iluna screamed in surprise. Yuki observed, evaluating the situation carefully. Attackers' intimidation began escalating, requiring cautious response from the group immediately. Dorga reacted angrily at Yuki's words, shocked by his defiance. Yuki remained composed, preparing mentally for the confrontation with this powerful human. Dorga yelled at Iluna, calling her "my woman." She blushed angrily and defended herself, refusing to yield to the threat forcefully. Iluna struck the attackers with precise force. Yuki and Li-Fi watched, impressed, as she defended them effectively, neutralizing the threat completely. The attackers were defeated, lying on the ground. Yuki, Li-Fi, and Iluna remained standing, victorious, demonstrating teamwork and strength against human aggressors. Dorga appeared threatening, wielding his massive axe. He warned Yuki and companions that they would regret provoking him, preparing for violent confrontation. Dorga's stats were revealed. Level 39, Advanced Axe Soldier, extremely strong and dangerous. Yuki and Li-Fi analyzed the threat carefully, calculating risks. The axe, called Demon Blade, carried a dark history. Yuki observed, noting its danger and potential to raise Dorga's abilities further. Yuki prepared to demonstrate his skills. Li-Fi and Iluna watched, concerned. Yuki's confidence indicated he had a plan to handle the powerful weapon. Nell examined the massive magic blade held by the older warrior. The weapon radiated immense power, far beyond anything she had seen before. Demon Lord Yuki appeared suddenly, a confident smile on his face. He prepared to reveal a weapon hidden up his sleeve. surprising Nell and the others. Yuki lifted the colossal fortress destroyer, its pitch-black surface gleaming. Its size and weight amazed everyone, dwarfing conventional magic swords. The old warrior swung his sword with force, testing Yuki's new weapon. The blade's physical might was unmatched, designed for strength alone. Yuki charged at the warrior, demonstrating that sheer power outweighed magic enhancements. The clash echoed through the streets. As skill met raw strength, Yuki swung the massive fortress destroyer against the older warrior's blade. Sparks flew as the two weapons clashed, each strike shaking the cobblestone street. The warrior counterattacked with a heavy axe, forcing Yuki to adjust his stance. He relied purely on strength and precision, ignoring magical enhancements. Their weapons collided repeatedly, creating a relentless barrage. Both fighters strained under the impact, demonstrating raw power and stamina against each other. Yuki noticed smoke rising around the battlefield. A sudden distraction covered the street, providing a chance to shift strategy. The smoke spread, concealing Yuki from his opponent. He remained alert, ready to strike while remaining unseen, turning the fight in his favor. The older warrior attacked fiercely, shouting at Yuki. Smoke and dust swirled around them as the battle intensified. Yuki's eyes glowed with power. He focused on the flow of the enemy's attacks, anticipating every move with precision. Using his magic eyes, Yuki predicted the warrior's strike. His fortress destroyer pierced the opponent's defenses effortlessly. The old warrior fell back, stunned. Yuki remained calm, holding his massive sword without any strain. Nell and the other companions watched quietly. Yuki turned toward them, his battle finished, showing his strength and control over the fight. Yuki warned his companions of his potential berserk state. He requested restraint if he lost control during battle. Nell and the others watched cautiously. Yuki approached the dark weapon, knowing its danger. While maintaining focus and calm, he sat quietly, holding the weapon. Shadows and magical energy swirled around him, the sword resonating with his power. The negative emotions from fallen enemies surrounded him. Words of hate, sorrow, and pain echoed, trying to invade his mind. Yuki shut out the voices, asserting control over the sword. He claimed dominance, showing he was master of the battlefield and the weapon. Yuki raised the dark weapon, shouting that only he could wield it. His determination radiated outward, overpowering all negative influences. Nell examined the weapon, planning to reforge it later into something stronger, showing careful attention to Yuki's tools. Nell asked if Yuki was unharmed inside. He reassured her, showing his control over emotions and his power in battle. Another companion confirmed that Yuki was unaffected by curses or magical influence. Peace returned as the tension eased. Nell teased Yuki about his anger. Yuki smiled, slightly embarrassed, signaling the battle's end, and a calm resolution among the group. Yuki appeared embarrassed after speaking out, glancing at the companion beside him. The group acknowledged his words with quiet affirmation. He apologized for his statement, explaining his intent had been to reassure his companions during the fight. Nell touched Yuki's face gently, telling him not to apologize and showing that his words had made her genuinely happy. Yuki looked flustered, suggesting they move on. The companions walked together, sharing a lighter, calm moment after the battle. The group continued down the street. The city buildings loomed overhead, signaling the end of the confrontation and the return to daily life. City guards appeared, shouting orders. They demanded obedience, threatening to treat Yuki and his companions as rebels if they refused. Nell, Yuki, and the others stood silently, surprised by the sudden confrontation. They assessed the situation, prepared for whatever action might be necessary. Yuki encounters a group of people lying unconscious in the alley. He raises his hands, explaining he was only defending himself from thieves. The city guards arrive. The chief recognizes that Yuki is truthful. They identify the fallen as criminals with prior records. The guards apologize for troubling Yuki and offer to guide him to the governor's mansion. Yuki remains calm and cooperative, prepared for the next step. Leficios walks alongside Yuki, expressing her preference for a simple meal before official matters. They approach the grand mansion together. Inside the mansion, Yuki meets the governor. The formal greeting signals the start of important negotiations, while Yuki remains composed. The governor holds a dagger, trembling in fear. He pleads for his citizens' safety, expecting vengeance, but Yuki remains calm, signaling a discussion rather than violence. Yuki explains that he came to investigate, not to harm. The governor realizes Yuki has no intention of random killings, easing his tension. Yuki questions the governor about who secretly controls the king, aiming to uncover the true power behind the country's unrest. Yuki explains the top echelon's ability to manipulate armies and the church, clarifying the stakes of political maneuvering. Shiai, the Holy Knight, introduces herself as the hero of the current generation, formalizing their purpose in the mansion. Shi explains how she attempted to subjugate a target but was defeated. The governor is surprised and questions why a hero accompanies a demon lord. Shi and Yuki clarify they came to verify facts, not act on personal vengeance. The governor acknowledges the hardships they faced and contemplates the unusual situation. Yuki asks who is causing all the turmoil. The governor angrily clenches his fist, frustrated by the country's hidden power struggles. The governor admits he cannot reveal the true instigators, maintaining secrecy despite pressure. Suddenly, Yuki's magical aura flares, startling the governor and Shi, emphasizing his power and presence. Yuki threatens the governor, suggesting he could destroy the city to get answers. The governor remains composed, refusing to endanger his people. The governor declares Yuki useless to him, indicating the conversation has reached a stalemate. Yuki absorbs the statement calmly, preparing for the next step. Yuki and Leficios prepare to leave, deciding to take a break and get some food after the tense negotiation. The governor silently watches them leave. Leficios excitedly thinks about skewered meat, while Yuki plans sightseeing before returning. Shishi sets up the next meeting, reminding Yuki to meet in front of the governor's mansion tomorrow, to continue their investigation. Shishi and the governor reflect on Yuki's actions. Shidi notes his power is extraordinary, yet he remains calm and non-aggressive. Yuki's abilities are shown to be protective rather than destructive. He uses his strength to safeguard himself and those around him. Shi finds it hard to believe someone like Yuki could be the feared demon lord, given his restraint and sense of justice. The governor finally reveals the instigator behind recent conflicts, Prince Ryuto, who aims to conquer the haunted forest. Shi is shocked by the revelation. The haunted forest holds untapped resources, motivating the prince's ambitions and setting up future challenges for Yuki and companions. Shi and the governor discuss the noble's growing influence. The governor explains that even the upper army echelons cannot stop them and questions if the king is aware. The king, portrayed alone in the throne room, is described as kind but unaware of others' ill intentions, making him a mediocre ruler in political affairs. The governor expresses frustration at the lack of awareness regarding threats. Shi plans to consult the church's holy knights to ensure proper guidance for the kingdom. Scenes shift to the city streets. Citizens move about while Yuki and Leficios prepare to continue their investigation. Yuki explains the prince's manipulations clearly. An evil ear dungeon monster is revealed, able to relay information to the dungeon master, indicating Yuki's monitoring and intelligence network. Yuki walks through the market with Leficios, showing her the 27 secret devices he has collected. Leficios is impressed but mostly interested in the snacks. Yuki contemplates the prince, realizing that attacking him directly could spark a full-scale war due to heavy city defenses and political implications. He decides that even if war breaks out, Leficios' presence ensures their safety. Yuki carefully considers strategies to protect his allies. Leficios relaxes in the dungeon, enjoying leisure time and snacks, reflecting Yuki's intention for her to have a peaceful life. Yuki resolves to protect the city with his own power, prioritizing everyone's daily life and avoiding unnecessary conflict, even if it means personal sacrifice. Yuki contemplates what he should do next. Weighing his options carefully, his determination to act responsibly is clear. Leficios offers to help Yuki finish his meal, showing her supportive and gentle nature. Yuki acknowledges her presence silently. Walking through the streets, Yuki silently resolves to protect the peaceful lives of the citizens, rejecting external pressures or temptations. The group is confronted by a city guard who recognizes Yuki. His identity as a demon lord begins to stir shock and fear. The guard's reaction highlights Yuki's growing reputation. Yuki remains composed, reinforcing his intent to safeguard the city without unnecessary conflict. Yuki is confronted by a city guard who demands to know his purpose. Yuki quickly signals for silence, maintaining calm composure. Yuki explains that he simply wishes to have a small discussion with the local governor, keeping his intentions peaceful and focused. Shichi reacts with surprise, realizing Yuki did not inform her about this plan, highlighting his independent approach while still including his companions in the mission. Yuki and Lefi arrived at a quiet inn after traveling through the town. They admired the building but longed for the comfort of their own home. Yuki smiled, thinking about the life they shared in the dungeon. That night, Yuki and Lefi collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. The food was satisfying, but the single bed left them cramped. Both silently wished for more space as they rested. The next day, Yuki walked through the city streets with Lefi. He waved at familiar faces and prepared to visit an important place. They reached the governor's mansion, where officials awaited. Yuki noticed someone significant behind the gates, anticipating the meeting. Inside, Yuki discussed the cursed weapon with the governor. Details were exchanged carefully, revealing the next challenge they would face together. Yuki examined the cursed weapon carefully, lifting it to understand its strength. He inspected its edges and design, curious about its power and past owner. The governor and guards reacted with alarm as Yuki held the weapon. They raised their spears, fearful of its dangerous reputation, shouting for caution. Yuki assured them he had tamed the cursed weapon. The governor looked shocked and uneasy, asking Yuki to put it away for safety. Yuki reflected on Lefi's earlier interaction with the weapon. He considered how their unique abilities made handling it possible, while others would struggle. The governor analyzed the weapon's effects. Its power could boost Yuki's experience and abilities beyond normal limits, making it far stronger than ordinary humans could wield. Yuki explained the cursed weapon's past to the governor. He noted it had been partially dormant, and its previous owner had not used it for long. The governor warned Yuki to avoid causing trouble. He emphasized maintaining order and urged caution in all interactions. Yuki insisted he would explore the city, despite the warning. The governor remained skeptical but accepted his decision, acknowledging his duty. Nell cheered for the food vendors in the city, declaring she would protect their work. Lefi and Yuki watched, amused. A new companion kept an eye on them, unfamiliar with the city. She decided to guide Yuki and the others through the streets. Yuki and Lefi explored the city, eager to visit a weapon shop and bookstore. They discussed their preferences for sweets and meals while walking. The shop's interior displayed numerous weapons neatly arranged. A guard kept watch, ensuring the merchandise remained secure. Yuki observed the shop's layout, noting the high-quality storage and careful organization. He planned how to navigate through it efficiently. Excited, Yuki realized the shop offered top-tier equipment even knights used. He anticipated acquiring strong items for future adventures. Yuki located the discounted section and began analyzing the items. He evaluated quality with his skills, comparing them for the best potential upgrades. Yuki lifted a sword from the shelves, examining its design. He noted its unique shape and imagined how it could be reforged for greater power. The sword revealed itself as part of the ancient weapon series. Yuki read its description, astonished by the sword's legendary history and immeasurable quality. Excited, Yuki considered using other weapons as materials to enhance it. Lefi observed, impressed by his inventive thinking and potential for creating something spectacular. Yuki asked Lefi if she wanted anything. He explored options to combine materials, preparing to craft a powerful new weapon. Lefi interrupted, demanding food instead of weapons. Yuki chuckled and continued his work, while Lefi reminded him of their ongoing adventures and errands throughout the city. Yuki prepared to visit the next location, calling Nell to follow him as they continued their city exploration. Nell asked if she could look around more. Yuki gently encouraged her to come along, managing her curiosity with patience. Yuki handed money to Lefi to satisfy her hunger. With her busy, he could finally focus on exploring the city and its shops. He noticed the creaking of a door as he entered a new area, alert and cautious about his surroundings. Yuki arrived at a bookstore. He examined the interior carefully, prepared to browse the shelves and find items useful for their journey. Yuki stepped into the bookstore, observing the shelves filled with books. He noticed the strong scent of paper and the popularity of books in this world. He found a book on the basics of magic circuits. Yuki realized he needed to improve his skill to rely less on the magic transfer method. Excited, he imagined creating a weapon with multiple enchantments. His enthusiasm grew as he pictured combining effects like paralyze, poison, burn, sleep, and freeze. Yuki eagerly explored more books, excited to learn and expand his magical knowledge. He studied diligently, ready for experimentation. Using his skill, he could read the texts but struggled to fully understand them. He remained determined to master the knowledge within the books. Yuki left the bookstore carrying his purchases, determined to study magic and weapons. His passion remained strong despite the challenges he faced. He used a tracking device to locate Lefi, discovering she was nearby. Yuki followed her through the streets to stay close. In the city square, Lefi and Nell interacted with townspeople. Yuki observed the scene carefully, keeping an eye on potential dangers. Two townspeople approached, inviting them to join a meal. Yuki noted the friendly gesture while considering their safety and next steps. Suddenly, Yuki sensed danger. His instincts screamed that someone was in trouble, compelling him to act quickly to save them. Yuki stood in the town square, protecting his companions Nell and Aluna from unwelcome attention. He kept a calm watch as townsfolk passed by, ensuring no one bothered them. Aluna and Nell greeted Yuki with delight, offering him a generous portion of meat. Their cheerful smiles reflected relief and gratitude for his return. Yuki accepted the food and assessed the situation. He encouraged Nell to follow him, while townsfolk lingered, uncertain of his presence. They moved carefully through the streets, Yuki checking that nothing threatened them. His vigilance kept the group safe. As they walked onward, Yuki reminded them of the importance of appreciation and thoughtfulness, silently securing both their safety and happiness for the journey ahead. Nell followed Yuki through the city streets, thanking him for his guidance. Yuki reassured her, explaining he handled such situations carefully out of habit. Yuki reflected on lessons from his previous life while asking Nell to guide him to a good restaurant. Levi accompanied them, still enthusiastic, despite already eating. In the busy restaurant, Nell and Aluna watched as Yuki marveled at the abundance of food. The group was amazed at how much they could eat. Yuki and Levi dug into the meal with hunger and delight. He noted differences in mana density, showing his awareness of the world's magic. Aluna commented on Yuki's constant alertness, observing how his body compensated for past struggles. The group shared a quiet moment, enjoying both food and camaraderie. Yuki and Leafy sat at the table, comparing the city's mana to other places. Leafy playfully teased Yuki for being insensitive, while he focused on understanding the energy required to maintain his demon lord body. Yuki savored a large burger, thinking about its energy value and commenting on the taste. Nell reminded him to pay attention to other details while enjoying their meal. Nell shared information about previous occurrences, noting cases similar to their current situation. Yuki listened carefully, processing the details. They discussed the possibility of multiple cursed demon blade owners. Nell carefully considered Yuki's questions, evaluating the likelihood of such events. Yuki reflected on cases where people suddenly went violent or destructive. The group remained thoughtful, recognizing the growing importance of understanding these dangerous patterns. Nell explained to Yuki that incidents involving sudden violence had surged recently. Yuki listened while considering the increasing chaos and how it related to the demon blade. Yuki examined the image of the demon blade, understanding it was connected to the surge of violent events in the city. Observing the city guards and commotion through a window, Yuki realized the city's noise reflected the unrest caused by these mysterious events. He contemplated that someone might be spreading forces causing people to lose control, similar to the effects of the demon blade. Yuki reassured Nell and Aluna, warning them to be cautious while sightseeing. The group acknowledged the danger, preparing for the uncertain threats ahead. Leafy ate her meal with gusto, while Yuki and Nell watched. Yuki noted the danger if Leafy encountered strangers and relayed warnings from others. Leafy confidently stated she could handle even a venom king, large snake, despite the ominous name. Yuki and Nell exchanged surprised glances. Yuki asked about sightseeing plans for the evening. Nell inquired if any places remained to explore, curious about the city. Nell explained the city wasn't a tourist destination but crowded due to adventurers. The group considered where to go next. Outside the city walls, Yuki, Nell, and Leafy faced the open landscape. Yuki's expression hardened as he prepared for potential threats beyond the walls. The Adventurers Guild displayed quests, including giant spider and orc subjugation. Yuki prepared to test his strength against these challenges. Yuki reassured Nell, explaining that the monsters were weak. He smiled confidently, eager to begin the task while Leafy observed silently. He advised caution, noting the monsters normally moved in groups. Nell and Leafy listened carefully as Yuki planned their approach. Leafy demonstrated her strength, striking Yuki to show her power. Yuki acknowledged her skill and the presence of nearby enemies. Goblins appeared from the trees, but Yuki spotted them easily. The group prepared to confront the threat, ready to take on the guild quest together. Leafy readied her magic, summoning fire with focus. She prepared to unleash her strength on the nearby enemies. Yuki panicked slightly, warning Leafy to avoid environmental destruction. The group remained cautious as they balanced power with control. Yuki demonstrated his own skill by throwing a high-pressure water ball, similar to his water dragon attack. The forest shook from the impact. The attack left a large crater in the landscape, showing the power both Yuki and Leafy wielded. Yuki, Leafy, and Nell stared at the aftermath, stunned by the sheer force of their abilities and the scale of destruction they could create. Yuki explained the mechanics of his water dragon attack, describing how pressure could cause an explosion if impacted externally. Nell asked Leafy if she was a strong magic user. Leafy confidently claimed she could easily destroy a human city without magic, astonishing Nell. Leafy revealed she was an ancient dragon, surprising Nell with her true nature as a supreme dragon, and the strongest among dragon variations. Yuki clarified Leafy's personality, noting her brat-like demeanor and unique virtues, which explained her behavior despite her immense power. Nell reacted with shock, realizing that Leafy, a supreme dragon, was taking action alongside Yuki. The group stared in awe at her true identity and strength. Yuki and Leafy faced each other, ready to take action. Leafy offered to take on a fight in Yuki's place, surprising him. Yuki held up a lollipop, using it in a playful gesture. Levi chased him with determination, creating a light-hearted moment despite prior tension. Yuki reassured Levi that everything would be fine, encouraging her to rest while he handled the challenges ahead. Levi refused to let Yuki protect her alone, showing her independent and stubborn nature. Nell laughed, relieved to see the playful interaction. Her mood lightened as she observed her companion's camaraderie and determination. Nell smiled warmly at Yuki and Levi, trusting them completely. She expressed her reliance on both of them, showing her support and confidence in their abilities. 4 hours later, the group sat back at a table after their first subjugation quest. Despite Levi scaring off all the monsters, only the goblins remained, and the quest ultimately failed. They laughed and argued, reflecting on the chaotic but memorable experience. Masked figures gathered in a dim chamber. They reported that the demon blade had been stolen, and tension filled the room. The group discussed the thief, suspecting a tourist. They questioned whether the governor was involved, trying to make sense of the unexpected loss. They debated options, considering brainwashing the thief. Some doubted the plan, noting the thief's strength and resilience against the demon blade. A change of plan was declared. The group decided there was no need for restraint and prepared to act decisively. Plans were set in motion. The conspirators committed fully, vowing to protect their homeland by any means necessary. Yuki and Laficios waved goodbye as Nell departed for the day, smiling under the bright sky. Their home felt lighter without immediate danger. They walked through the quiet village streets, noting how well Nell had adjusted to their unusual household and routines. They reflected on the absence of others, feeling the day was unexpectedly peaceful and enjoying the calm surroundings together. Laficios admitted she felt a strange disappointment in someone's absence. Yuki appreciated simply walking alongside her without rush. They pondered how much had happened in less than half a year, yet their bond felt timeless, stronger than days counted. Yuki warned himself to conserve energy for emergencies, avoiding chores. Suddenly, a loud scream pierced the street, startling him. Laficios and Yuki noticed a girl running toward them, panicked, while shadows and tension filled the village streets. A man appeared, holding a sword wildly, yelling about a monster. Yuki stayed calm, assessing the threat. The man attacked violently. Yuki reacted instantly, stopping him with precise action before he could harm anyone. The attacker collapsed, trembling and defeated. Yuki and Laficios remained composed, the village quieting as danger was swiftly neutralized. Yuki and Laficios noticed something strange. Yuki's magic eyes were urged to detect the source, alerting them to danger. The possessed man became enveloped in dark magic, revealing he was controlled, despite being already dead. Yuki reflected on his experience with necromancers, realizing the attacker was no longer human, relieved it was not alive. Laficios explained it was a zombie, clarifying that the caster responsible was unseen, and Yuki analyzed the threat cautiously. She instructed Yuki to ensure all bodies were completely destroyed. They planned to eliminate the undead and the caster safely. Yuki prepared to intercept the manipulated man, realizing magic was controlling him. He acted quickly to avoid harm. He concentrated, using a larger magical force to take over the control and stabilize the situation. The man collapsed, and Yuki observed, relieved that the threat was from necromancy, not a living human. Laficios explained that the necromancer's actions were malicious, and all controlled bodies needed to be neutralized completely. Yuki decided to alert the guards using the bell, ensuring the village could respond and remain safe from further threats. A bell rang urgently, signaling an emergency. Yuki learned that dragons were approaching the city, prompting immediate evacuation. Yuki planned to use concealment magic to scout the city from above. Laficios remained behind, observing the unfolding events carefully. Dragons appeared in the sky, their wings spreading wide. Yuki prepared to act swiftly to counter their threat. Nell urged villagers to run. She used her holy magic, Turn Undead, to command the undead attacker to return to its realm. Information appeared, explaining the undead phenomenon. Yuki and Laficios absorbed the details, understanding how to fight these supernatural threats efficiently. Nell realized that undead were appearing in the city, and even victims were rising, hinting at someone manipulating events behind the scenes. She regretted parting from Yuki and Laficios when the chaos began, knowing she needed to act quickly. Determined, Nell resolved to think and move strategically, aiming to save as many people as possible from the undead threat. City guards prepared defenses, instructed not to break formations, holding the line against the encroaching threat. The governor's mansion reinforced its defenses, guards standing ready to protect against the undead assault, while Nell took initiative. Guards coordinated the city's defense, managing refugees and reporting the situation. Leaders assessed the threat of undead in the streets. The governor instructed commanders to prioritize taking care of citizens, then proceed to the city center where the uprising was strongest. Leaders rallied the soldiers, motivating them to reclaim the city from undead forces while maintaining morale and order. Veteran soldiers reflected on past battles, comparing the current undead threat with previous wars and skirmishes. The governor resolved to act for his citizens, preparing to personally swing his sword to protect the city and its people. Yuki looked down at the town square from above, noticing terrified villagers running from approaching dangers. The chaos was overwhelming as he observed from his wings, understanding the severity of the attack. Zombies surged through the streets, reaching the defenseless citizens. Adventurers fought back fiercely, cutting down the undead as panic spread. Yuki watched silently, noting the struggle of humans and monsters alike. He analyzed the situation calmly, realizing that severing limbs and using holy water was an effective strategy. Yuki considered letting the adventurers handle the fight themselves. Thoughtful, he wondered who orchestrated the attacks, and why the city faced such targeted aggression. The motives behind the chaos remained unclear, demanding careful observation. Yuki concluded that the invaders aimed to distract rather than conquer. He remained vigilant, contemplating the balance of control and the safety of the city's inhabitants. Yuki spotted a group in the distance, hidden near a lone tree. Relief and urgency mixed as he realized their location. Nell charged forward, striking at approaching zombies. Her swift attacks created space between the monsters and the vulnerable villagers. Adventurers continued fighting strategically, cutting down zombies with precision. The streets were strewn with fallen enemies as their defense held. Yuki and Nell coordinated silently. He instructed careful action, balancing offense while keeping the area safe as the city acted as a refuge. Nell handed holy water to Yuki, signaling the final step. Together, they ensured the zombies were neutralized and the villagers secured. Yuki held a high-grade mana potion, preparing to act against the hidden threat. Nell looked surprised, trusting his judgment. Yuki assured her he would handle the incoming group. Nell agreed to stay behind, ready to support when needed. Nell expressed willingness to do anything in return for Yuki's plan. He considered her offer carefully, noting her dedication. She realized her words might be misunderstood. Both paused, tension and worry blending with the urgency of battle. Nell quickly clarified her limits, warning Yuki not to overstep. He nodded, respecting her boundaries while planning the next move. Yuki gently patted Nell on the head, signaling trust and asking for guidance through the city. From a distance, 5 hooded figures were spotted near a lone tree, watching silently. The figures moved closer, their intentions unclear, creating tension as Yuki observed and prepared. Yuki focused on the approaching group, assessing their numbers and planning a strategy to confront them. With swift movement, Yuki attacked the hooded figures, cutting through their advance and readying for the upcoming battle. Yuki struck swiftly, cutting through the first hooded figure's attack with precision and speed. One hooded figure confronted Yuki directly, questioning if he was truly a demon. While advancing aggressively, Yuki dodged a dangerous strike, responding with quick reflexes and a confident stance, ready for the next attack. He parried incoming strikes, clashing swords with the attackers and creating space for strategic advantage. A foe attempted to summon reinforcements, but Yuki stood firm, prepared to block the ritual and maintain control of the battlefield. Yuki faced a summoning circle filled with monstrous beasts, including a bear, wolves, and a large feline. He assessed their strength and gross appearance, noting they were far stronger than the undead sent to the city. The enemy commander panicked as Yuki's control of the battlefield became evident. Realizing the danger he underestimated, Yuki ran toward the enemy, refusing to let them execute their plan, moving swiftly to counter the summoning. He dodged a hidden trap, landing safely while remaining prepared to engage the monsters and any further attacks. Yuki focused intensely, gathering all his magic power to perform a dispel spell capable of destroying the enemy's magic configuration. He landed a decisive strike against the enemy, ending the confrontation and demonstrating the overwhelming strength of the demon lord within him, leaving the foe defeated and powerless. Yuki oversaw villagers clearing debris from the destroyed graveyard. Leficios observed quietly, ensuring safety while villagers worked. The town slowly recovered from past attacks, rebuilding with determination. Iluna carried supplies, consulting a map to coordinate reconstruction. Villagers gathered food and materials while everyone contributed to restoring their homes. Yuki guided logistics efficiently. Yuki and Leficios reviewed the progress of rebuilding. The town remained damaged but functional. Yuki ensured injured people received care and that corpses were handled respectfully. Leficios identified a dangerous figure from previous encounters. Yuki prepared cautiously, remembering the threat. Iluna observed closely, analyzing their next move. The governor's plan unfolded as Yuki and companions awaited intelligence from captured enemies. Strategy and negotiation began, with the town's safety depending on careful decisions. Yuki and Leficios rested inside the rebuilt house. They reflected on the city's magic circle, which had summoned the undead. Leficios quietly agreed with Yuki, considering how the city's defenses and remnants of magic affected everyone's safety and routine. Leficios clutched a small treat, keeping it for herself. Yuki observed her carefully, noting her protective and thoughtful behavior. Yuki reached out, offering a piece of the treat to Leficios. She hesitated, then accepted it cautiously. Leficios finally tasted the treat. Both felt the simple comfort of sharing, a brief moment of peace amid their ongoing responsibilities. Yuki showed Leficios a ring he had bought for her. The ring could adjust to her dragon form, preventing it from breaking. Leficios questioned if she needed to wear it all the time. Yuki explained she could wear it whenever she liked. Yuki noticed Leficios' hand returning to normal size. He realized the timing was perfect for giving the ring. They sat outside while villagers passed by. Yuki and Leficios prepared for a quiet moment, sharing the present privately. Leficios accepted the ring. Yuki placed it on her finger, and they sat together peacefully, enjoying the rare calm evening. Leficios reached for glowing lights in the night sky, enjoying a moment of calm. Yuki watched quietly beside her. Leficios smiled at Yuki and spoke softly, holding his hand as they sat together. Yuki's heart felt lighter. She expressed her happiness, thanking Yuki for the thoughtful gesture. Yuki quietly acknowledged her gratitude, feeling satisfied with her joy. Yuki and Leficios traveled back to their village. The landscape reminded them of home, signaling safety and comfort ahead. Iruna ran to Yuki with joy, and he returned her enthusiasm. Everyone felt reunited, the family home welcoming them warmly again. Yuki returned home with Leficios. A cheerful Layla greeted them, announcing their arrival while Yuki reassured her. Yuki smiled warmly. Noticing the happiness on everyone's faces, the peaceful home welcomed them back after their journey. Iruna appeared, running to Yuki with excitement. Yuki looked slightly surprised, but reached out to hold her hand. Iruna's joy was infectious. She giggled and jumped, expressing relief and happiness at seeing Yuki again. Leficios observed Iruna's excitement, commenting on her appearance matching Yuki's preferences. Yuki confirmed, amazed by her energy and happiness. Yuki watched Leficios gently pat Iruna's head, wondering what kind of person she had become after her recent growth. Iruna smiled, confirming her progress. She had successfully accomplished a new skill, demonstrating her growth and confidence. Iruna's transformation as a healer was revealed. Her stats and abilities had increased rapidly, surprising Yuki with her potential. Yuki reflected on how Layla's guidance and the Predator skill contributed to Iruna's accelerated development. He analyzed her growth carefully. Leficios pointed something out to Yuki, making him consider her rapid evolution. Yuki observed thoughtfully, recognizing Iruna's impressive progress and strength. Leficios explained that she had given magic to She periodically. This helped She grow and develop new abilities quickly. Yuki reminded She of her magical strength, while Leficios noted the unusual growth she had experienced since their return. She expressed happiness at matching others in appearance. Her joy reflected the improvements in her abilities and self-confidence. Yuki commented on She's rapid evolution, acknowledging her growth and the effects of Layla's guidance. He analyzed her transformation. Everyone observed She's progress, and the new roles of monsters, like Fenrir's servants. Yuki appreciated the changes that occurred during their absence. Fenrir wagged his tail happily, recognized as a legendary class monster with many loyal servants. Leficios noted his impressive status compared to others. Yuki watched, stretching and relaxing, appreciating the calm after recent events. Yuki decided to stay in his home for a while, enjoying a rare moment of rest. He reflected on his responsibilities, but allowed himself a peaceful break, content with the current stability and the support of his companions around him. Yuki gathered Shiai and Iluna in the workshop, preparing to craft a new weapon. Today, the dungeon would gain a powerful tool. The materials were laid out: Orichalcon, a cursed demon axe, an ancient hero weapon, and abundant magic power. Yuki readied himself to channel his energy. Yuki activated his skill, merging the materials into a sword. The weapon glowed, growing in strength, a true instrument to combat evil. Iluna examined the blade curiously, noting its unique curve. Yuki explained it was a katana from the eastern lands. She tried lifting it, struggling with its weight. Yuki warned her, but she grinned, determined. Showing her wolf heritage made her strong enough. Yuki prepared to test the new katana in the forest, taking Rear with him for a hunting trial. The morning air was crisp. They encountered monsters, and Yuki swung the katana with precision. Each strike cut effortlessly, demonstrating the weapon's sharpness and growth potential. Yuki marveled at the sword's balance and lightness, feeling his power enhanced by its magic. The blade responded perfectly to his movements. Rare praised the sword's performance, and Yuki considered adding a magic circuit to turn defeated foes into ashes. The next day, Yuki studied magic circuits under Layla-sensei's guidance, practicing new techniques to improve the katana's abilities and his combat skill. Layla-sensei explained to Yuki the concept of magic circuits, showing how inscribed symbols could replace chanting to channel magic more efficiently. Yuki listened carefully as Layla-sensei described how to arrange magic images, allowing spells to be cast visually, simplifying the process. She gave an example using fireball magic, dividing it into circuits and explaining options for controlling, shaping, and shooting the spell with precision. Yuki asked about three-dimensional circuits, understanding how fully connected circuits improve magic activation while minimizing delay in energy flow. Layla-sensei confirmed his insight, and Yuki's ideas impressed her. He now planned to apply three-dimensional circuits to enhance both combat and dungeon magic. Layla-sensei left abruptly, leaving Yuki puzzled, while ghostly magical figures floated nearby, representing his next lesson in magic. Yuki observed the magical projections as they interacted, stretching and moving, demonstrating the flexible nature of magic circuits in practice. He relaxed on a bench outside, smiling as two young spirits rested against him. The peaceful afternoon allowed for reflection. Back in the dungeon, Iluna and Rear continued practicing magic circuits, writing and inscribing symbols to strengthen their skills under Yuki's supervision. Later, Yuki and the girls went fishing by the river. They caught various creatures, including a large fish and a bizarre monster, enjoying the calm of the day together. Yuki tried grilling meat outdoors, but Iluna teased him for losing a playful game, making him the one cooking. The girls watched nearby, extending their magic to playfully stretch and manipulate objects, creating a lively, whimsical scene. Yuki relaxed on the bench watching the girls enjoy themselves. He smiled as his wolf companion howled in the distance. Iluna and Rear fed each other, showing playful affection and practicing teamwork, while Yuki observed the interactions with amusement. Their day ended with fishing and catching unusual creatures. Yuki celebrated the catch while the girls reacted with excitement and laughter. Yuki smiled as he tasted food Iruna fed him. Layla warned not to spoil him too much, while the girls prepared more dishes. She agreed that food tastes better when shared, laughing together as they enjoyed their meal outdoors. Yuki and Iluna exchanged bites of vegetables, showing small gestures of kindness and teamwork while monitoring the grill. Iluna playfully claimed victory in a feeding game, teasing Yuki to feed her meat instead, sparking laughter among the group. Rear offered Yuki's portion to Layla-sensei, and the group shared food happily, demonstrating trust, friendship, and cooperation in their peaceful day. Yuki comforted Rear, apologizing for teasing her about sharing fish. He reassured the wolf girl that he appreciated her generosity. Layla-sensei instructed the girls on slicing fish properly and filling it with meat, demonstrating care and practical guidance. As night fell, Yuki continued feeding Iluna with patience, the stars overhead creating a peaceful and gentle atmosphere. The group enjoyed a quiet moment outdoors, sharing food and laughter, highlighting their growing bond and harmony. News arrived of a coup d'état, a sudden disruption that drew attention away from their peaceful life, signaling trouble in the kingdom. Yuki realized he had let his guard down, feeling the tension of responsibility as the kingdom's political crisis began to weigh on him. She reflects on the recent disturbances, realizing the Demon Blade incident and undead uproar were mere distractions. Yuki considers how Alfiro's army was manipulated with drugs and brainwashing magic, preventing them from revealing crucial information. She notes the capital is controlled by the prince's faction, with the king and princess missing, leaving no immediate course of action. Yuki worries about the high probability of a prince-led invasion, recognizing the danger their army poses. He turns to Shi, questioning the church's plans as they prepare for the next move. She worries that the hard-headed prince will pressure the church if he gains political power, basing her concern on his past actions. Yuki notes the church is planning to rescue the king soon, though the king's current status remains uncertain. Shi feels reassured but conflicted, while Yuki decides to support the rescue effort to protect the king rather than confront the prince directly. Yuki resolves to operate through the anti-prince faction, avoiding direct detection while ensuring the prince can be defeated. He proclaims his intent to help as the Demon Lord, planning to assist the church's mission carefully. Yuki assures he has a plan for the upcoming mission before setting off. He bids farewell to the girls, reminding them to behave while he is away. Shia warns him not to flirt with other girls, and Yuki entrusts the dungeon's safety to her. Yuki expresses his trust in Shi, counting on her to manage everything in his absence. He rides with Rear, heading to the capital to carry out his plan, while the girls watch him go. A group of people screams in panic while running through the forest, indicating sudden danger approaching them rapidly. The girls discuss why being near their master feels cozy, realizing his magic power affects individuals uniquely. Levi explains the master's magic attracts others, subtly influencing behavior and creating a kind of charm or womanizer effect. The girls notice a ring on Levi's hand and question its significance, intrigued by its possible meaning or origin. Levi confirms she received the ring from Yuki, surprising the girls while they discuss his feelings and intentions. Levi reflects on her feelings, noting her first real experience spending time with someone without fear or hostility. The girls remark on Yuki's peculiar nature, and Levi admits she is unsure of her own feelings about him. During the night, they discuss how Levi and Yuki first met, recalling the unusual circumstances that brought them together. Yuki and she travel toward their destination, noting their faster progress compared to traveling by horse for 2 days. The group arrives at capital Alshil, preparing to continue their mission as the fortified city gates come into view. Yuki and she observe the castle gates and guards, wondering how they can enter the heavily secured capital without being noticed. She panics seeing tightened security, realizing the difficulty of getting inside, while Yuki remains calm and evaluates the situation. They discuss the emergency-only magic tools previously planned to conceal their approach, originally meant for meeting with the church's knights. Yuki and she confirm their plan for after entering the capital, acknowledging the limitations of their stealth approach. Yuki uses his stealth skill, carrying she as they attempt to scale the walls and bypass the guards unseen. She panics as Yuki instructs her to stay quiet while he carefully maneuvers them over the castle walls. Yuki and Shai fly above the castle walls using wings, startling Shai as they see the guards below. Shai reacts to a sudden voice, but Yuki reminds her to stay silent, keeping their stealthy approach intact. Guards notice something from above, calling for more light and alerting others, increasing tension for Yuki and she. Yuki explains that the guards are now alert, anticipating the next steps as she questions his plan. Levi observes the city below as Yuki plans their descent, preparing to enter the castle undetected, despite looming danger. Yuki and she launch toward the castle, beginning their assault, announcing themselves as the Demon Lord and Hero duo charging in. Demon Lord Yuki persuades Nell, the hero, to abandon attacking his dungeon, gaining her support and trust for future plans. Yuki discovers someone is interfering with the dungeon and travels with Nell to the royal capital to confront the culprit. Nell becomes frustrated when Yuki warns her not to raise her voice, leading to tension between the two companions. Despite Nell pouting, Yuki convinces her to wait, as approaching guards force them to pause their argument temporarily. Nell clicks her tongue at Yuki and guides him toward the royal guards, leading them deeper into unfolding danger. Yuki and Nell walk through the capital, noticing the city is unusually quiet, residents hiding in fear due to current affairs. Yuki notices a mysterious object and explains it's a disguise mask, preparing to conceal his identity while exploring the city. Yuki proudly wears the mask, hiding his face from the church and others, feeling amused and cautious as a demon lord. Yuki advises Nell not to worry about hiding her face, explaining he will act independently while she observes carefully nearby. Nell reacts to Yuki's cool mask, pointing out a critical direction, while Yuki thinks about gathering more information subtly. Undead creatures appear in the streets, wandering fearfully as chaos spreads, signaling that something dangerous is threatening the capital unexpectedly tonight. Yuki observes the situation, realizing there are too many enemies, and decides to take a detour with Nell to stay safe. Nell asks Yuki about the undead, questioning why guards allow them to roam, while Yuki evaluates the unusual city behavior. Yuki explains the events were intentional, not accidental, and Nell reacts, preparing to confront the approaching undead using magic or strategy. Yuki demonstrates sacred magic learned from the church, turning undead creatures, while Nell watches, surprised by the power and effectiveness. Yuki disgustedly handles undead, while Nell chants a spell, turning the undead and impressing Yuki with her magical effectiveness. Nell gets flustered when Yuki notices her fear, scolding him while insisting she can handle undead, but not ghosts properly. Nell explains her concern, arguing that purification magic might work, while Yuki questions whether she's too scared to move forward. Nell reaches a building, weaving and preparing carefully, indicating a plan or destination as Yuki observes her methodical approach. Yuki and Nell arrive at the church entrance, presenting the hero's sigil and following proper protocol for safe entry. Yuki is excited about the secret organization feeling, while Nell runs ahead, reaching someone important in the building unexpectedly. Nell hugs the person, expressing relief and gratitude, while Yuki watches, impressed by the emotional reunion and the mission's success. The person introduces themselves as Kalata-san, offering reassurance and praise to Nell for completing the dangerous mission safely. Nell apologizes for potential mission failure, while Kalata-san comforts her, emphasizing that her safety is what truly matters above all. Nell explains to Yuki that Kalata-san is her follower, talented and capable, suggesting they may seek assistance for future challenges. Kalata-san questions Yuki's trustworthiness due to his mask, while Yuki introduces himself confidently as Y, the assistant for their mission. Nell and Kalata-san discuss Yuki's intentions, realizing he may be trustworthy. They prepare to enter while understanding his potential abilities. Yuki appears amazed as the door or barrier reveals some mechanism, signaling his recognition of the place's complexity or secret function. Kalata-san acknowledges Yuki's abilities, confirming that he possesses unique skills, while Nell and Yuki proceed carefully, aware of potential risks inside. Kalata-san explains that passing the door confirms no malicious intent, allowing safe entry while maintaining caution for others entering the place. Kalata-san examines Yuki, noting he is human and his mask is not magical. As Nell watches the evaluation carefully, Yuki explains he only followed Hiro-sama to assist her, apologizing for any confusion. As everyone prepares to proceed cautiously, Yuki realizes he acquired the disguise skill, feeling relieved after surviving a dangerous situation, while his fake and real status are shown. Nell asks about Yuki's actions, who explains manipulating his status to avoid suspicion, keeping skills harmless to maintain safety and discretion. Yuki details how he lowered his level 2 ranks beneath Nell, only retaining non-problematic skills, carefully moving forward while Kalata-san observes. Kalata-san opens a glowing door, explaining it leads to the Lord, as Yuki and Nell prepare to follow cautiously. Yuki excitedly discovers a hidden door, thrilled at the secret passage, while Nell and Kalata-san proceed, guiding him carefully. Kalata-san warns that the path is rough and advises caution, ensuring Yuki and Nell watch their steps through the corridor. Yuki, Carlotta, and the group walked carefully through the dim corridor. Carlotta explained that undead sightings began 2 weeks ago, coinciding with the prince's rebellion. Carlotta reflected on the soldiers' responses and concluded the undead appeared under the prince's order. Yuki, puzzled, struggled to understand the prince's strange motives. Yuki offered to investigate the undead's origin using his scouting skills, magic eyes, and aerial view. Though Carlotta noted it wouldn't guarantee results, he decided to attempt the search tomorrow. The group followed Carlotta deeper into the tunnel, ready for the journey ahead. The party arrived at a grand cathedral-like hall, its towering ceilings casting light across the floor, signaling the next phase of their quest. Yuki and the group entered the cathedral, observing the vast interior. Sunlight streamed through tall windows, casting calm patterns across the benches. They marveled at the architecture. Yuki's eyes widened, noting the grand scale. The cathedral gave an unexpected sense of awe and solemnity. Carlotta explained the church was under surveillance. The group would meet inside for a strategy session, preparing for their next moves. Carlotta formally introduced herself as Faldiana Holy Knights Captain, commanding the upcoming operation. The group recognized her authority immediately. Yuki and the others observed Carlotta's skill and poise. They realized she was the youngest, most capable captain in the order, crucial to their mission. Yuki observed the group, noting that even in status, humans could not match Carlotta's skill. He considered her a high-level warrior among humans. The team reviewed Carlotta's stats. Her agility and swordsmanship were exceptional, far beyond normal humans, reflecting years of dedicated training and natural talent. Yuki reflected on training versus innate talent. Even a genius without practice could be surpassed by someone with skill, highlighting Carlotta's superiority in combat. Carlotta addressed the assembly, declaring the capital was in turmoil. She called for strategic action to restore order and combine forces to protect the city. She organized the team for a strategy meeting. Yuki and the others prepared, understanding the importance of careful planning under her command before taking action. The strategy map showed the soldiers' positions. Yuki analyzed the layout, noting the castle, city, and enemy headquarters. Yuki prioritized rescuing the king and princess. He considered saving the king personally to gain leverage over the prince. Carlotta announced the operation would begin at midnight. She inspired the team, invoking confidence that victory would be theirs. Yuki and the others expressed gratitude to Carlotta. They admired her leadership and courage, recognizing her central role in the mission. The city was in chaos, as Carlotta led preparations. Soldiers reported the undead's infiltration, prompting the team to move quickly and remain alert. Yuki, Carlotta, and Nell discussed the undead attack. Carlotta explained the enemy responded to earlier battles, and sewers could hide their movements. Nell noted the sanctuary's connections to city sewers. Only those knowing the paths could navigate easily, limiting access to outsiders. Yuki wished they could trace the undead's origin to eliminate them. He considered the chance the undead stumbled upon the correct path. Carlotta told them the undead must be defeated. Yuki volunteered eagerly, claiming loyalty to the hero and willingness to join the fight. The group encountered undead in the tunnels. Yuki attacked with precision, surprising Nell with his skill, while the undead fell before their coordinated efforts. Carlotta and Yuki discussed the undead. Yuki suggested the appearance might be caused by a magic circle, the usual method for summoning undead. The sewers were complex and probably hidden the magic circle. Yuki noted that tracing it might reveal its origin, using his sensing ability. Yuki explained he could feel where the magic was denser, possibly locating the magic circle. Carlotta listened carefully, considering his intuition. Nell followed as Carlotta led the group. Yuki guided them toward the origin of the undead, cautioning that he might not be completely certain. Carlotta encouraged action, ready to move forward. The team prepared to confront the source, their resolve strengthened by strategy, skill, and teamwork. Yuki and Nell discovered the location of the undead's magic source. Carlotta observed closely, confirming the dense magic around the area. The magic was thick, almost tangible. Carlotta noted the intensity, agreeing with Yuki that they were near the origin of the undead. The trace of the magic stopped suddenly. Yuki suggested it might be their turn to act. Carlotta nodded, readying the group for action. Carlotta found a hidden keyhole and movement in the wall. The team prepared for what lay beyond, following her lead. Carlotta attacked decisively, cutting through an obstacle as Yuki and Nell supported her. The team moved forward, closing in on the source of the undead. Carlotta cut through a stone wall with precision. Yuki and Nell watched in awe as she created a passage to advance further. The team reached a foul-smelling area. Carlotta instructed some soldiers to stay behind and secure an escape route, while she led the group onward. Carlotta checked on Yuki, Nell, and the masked companion, ensuring they were ready. The group prepared to confront the undead beyond the wall. Ahead, hordes of undead appeared. The group faced a terrifying sight, readying themselves for battle as the creatures advanced. Yuki, Levi, and the others entered the underground chamber and discovered countless undead wandering silently inside the ruined dungeon corridors together. Levi noticed the missing magic circle, while Yuki realized the prince's faction abandoned corpses there, allowing dark magic to create undead. Yuki examined the room carefully and identified 6 stakes forming a hexagram magic circle that continuously controlled and revived the undead. Yuki explained the structure of the magic circle and determined destroying 2 stakes would break the triangles, maintaining the undead spell. While the others prepared to remove the stakes, Yuki decided to confront the undead alone and protect everyone during the operation. Yuki released a massive water current inside the dungeon, sweeping the undead away while Levi and Nell watched his unexpected strategy carefully. Nell and Carlotta quickly charged forward together after Yuki created an opening, preparing themselves to destroy the stakes, supporting the magic. While Yuki controlled the flowing water, Levi and the others fought through the remaining undead and protected the path toward the stakes. The heavy wooden stakes finally broke apart after repeated attacks, causing the hexagram magic circle to collapse across the flooded underground chamber. After the undead stopped moving completely, Nell celebrated beside Carlotta, while Yuki quietly admired how easily they removed the buried stakes. Carlotta explained that some undead still moved because they had transformed into monsters after remaining undead inside the capital for many years. After destroying the magic circle, Carlotta thanked Yuki and guided the group toward their rooms, while the underground chamber finally became peaceful again. Far away inside a dark mansion, a mysterious figure calmly accepted the failure and prepared to begin the final stage of the hidden plan. Outside the dungeon, Yuki jokingly acted like an evil demon lord, causing nearby children to scream and run away laughing in fear together. Yuki gently comforted the frightened children afterward while they played hero together, pretending to defeat the terrifying demon lord with imaginary holy attacks. After playing with the children, Yuki admitted he could not remember every hero role, while Nell noticed how much they already liked him. Yuki offered Nell a spare demon lord mask, but she happily refused and joked that serving beside him was already popular enough. Carlotta visited the orphanage administrator, Fernie, who explained the church had always supported the children despite the difficult situation caused by war. Fernie worried because the orphanage had no food left for guests, while hungry children continued waiting patiently inside the crowded building together. After learning merchants could not enter the city during the war, Yuki realized the food shortage was becoming a serious problem everywhere. Yuki carried large amounts of monster meat into the orphanage and prepared hot stew, believing nobody could continue surviving the war while starving. The children lined up happily as Nell distributed stew beside Yuki, who personally handed meat portions to everyone waiting patiently outside together. The children admired Yuki's strange demon lord mask, while Carlotta realized he was cooking expensive spices together with unusual monster meat for everyone. Yuki explained he could hunt monsters any time and treated the meal as repayment for staying there, refusing to worry about the valuable spices. As the smell of meat spread across the city streets, Carlotta noticed Yuki acted naturally around children because of someone important from his past. Yuki noticed starving townspeople gathering nearby while Fernie protected the children, and he immediately thought of another way to provide food for everyone. Standing before the exhausted crowd, Yuki grinned confidently and asked whether the hungry citizens wanted to eat fresh meat together with the children. The starving townspeople hesitated briefly before loudly accepting Yuki's offer, their excitement spreading quickly throughout the crowd. After hearing about the meat, after hearing their answer, Yuki happily decided to feed everyone and prepared the townspeople for the unusual task he planned to assign them. Yuki revealed a monster beast before the crowd and announced that anyone wanting a share of meat needed to work hard for it. The townspeople worked together preparing monster meat while Yuki watched happily. Pleased that everyone finally had enough food to continue surviving the war, Yuki promised to feed every commoner willing to help, joking comfortably while the exhausted workers enjoyed the freshly prepared meat beside him. As more citizens gathered to eat and celebrate, Nell realized the orphanage grounds had slowly transformed into something resembling a lively city festival. Carlotta quietly smiled after seeing the citizens laugh again for the first time in many months, while Yuki continued acting strangely cheerful nearby. The peaceful gathering suddenly became noisy when armed soldiers arrived outside the orphanage, demanding to know the reason behind the growing public commotion everywhere. The soldiers warned everyone that all food belonged to the nation during wartime and threatened to brand the citizens as dangerous rebels afterward. A royal soldier accused the villagers of hiding food from the kingdom. Li-Fi listened calmly, while the crowd became increasingly uncomfortable nearby. Yuki silently watched as Li-Fi explained that the monsters were hunted personally by her, making the soldiers' accusations meaningless and unfair. The soldiers defended the kingdom's food policy and demanded obedience. Li-Fi questioned why starving civilians never received the army's collected supplies afterward. One soldier mocked the villagers and insisted honor meant obeying orders without complaint. His arrogant attitude angered everyone standing around him there. The army declared they would seize all remaining food. Yuki realized the soldiers only cared about satisfying their own greed completely. Li-Fi calmly insulted the arrogant knight after hearing his threats. Her confidence frightened the soldiers standing proudly before the villagers nearby. Yuki quietly wondered why the foreign soldiers stayed with the army, despite Li-Fi possessing enough strength to defeat them effortlessly alone. Yuki discovered someone secretly observing the church area. He realized the soldiers intentionally provoked civilians to create chaos and conflict there. A hooded man purposely bumped into a young girl nearby. Yuki understood the soldiers wanted the civilians to attack first publicly. The furious knight suddenly raised his weapon toward the frightened girl. The situation quickly escalated as panic spread throughout the crowded street. Yuki quickly kicked the attacking knight away before the weapon reached the frightened girl. The crowd watched the sudden counterattack silently afterward. Li-Fi immediately struck another soldier, while a young girl fired her weapon confidently. The villagers finally resisted the army's violent behavior together. The angry villagers surrounded the defeated soldiers and celebrated loudly. The soldiers realized they had completely lost control over the frightened civilians. Yuki decided to chase the suspicious observer before news about the conflict spread further. He left the villagers under Li-Fi's protection afterward. Before leaving, Yuki calmly asked the villagers to feed the hungry child again. The tense atmosphere slowly became peaceful once more afterward. Carlotta watched Yuki leave and admitted his abilities impressed her greatly. She realized Nell trusted him enough to secretly protect the church. Nell defended Yuki after realizing Carlotta noticed the truth already. She explained that Yuki would never intentionally harm innocent civilians nearby there. Carlotta gently comforted Nell and accepted her judgment about Yuki. She trusted the man who had already earned Nell's sincere confidence completely. Carlotta noticed Nell had matured beyond blindly following orders anymore. She believed Yuki acted according to a meaningful reason hidden from others nearby. Elsewhere, masked soldiers secretly prepared their operation under direct orders. Their commander officially announced the beginning of a dangerous plan against the city. Carlotta decided to investigate the royal palace personally after hearing about the soldiers' secret actions. Nell faithfully agreed to follow her immediately. Back inside the Demon Lord's castle, Liu excitedly rushed toward Li-Fi. Meanwhile, Li-Fi quietly planned an unusual performance for someone important soon. Liu proudly revealed an idea for helping Li-Fi grow closer with Yuki. Li-Fi became completely confused by the sudden strange discussion afterward there. Liu reminded Li-Fi about her uncertain relationship with Yuki before explaining her plan carefully. Li-Fi listened quietly while becoming increasingly embarrassed inside herself. Lu enthusiastically prepared special lessons before Yuki returned to the castle again. Li-Fi nervously wondered why an advisor suddenly became necessary for this. A cheerful girl suddenly announced she would teach Li-Fi how to charm Yuki properly. Li-Fi immediately became confused by the strange lesson plan. The young girl innocently asked Liu about the meaning of bewitching someone. Liu confidently explained attracting a man and making him obsessed completely. Li-Fi interrupted the strange conversation after hearing the childish explanation nearby. Meanwhile, the little girl misunderstood everything and treated it like an exciting technique. The cheerful girl loudly declared that fluffy things could easily charm people. Li-Fi stared silently while struggling to understand the ridiculous explanation completely afterward. The girl explained that Yuki became happy whenever he touched Rear's fluffy fur. Li-Fi quietly remembered seeing Yuki enjoy fluffy creatures before too. The little girl misunderstood Yuki's affection for fluffy wings and claimed it proved he became enchanted by soft things around him. Li-Fi quietly relaxed while listening to the children's strange relationship lessons nearby. The cheerful girl explained that Yuki enjoyed everyone spending happy moments together. Liu continued introducing more advisors to help Li-Fi understand romance better. Li-Fi slowly realized everyone treated the situation very seriously inside the castle. Layla awkwardly admitted she lacked romantic knowledge, but still offered advice anyway. Li-Fi listened carefully while feeling increasingly embarrassed by the discussion afterward there. Layla suggested Li-Fi honestly express her loneliness once Yuki returned home again. Li-Fi seriously considered Layla's strange advice about revealing more skin to Yuki. She awkwardly struggled to understand romantic attraction properly afterward. There Layla decided to support Liu's matchmaking plan. After hearing everyone's concerns carefully, Layla suddenly moved closer and began personally training the embarrassed Li-Fi immediately. Carlotta de Meyer introduced herself before the citizens and declared her position within the Faldiana Holy Knights during the crisis. The frightened citizens explained the prince's faction captured the king, while rebels slowly seized control over the troubled capital city. Carlotta gathered supporters and church soldiers, leading the people toward battle to reclaim the capital from the growing rebellion forces. Yuki secretly moved across rooftops alone, deciding to rescue the king. Before the church army reached the royal castle first, Yuki hurried through the castle walls carefully, realizing the church would immediately act after witnesses spread news about the conflict. Yuki quietly followed a suspicious hooded guard through the castle grounds, while searching for the imprisoned king's hidden underground location. Yuki accidentally caused noise while opening a locked door, quickly realizing the castle guards already strengthened security around important areas. After avoiding suspicion, Yuki entered a long corridor and searched carefully for passages leading toward the underground prison beneath the castle. Rebel soldiers reported successful control over the western gate and barracks, tightening their hold across the capital's important defensive positions. Carlotta calmly reviewed casualties and confirmed the church forces secured most of the main gate, while continuing the planned operation. Carlotta learned civilian support reduced casualties greatly, though the church army still struggled against the rebels, overwhelming military numbers during battle. Reports revealed the prince secretly used foreign necromancers, causing undead attacks that terrified soldiers and spread chaos throughout the capital city. Carlotta realized the masked man previously stopped a larger disaster after destroying the dangerous magic circle controlling countless undead creatures nearby. Nell immediately followed orders and advanced with church soldiers toward another battlefield objective, while fighting continued throughout the occupied capital streets. Yuki searched the palace carefully with a stolen map, suspecting hidden passages concealed the underground prison, holding the captured king secretly. Yuki searched an unconscious guard and discovered a magical authentication tool used to bypass security barriers inside the heavily protected palace. While examining the corridor entrance, Yuki was suddenly discovered by a palace maid opening the nearby room door unexpectedly behind him. Yuki quickly calmed the frightened maid and explained he secretly entered the palace to rescue the captured king from danger. The maid recognized Yuki's mission and realized he came to save both the king and Errol, who remained imprisoned underground. Trusting Yuki completely, the maid decided to guide him toward the hidden entrance leading directly into the underground dungeon prison. The maid revealed the hidden underground entrance and warned Yuki the palace would soon become a dangerous battlefield filled with fighting soldiers. After thanking the maid for her help, Yuki entered the underground passage alone while she prayed quietly for his safety afterward. While descending deeper underground, Yuki realized the supposedly useless king still inspired loyalty and courage among ordinary people serving inside the palace. Yuki questioned why the prince kept the king alive, suspecting either political motives or lingering sympathy between father and son remained. Inside the prison area, Yuki suddenly heard exhausted breathing nearby and carefully approached the prison cells hidden within the underground dungeon. Yuki discovered a prison cell where a cruel noble repeatedly tortured a weakened blonde girl trapped helplessly inside the underground dungeon. The sadistic noble mocked the imprisoned king while continuing to abuse the girl, blaming the royal family for the ongoing rebellion crisis. The furious king shouted from another prison cell, desperately trying to stop the noble from hurting the injured girl any further. Yuki silently approached behind the distracted noble, preparing to intervene after witnessing the horrifying treatment inside the underground prison area. Before Yuki attacked, the noble was suddenly stabbed from behind by another unseen person hiding secretly within the prison darkness. Princess Luna endured the pain inside the prison, while her weakened father watched helplessly behind the iron bars that night. Despite her suffering, Luna believed protecting the kingdom was her duty because she wanted to support her exhausted father faithfully. Luna endured the torture quietly while believing someone would eventually notice her sacrifice and arrive to rescue them from despair soon. As the pain suddenly disappeared, Luna slowly lifted her trembling hand and realized something strange had changed around her completely. Yuki finally appeared before Luna inside the dark prison, calming her fears after witnessing the suffering she endured alone for days. Yuki gently carried Princess Luna after saving her from the prison, while she weakly wondered whether he was truly her hero. The king panicked after witnessing Yuki beside Luna, fearing the mysterious demon had finally come to steal his daughter away. Yuki mocked the king's weakness calmly, believing the careless royal family failed to protect Luna from unnecessary suffering inside prison. Yuki explained that the kingdom's prince kept disturbing the haunted forest, forcing him to personally settle the problem with the king. After learning Yuki was the demon lord, the king regretted ignoring his son's behavior and accepted his own failures completely. Yuki warned the king that anyone invading the haunted forest would die, even if innocent citizens eventually suffered from the conflict. Yuki reminded the king that many citizens still trusted him, causing the frightened ruler to hesitate while remembering his responsibilities deeply. Yuki revealed the church abandoned the kingdom already, asking whether the king still wished remaining trapped by fear and despair alone. The king finally admitted his mistakes honestly, accepting responsibility for the prince's actions and the suffering caused throughout the kingdom recently. After hearing the king's resolve, Yuki opened the prison calmly, while warning that future tragedies would only hurt Luna most deeply. The king realized Luna's wounds disappeared completely, while Yuki ignored his suspicions and casually denied threatening the frightened ruler directly afterward. After thanking Yuki sincerely for saving Luna, the exhausted king finally laughed again while watching the demon lord leave peacefully afterward. Outside the prison, Yuki staged a fake battle dramatically, allowing the kingdom guards to retreat safely without losing their pride completely. Yuki explained his ridiculous performance calmly, revealing the guards only pretended being injured because nobody wanted an actual dangerous fight there. Watching the citizens cooperate together, Yuki reminded the king that many people still respected him despite the kingdom's recent painful failures. The remaining soldiers tried capturing Yuki bravely, but he calmly decided the loud captain deserved punishment for causing unnecessary trouble there. After defeating the captain instantly, Yuki questioned the soldiers about the prince, while one surrendered and offered information immediately afterward. The surrendered soldier revealed the prince remained inside the castle, while most soldiers handled the chaos spreading outside the kingdom already. Yuki realized the church probably accelerated their dangerous plans, making the situation inside the kingdom far more unstable than expected before. Trusting Yuki completely, the soldiers promised protecting the king safely, while asking permission to rescue remaining allies trapped inside the castle. Yuki warned everyone to evacuate quickly because the church would soon arrive and create even greater chaos throughout the unstable kingdom afterward. When the king mentioned his son, Yuki coldly declared the prince would die personally by his own hands, without showing hesitation whatsoever. Although understanding Yuki's anger completely, the king requested accompanying him because he refused abandoning responsibility for his son's crimes anymore afterward. As the kingdom slowly stabilized, loyal knights finally reunited with the king while relieved citizens celebrated his survival across the castle grounds. Yuki quietly hid his demon lord identity from the knights, pretending he was only helping the king as an ordinary acquaintance there. The king entrusted Luna to the soldiers while insisting on accompanying Yuki, despite the dangerous battle approaching the kingdom rapidly afterward. A loyal knight begged the king to escape safely, but he refused because he wanted witnessing the kingdom's fate personally himself. Yuki suddenly sensed danger approaching through his detection skill, while the worried knight desperately begged the king to reconsider immediately before disaster. Remembering Lefi's brutal training, Yuki realized the incoming attack felt weaker, though still dangerous enough to threaten everyone nearby there. An enemy warrior suddenly ambushed Yuki from above, forcing him to block the massive hammer strike before it crushed him instantly. The giant warrior praised Yuki for surviving the ambush, revealing he originally wanted battling the church knight and the kingdom's hero instead. Excited by Yuki's unexpected strength, the massive warrior grinned wildly and declared himself fortunate for finally finding a worthy opponent there. Yuki noticed armed attackers approaching the royal group. While others panicked, he calmly stepped forward and prepared to defend everyone nearby. A masked swordsman targeted the prince's guards. Yuki realized the dangerous situation quickly and decided to stop the enemy before further chaos spread. Yuki refused assistance from the soldiers. Holding his flaming sword firmly, he advanced alone because he believed additional people would only slow him down. Eris ordered the knights to escort the prince away safely. Meanwhile, Yuki remained behind to confront the masked enemy threatening the entire area. Before leaving, Eris warned Yuki to survive the battle. Yuki silently accepted responsibility and faced the enemy while everyone escaped safely nearby. The masked warrior stopped Yuki outside the castle. Ignoring the escaping king, he declared Yuki as the strongest opponent worth defeating personally. The warrior became excited after sensing Yuki's strength. Meanwhile, Yuki looked troubled because he disliked fighting reckless battle-loving opponents alone. Their clash suddenly disappeared from sight. Loud impacts echoed through the castle hallway as both fighters moved faster than ordinary soldiers nearby. Eris worried after recognizing the masked warrior as an adamantite-class adventurer. She realized Yuki was facing an enemy feared across many kingdoms already. Eris revealed the warrior's infamous title, War Freak. Understanding the danger completely, she silently hoped Yuki could survive the brutal incoming battle. Eris explained that the masked warrior was a dangerous battle addict. Despite incredible talent, the guild struggled controlling his violent personality completely. Eris admitted ordinary soldiers would become useless during the fight. She believed only Yuki possessed enough strength to confront the terrifying warrior. The masked warrior laughed excitedly while exchanging attacks with Yuki. He admired Yuki's speed and overwhelming strength during their intense deadly battle. Yuki became disgusted by the warrior's twisted excitement. While defending himself carefully, he openly showed annoyance toward the enemy's strange battle obsession. After checking the warrior's status, Yuki realized their abilities were nearly equal. Understanding the danger seriously, he prepared for a prolonged battle. Yuki complained internally because he only wanted easy dungeon points and Flufferar's fur, not a dangerous life-threatening battle against maniacs. The masked warrior passionately enjoyed their fight and questioned Yuki's calm attitude. However, Yuki remained uninterested in the enemy's strange excitement completely. Yuki suddenly struck the warrior directly with magic-enhanced force. The powerful attack damaged the enemy heavily and interrupted his reckless advance immediately. Using water magic, Yuki trapped the warrior inside a massive rushing current. The attack overwhelmed the enemy and forced him backward violently. Yuki understood prolonged combat favored the experienced warrior. Deciding quickly, he prepared to finish the battle using superior magical abilities before exhaustion appeared. Yuki rushed forward confidently while the masked warrior prepared another attack. Both fighters continued battling fiercely without giving each other opportunities to retreat safely. The warrior suddenly attacked from an unexpected angle. Yuki barely noticed the dangerous strike approaching and became shocked by the enemy's strange fighting style. Yuki immediately used powerful fire magic against the charging warrior. Flames exploded violently across the battlefield, while the enemy prepared another hidden weapon nearby. Yuki fired repeatedly with his magical revolver, expecting victory. However, his expression changed after realizing the warrior still survived the overwhelming attack somehow. Before Yuki could react properly, the warrior suddenly appeared directly before him again. Yuki became alarmed after witnessing the enemy's unbelievable persistence and speed. The masked warrior smiled after landing a dangerous strike. Blood scattered across the battlefield, while Yuki narrowly avoided receiving fatal damage from the attack. Yuki suddenly counterattacked at close range and pierced the warrior's body directly. The unexpected move finally caused serious damage to his relentless enemy. Even while collapsing from heavy injuries, the warrior admitted the battle had been enjoyable. Yuki silently watched the exhausted enemy lose consciousness afterward slowly. After surviving the difficult fight, Yuki sighed heavily from exhaustion. Although victorious, he realized the battle had pushed him dangerously close to defeat. Lefi later reminded Yuki that challenging a demon lord alone was impossible. Standing quietly beneath the dark sky, Yuki reflected on the battle seriously. After the battle ended, the servants noticed Lefi still had not returned. The empty castle halls slowly became unusually quiet without her presence. While everyone worried slightly, Levi remained alone outside the castle, lost deeply in thought. She quietly ignored the world surrounding her completely. Yuki eventually found Levi sitting alone beneath the open sky. Realizing her loneliness, he gently stayed beside her, without asking unnecessary questions. Yuki narrowly escaped a deadly trap, clutching his bleeding arm while the cursed blade swung dangerously nearby, testing his reflexes. He surveyed his injuries, realizing several fingers were fractured. Grateful the healing potion had saved him from critical harm. The crimson blaze sword glimmered as magic surged through it, its enchanted fire ready to strike the next opponent efficiently. Yuki assessed Nell's strength, noting the hero's rapid growth and the minimal difference between their powers. Despite half his level, leaping above the castle, Yuki observed the battlefield from above. Wings spread, plotting his next move with careful precision. The prince was accused of rebelling, surrounded by guards, as the commander demanded immediate obedience and the arrest of all conspirators. Chaos erupted in the hall as soldiers drew weapons, clashing with resistance, while the crowd reacted to the sudden turmoil. Layla noticed the prince's eyes seemed unusual, sensing that something was wrong, and the tension in the room increased. She focused on the battle, calculating every move, recognizing the enemy's strength and preparing to support Mr. if needed. Determined, Layla resolved to handle the situation quickly, racing to assist Mr., aware that time was critical for victory. Yuki swung his sword with precision, striking a foe decisively, blood splattering as he defended against a sudden deadly attack. The obstruction around the enemy shattered, allowing Yuki to maintain momentum despite shallow damage, his eyes scanning the battlefield quickly. The enemy cursed the demon's presence, realizing Yuki's analysis revealed weaknesses, forcing a sudden retreat to reconsider tactics cautiously. Yuki noticed the prince's reaction from afar, assessing the situation as tension filled the hall with uncertainty and fear. The prince prepared for confrontation, holding his blade firmly while his companions watched, eyes wide, anticipating the next critical clash. Yuki clutched his sword tightly, dodging a lethal strike. Blood spattered as he narrowly avoided a deadly trap. Despite the shallow wound, he noted the skill obstructing. Device had shattered, giving him an opening to act quickly. The enemy cursed loudly, realizing Yuki had analyzed his patterns and exposed vulnerabilities, forcing a retreat to regain composure. The prince readied himself, gripping his blade while his allies braced for the impending confrontation in the tense hall. Yuki smirked from the shadows, calculating his next move. The hall erupted with gunfire and chaos as the battle intensified. Yuki dodged a massive attack, narrowly avoiding the blow as shadows loomed over him. Testing his reflexes and speed, he prepared to strike back, glaring at the enemy, determined not to let anyone escape unchallenged. Wings unfurled, the opponent leaped, retreating strategically as Yuki calculated his next move, eyes sharp, analyzing every opening carefully. Layla shouted from the side, alarmed by the unfolding events, calling for Mr. while assessing the chaotic scene quickly. Observing the prince's body, she realized Yuki had been controlling the situation all along, revealing the mastermind behind the attack. Yuki examined the ring of falsehood, realizing it could hide the prince's true status, concealing his presence from others' inspection. He whispered instructions to Layla, preparing to fly and pursue the enemy while she distracted the guards and onlookers. The commander and Layla turned sharply, noticing an approaching threat, their eyes wide with concern at the sudden movement. A monstrous figure appeared, undead and massive, revealing its deadly stats, signaling a new and terrifying challenge in the hall. Yuki and Layla exchanged weary glances, acknowledging the relentless danger, silently pleading for a moment of respite before the next battle. Yuki encounters a massive undead homunculus, blocking the dungeon corridor. Its power and regeneration alarm him, but he prepares for action. Yuki swiftly dodges the homunculus's massive fist. Moving with precision, he begins analyzing its movements to find a weak point. The homunculus counters, swinging its arm with incredible force. Yuki narrowly avoids impact, observing the creature's unpredictable attacks carefully. Yuki realizes the giant's body slows its attacks slightly, but each punch is dangerous. He positions himself to exploit openings. As Yuki strikes, the homunculus begins to disintegrate, revealing strange tentacle-like growths. The dungeon's danger escalates unexpectedly, requiring focus and strategy. Yuki confronts the undead homunculus again. Its regeneration skill frustrates him, and he prepares to act carefully to subdue it. Yuki attempts holy magic to stop the creature. The undead glows from an effect, but it resists all his attacks. He asks Nell for stronger holy magic. Nell hesitates, noting the powerful chant needed, but she begins casting anyway. Yuki organizes allies to help. The group braces for battle as Nell continues her preparation. coordinating strategy against the threat. The homunculus proves too resilient. Yuki realizes normal attacks and Crimson Blaze fail. Its regeneration outpaces their combined assaults. Yuki warns the soldiers and civilians to move away. He analyzes the battlefield, ensuring no one is harmed by the undead. Nell activates her Salvation Turn Undead spell. A holy aura spreads, attempting to weaken the homunculus, but its regeneration resists strongly. The undead is struck violently, tumbling from the force of attacks. Its massive body shows cracks, but its core remains intact. Allies join the fight. Projectiles and spells launch at the homunculus, creating chaos. Yuki coordinates everyone to maximize combined damage. Yuki observes the results. Holy magic partially affects the undead, giving hope, though its regeneration remains extremely fast. Requiring careful strategy, the undead's regeneration slows after taking holy magic damage. Yuki notes the improvement, realizing a strategic opening has appeared for the team. Yuki offers Nell a potion. She prepares to cast holy magic again, showing determination despite previous exertion, ready to weaken the enemy further. The team holds a strategy meeting. Yuki outlines the plan: wait for maximum regeneration reduction, then attack, and coordinate soldiers effectively. The plan is illustrated. Severed limbs will be removed by soldiers, keeping the undead's parts separated to limit its regeneration range. Yuki counts on Zion to execute the attack. Everyone prepares for the coordinated assault, ready to strike at the undead at the right moment. Yuki criticizes soldiers lacking courage. He encourages everyone to act decisively, ensuring no unnecessary hesitation hinders the team during the battle. Yuki notices a masked ally. He signals them forward while continuing to observe the homunculus, coordinating the attack carefully with teammates. The homunculus reacts violently to Nell's holy magic. Its hatred for the magic becomes apparent, showing cracks in its previously fast regeneration. Yuki evades the homunculus's swinging limbs. Carlotta prepares her strike, timing her attacks with Yuki's observation and Nell's magic to maximize damage. Carlotta lands precise blows. The undead staggers under coordinated attacks. Yuki notes each impact, adjusting the team's tactics as they exploit openings. Soldiers rally under their captain's command. They prepare to act decisively, motivated by Yuki's leadership and the importance of defending the kingdom. Nell focuses intently, ready to cast holy magic. The undead prepares to strike, unaware of the coordinated assault forming around it. Nell activates Salvation Turn Undead. A holy light engulfs the creature, weakening it further and disrupting its rapid regeneration temporarily. Yuki dodges a massive strike. Carlotta seizes the opportunity, slashing precisely, while the undead struggles to regain control of its limbs. Zayn executes a horizontal slash. The undead staggers violently, revealing cracks in its body. Team coordination begins to overwhelm the monstrous enemy. The undead grabs Yuki unexpectedly. Yuki struggles, but maintains composure. Preparing to turn the situation into an advantage against the massive foe, Yuki taunts the homunculus, asserting dominance. He manipulates its attention, showing confidence despite its size, keeping it focused on him alone. Yuki instructs the masked ally to handle one half of the undead. Team coordination begins, dividing the monster's body strategically. The undead drags Yuki outside. Nell rushes to assist, aiming to position herself for a well-timed holy magic attack. Zion delivers precise cuts. The undead struggles as limbs are severed. Yuki exploits every opening, coordinating with his team for maximum effect. Yuki delivers a final decisive strike. The undead is shattered completely. Debris flies as the team maintains control of the battlefield. Yuki catches his breath, panting. Nell approaches, concerned about possible regeneration. Yuki reassures her, confident the enemy is finally neutralized. The team observes the remains. They discuss the strategy, confirming the severed parts will not regenerate, ensuring the undead cannot recover. Victory is declared. Soldiers cheer, and Yuki, Nell, and the team relax, proud of their coordinated effort and successful strategy. Yuki watched as the Prince faction soldiers surrendered, leaving the city eerily quiet. The streets were empty, and the citizens cautiously emerged. The church began filling vacant seats left by the conflict. Meanwhile, mayors and political figures slowly reorganized the capital's unstable government. The king decided to reclaim the throne once the chaos settled. He assessed the damage and considered the threat Yuki had posed unknowingly. Yuki reflected on the revelation that a demon orchestrated the disturbances. He realized careful planning was necessary to prevent further trouble. Princess Errol appeared, bringing warmth and hope. Her presence reminded Yuki that peace and trust could return to the kingdom. Princess Errol and the king thanked Yuki for resolving the conflict. His efforts brought relief and stability to the capital. Yuki denied being a hero, claiming instead he was a mischievous demon lord. Errol looked surprised by his self-description. Errol excitedly requested Yuki, the demon lord. To kidnap her, she believed it would be an adventurous and thrilling experience. Yuki prepared to accompany Errol, carefully agreeing to her request. The king and Errol respected his cautious approach. Yuki reflected on Errol's courage. Her trust in him showed her strength and reinforced his desire to protect her. The king offered Yuki a reward, promising to grant any request within his power. Yuki humbly declined, showing restraint. Yuki's mischievous side emerged. He hinted he would use his abilities without holding back, surprising those around him. The king presented Yuki with official documents. The haunted forest was now the demon lord's territory, and Yuki gained an identity card for safe travel. Yuki politely declined the banquet, preferring to return home quickly. The king welcomed his companions as well. Princess Errol and Riri greeted Yuki warmly. Reunited with his loyal wolf, he felt the peace of home returning. Errol was delighted to meet Fenrir, the legendary wolf. She hugged the massive creature while Yuki and the king observed. The king suggested registering Fenrir as Yuki's familiar, allowing him to travel freely across the capital. Yuki agreed with a smile. The king invited them to a banquet, encouraging them to enjoy the event to their heart's content. Yuki and companions marveled at the beautiful scenery outside. The moment brought them peace and awe. Guests arrived to show their thanks. Errol and the others expressed gratitude to the king while Yuki quietly observed. Yuki, Errol, and Riri arrived at the banquet. Riri enthusiastically escorted them to their seats, excited for the evening. Yuki worried about revealing his identity as a demon lord to Errol, but dismissed the concern, thinking she was too young to fully understand. The table was adorned with exquisite dishes. The group admired the presentation, impressed by the careful preparation. Everyone marveled at the luxurious food. Yuki and his companions shared laughter and excitement over the banquet's grandeur. Ril praised the royal chef's work. Riri expressed amazement at experiencing such an extravagant dinner for the first time. The king raised a toast, expressing gratitude to Yuki for his efforts in organizing the event. Everyone prepared to enjoy the celebration. The group clinked glasses. Errol and Riri cheered happily while Yuki smiled, enjoying the moment of peace. 2 hours later, the party continued. Riri enthusiastically poured drinks for Yuki, who tried to keep up without spilling. Riri noticed Yuki's hands were tired and suggested helping him, showing her attentiveness and care. Yuki helped Riri drink directly, and they laughed together. Their camaraderie and lighthearted teasing made the banquet feel joyful and warm. Riri tried to feed Yuki directly, causing him to struggle and laugh. Errol watched, half asleep, enjoying Yuki's attention. The king carried the sleeping Errol to her room. Yuki waved goodbye, relieved the night was winding down. Yuki reflected on everyone's fatigue. Even the king had fallen asleep, and Yuki understood the effort it took to host the banquet. Guests interacted with Fenrir. Errol invited the wolf to her home, petting him lovingly and enjoying his fluffy presence. Carlotta promised Fenrir plenty of food in exchange for being pampered. Yuki watched, amazed by the childlike interactions around him. He looked at the quiet night sky and remembered the strange adventures he experienced. Even though everything became messy, a young girl named Yuna gently woke Kaito and reminded him that it was finally time to return home. The demon girls happily gathered together, smiling at the memories they shared during the journey. As Kaito walked out beneath the moonlight, he realized that no adventure could ever feel better than returning home safely. After the battle ended, Yuki prepared to leave the city quietly. Nell suddenly chased after him before he disappeared beyond the castle walls. Yuki stopped after hearing Nell's voice. Nell looked nervous and embarrassed while trying to gather enough courage to face him properly. Nell finally reached Yuki at the bridge during nightfall. She struggled to breathe after running through the streets, searching for him alone. While catching her breath, Nell warned Yuki to behave carefully around girls. She still trusted him, despite feeling embarrassed and exhausted afterward. Nell threatened to report Yuki to Lefi if something suspicious happened. Yuki immediately panicked after imagining Lefi becoming dangerously angry at him. Nell smiled after hearing Yuki invite her back someday. She promised herself to become a hero worthy of challenging powerful demon lords. Before leaving, Yuki suddenly handed Nell a weapon. Nell looked surprised after realizing he prepared something important specially for her journey ahead. The dagger named Gekka carried Yuki's craftsmanship and magic. Although simple, the weapon possessed enough strength to protect Nell during dangerous battles. Under the quiet night sky, Nell thanked Yuki sincerely while holding Gekka tightly. The precious gift filled her heart with unexpected happiness and warmth. Nell carefully admired the shining dagger beneath the moonlight. She quietly decided to treasure Yuki's gift while continuing her path as a hero. When Yuki finally returned home, the girls rushed outside happily to welcome him back after waiting together near the dungeon entrance all day. Yuki greeted everyone warmly and gave souvenirs to the younger girls. Their excitement quickly filled the entire room with cheerful energy and laughter. The maids immediately prepared food and baths after confirming Yuki returned safely. Yuki thanked them while enjoying the peaceful atmosphere inside his home. While sharing stories from his journey, Yuki proudly explained how he discovered a dangerous thieves' hideout during his trip back toward the dungeon. Levi silently watched Yuki from across the room after hearing his story. The quiet atmosphere suddenly became awkward as Yuki sensed her dissatisfaction immediately. Yuki greeted Levi after returning home, but her unusual reaction immediately confused him. Levi seemed nervous, despite trying hard to stay calm. Levi quietly admitted she felt lonely while Yuki traveled away from the dungeon. Her honest feelings surprised Yuki more than any dangerous battle recently. Yuki misunderstood Levi's strange behavior and worried she caused another problem inside the house. Levi stared silently while listening to his ridiculous guesses nervously. After denying Yuki's accusations, Levi hesitated before speaking honestly again. Yuki became increasingly anxious after noticing her unusually embarrassed and serious expression nearby. Levi finally confessed she hated being separated from Yuki for too long. Everyone nearby reacted with shock, while Yuki completely froze after hearing her words. Yuki became flustered after hearing Levi's affectionate confession. He suspected someone secretly taught the proud dragon strange romantic behavior recently. Levi suddenly moved closer and carefully smelled Yuki's clothes. Yuki nervously tried explaining himself while realizing she noticed unfamiliar scents immediately after returning home. Levi calmly revealed that she could smell other girls on Yuki. Her serious expression instantly made Yuki panic, despite having innocent intentions during his travels. After hearing Yuki's explanation, Levi still accused him suspiciously. Yuki desperately defended himself while struggling against Levi's increasingly unreasonable assumptions and jealous imagination. Levi eventually stopped arguing and acted indifferent again. Although embarrassed, Yuki quietly followed beside her, while the awkward atmosphere slowly became peaceful once more. Yuki noticed Levi acting gentler than usual during lunch preparations. Her calm behavior made him wonder whether something had recently changed inside her heart. A few days later, Levi quietly stayed beside Yuki almost everywhere. She even fixed his hair before sitting closely beside him without embarrassment afterward. While training alone, Yuki started realizing Levi's strange behavior continued every day. Her constant closeness slowly made him feel nervous and confused around her. Even while Yuki focused on improving his skills, Levi silently remained beside him. Her quiet attention never left Yuki no matter where he stayed. Levi eventually asked whether staying close beside Yuki bothered him. Although embarrassed, Yuki accepted her company while Levi gently held onto his arm afterward. Yuki cornered Liu playfully and asked about Levi's recent behavior. Liu immediately became nervous after realizing Yuki had started suspecting something unusual. Under Yuki's questioning, Liu struggled to hide her reaction. She clearly knew the reason behind Levi's strange actions, but hesitated to reveal the truth. Yuki noticed Levi acting strangely inside the dungeon. She stayed unusually close to him, making Ryu nervous and confused afterward. Yuki explained that Levi stopped sleeping lazily all day and constantly followed him around the dungeon like a loyal puppy recently. Ryu avoided answering seriously and instead praised Levi's cuteness, causing Yuki to realize she deliberately changed the original discussion topic immediately. Ryu became embarrassed after Yuki questioned her directly. She complained that Yuki respected Layla more while always treating her carelessly instead. Yuki teased Ryu for being a useless maid, but Ryu argued she always worked hard supporting him throughout the dungeon daily. Ryu secretly explained that Levi had been thinking deeply about something recently and warned Yuki not to reveal her involvement afterward. Yuki quietly observed Levi sitting alone inside the dungeon. Her distant expression made him realize she carried hidden worries recently. Yuki understood Levi struggled with relationships because she lived alone too long and became dependent on others emotionally lately afterward. Yuki approached Levi carefully, while she continued testing different ways to communicate properly, with everyone living together inside the dungeon peacefully. Wanting to help Levi relax naturally, Yuki prepared liquor for her, hoping spending time together would ease her growing anxiety slowly. Ryu happily approached Layla after speaking with Yuki. She proudly acted confident while preparing to share her recent successful progress carefully. Layla listened quietly while Ryu celebrated proudly. Although Layla doubted her claims slightly, Ryu remained satisfied with her efforts today afterward. Meanwhile, Yuki realized Levi only wanted to communicate better with him specifically. Not everyone else living inside the dungeon together peacefully. Yuki served liquor to Levi carefully. Although she preferred sweets normally, Li-Fi accepted the drink and slowly relaxed beside him afterward. Li-Fi calmly explained dragons enjoyed liquor occasionally. Yuki became surprised after discovering the strongest dragon actually understood alcohol better than expected. Yuki confidently challenged Li-Fi during their drinking contest. Li-Fi accepted proudly, unwilling to lose against the young demon lord tonight afterward. After several drinks together, Yuki noticed Li-Fi suddenly becoming unsteady. He immediately worried after seeing her strange reaction beside him carefully. Li-Fi stubbornly insisted she remained completely fine, but her flushed face and unstable movements clearly revealed she was already drunk badly. Yuki became shocked after realizing Li-Fi possessed an unexpectedly terrible alcohol tolerance, despite being the strongest dragon living inside the dungeon. Yuki handed water to Li-Fi carefully while she drank desperately. Moments later, Li-Fi collapsed directly onto his lap from exhaustion completely. Even while lying drunk on Yuki's lap, Li-Fi stubbornly refused surrendering and insisted she only needed a short break before continuing. Yuki gently patted Li-Fi's head while watching her carefully. He quietly worried because she forced herself to change too much recently afterward. Li-Fi denied overworking herself, but Yuki reminded her they had lived together long enough for him noticing her unusual behavior already. Li-Fi admitted she actually enjoyed Yuki's normal attitude. She loved watching him relax, play games, and spend peaceful time happily together daily. Yuki smiled warmly after hearing Li-Fi's feelings. He honestly preferred her usual carefree personality and never wanted her forcing herself unnecessarily anymore. Yuki honestly admitted he enjoyed spending time with Li-Fi normally. Hearing those words immediately made Li-Fi feel relieved and genuinely comforted afterward. Li-Fi confessed she understood her recent behavior changed slightly, but she insisted she never forced herself against her true feelings completely. Li-Fi explained every action came from her own desires. She simply wanted to stay closer with Yuki more naturally recently afterward. While Yuki gently touched her face, Li-Fi admitted his physical affection calmed her heart and eased her hidden worries greatly tonight afterward. Moments later, Li-Fi suddenly regained energy and demanded another bottle. Their peaceful emotional conversation quickly returned into playful competition again afterward. Layla and Ryu quietly watched Yuki and Li-Fi sleeping together afterward. Both immediately realized the pair became much closer after last night. Layla smiled warmly, while Ryu noticed the happy atmosphere surrounding them. She believed Yuki and Li-Fi finally understood each other better, afterward completely. Before leaving, Layla asked Ryu to clean the messy room and wake Yuki and Li-Fi, before Iruna discovered everything there afterward. Ryu carefully woke both of them the next morning. Yuki slowly opened his eyes while still confused from drinking heavily last night. Yuki finally realized Li-Fi remained asleep while hugging him tightly. The peaceful scene revealed how comfortable she felt, staying beside him afterward. Yuki woke up beside Li-Fi the next morning, still half asleep. Li-Fi moved closer and quietly greeted him with embarrassment afterward. Li-Fi blushed deeply while holding Yuki's hand tightly. Even after calming down emotionally, she still wanted to remain close beside him longer. As the morning sunlight appeared outside, Li-Fi shyly asked Yuki to release her hand, showing their relationship slowly becoming much closer afterward. Yuki realized heroic humans could destroy weak dungeons easily, so he carefully studied stronger enemies and survival methods. After remembering dangerous encounters, Yuki decided leveling alone was insufficient. He prioritized strengthening his dungeon defenses immediately afterward. Yuki designed brutal traps, poisonous plants, and monster gathering systems, creating dangerous paths intended to overwhelm careless intruders completely. While checking his dungeon menu, Yuki noticed combat forces remained insufficient because only Rear could fight effectively against enemies. Unable to summon many monsters simultaneously, Yuki created an unbalanced super hard dungeon, planning dangerous entrance tests using Rear. Yuki tested deadly traps successfully using the Grand Tortoise, while reminding Rear carefully avoid activating dangerous mechanisms accidentally afterward. After completing preparations, Yuki rode beside Rear into western forests, hoping hunting monsters would improve their overall combat strength. During the hunt, Yuki fought flying monsters while analyzing Zion's magic circuit, considering stronger sword attacks for future battles. Suddenly, Yuki's detection system discovered a terrifying manticore nearby, revealing an unexpected ferocious beast wandering inside the western forest. After confirming the monster's terrifying level, Yuki became completely shocked because the manticore had already reached level 96 recently. Inside the capital, officials finished analyzing the demon artifact and discovered its creator originated from the powerful Logard Empire recently. The kingdom suspected humans and demons secretly cooperated because Logard Empire historically fought demons endlessly across previous generations before. After reviewing surrounding territories, leaders concluded both Demons and Lawguard Empire would benefit greatly from weakening Alicia Kingdom's influence completely. While Yuki battled dangerous monsters outside, Kingdom officials decided reinforcing defenses immediately remained necessary for protecting innocent citizens everywhere. During the fierce battle, Yuki activated deadly traps against the Manticore, while desperately searching possible methods to survive successfully. While fighting fiercely beside the Manticore, Yuki decided preserving peaceful relations with nearby powers remained extremely important for survival afterward. After returning safely, Yuki noticed Zion's blade appearance changed strangely, making him wonder whether the weapon had evolved somehow recently. Yuki discovered Zion could send thoughts directly into his mind, revealing the sword secretly possessed an unusual personality already. Although surprised, Yuki learned Zion continued growing stronger gradually, proving the mysterious weapon possessed unexpected abilities beyond normal expectations entirely. Feeling guilty afterward, Yuki promised maintaining Zion properly while realizing his intelligent weapon behaved immaturely, despite becoming increasingly powerful lately. After sensing Zion's loneliness, Yuki decided crafting a scabbard personally would help the intelligent demon sword feel accepted afterward. Yuki completed Zion's handmade scabbard carefully, while proudly checking the demon sword's growing abilities and unique intelligent weapon traits. Although Zion rejected several designs immediately, Yuki patiently continued testing different scabbards, until finding one matching the sword's preferences perfectly. After examining another design silently, Zion finally accepted the scabbard, leaving Yuki surprised by the weapon's unexpectedly picky personality traits. Zion praised the finished scabbard happily. Yuki realized his handmade creation successfully strengthened their unusual partnership and growing friendship. After finishing the scabbard, Yuki proudly admired his creativity while Zion unexpectedly preferred the cutest crimson-colored design available afterward. When nobody reacted to his jokes inside the dungeon, Yuki quietly admitted feeling lonely, despite pretending nothing bothered him greatly. Zion remembered gaining consciousness through endless grief and wrath, awakening gradually from painful emotions surrounding previous battles and deaths. The demon sword described endless chains of fear, anger, screams, and sorrow, repeatedly consuming everyone who wielded it previously afterward. Hearing Zion's painful memories, Yuki firmly declared the sword belonged with him now, ending its loneliness and suffering completely. After hearing Yuki's declaration, Zion's accumulated emotions finally overflowed, causing mysterious lights to gather around the demon sword suddenly. While checking the dungeon system calmly, Yuki discovered a small mysterious girl sitting beside him without explanation. Unexpectedly afterward, the dungeon menu revealed Yuki accidentally purchased a personification skill scroll, leaving him completely shocked by the sudden result immediately. Realizing Zion transformed into a mysterious girl physically, Yuki quietly stared at the emotionless child now existing before him completely, and happily introduced herself to Yuki inside the dungeon, immediately showing excitement toward her unexpected meeting that day. Another small girl quickly greeted Yuki beside En, making the nervous demon lord feel strangely comfortable afterward inside. Zion calmly introduced herself after watching the others, while Yuki noticed her quiet personality and unusual behavior afterward. The three girls gathered closely around Zion during dinner, while Yuki carefully observed their growing friendship inside together. Lefi questioned Yuki after discovering Zion nearby, causing confusion throughout the dungeon as everyone watched silently afterward. Inside, Lefi misunderstood Yuki after discovering the summoned girls, while unhappily watched the strange misunderstanding continue nearby afterward. The girls defended Yuki, despite calling him strange, making the embarrassed demon lord feel completely defeated inside emotionally afterward. Zion quietly asked about unfamiliar words, while Yuki awkwardly explained everything before hiding himself from embarrassment afterward alone. Zion disliked everyone mocking Yuki, showing rare concern toward her master, while silently protecting his feelings nearby afterward. Zion suddenly hugged Yuki after defending him, leaving the surprised demon lord completely speechless inside the dungeon. Afterward alone and defended Yuki after Zion hugged him, while everyone realized their friendship was becoming stronger inside the dungeon afterward. Zion quietly questioned En about their closeness, then slowly accepted Yuki's strange behavior after hearing her explanation afterward. Yuki nervously accepted the girls' friendship, while Zion finally relaxed after understanding their relationship better inside afterward together. Lefi complained loudly about Yuki losing dignity, while En and Zion happily guided each other around the castle afterward. Later, the peaceful dungeon remained quiet outside, while everyone slowly adjusted to their unusual new family together. Afterward, and walked beside Zion outside the dungeon, gently asking what things she enjoyed doing together during peaceful afternoon moments. Zion quietly admitted enjoying movement, while unhappily compared her interests with Lefi's favorite sweets and naps afterward together. and excitedly described relaxing activities she loved, while Zion silently listened and carefully considered those feelings afterward nearby together. Zion admitted she still understood little about herself, while En promised they would discover new happiness together afterward slowly. En happily explained that enjoying many things would make every new day exciting for Zion from now onward together. Zion remembered believing the world contained only suffering, while painful memories quietly remained deep inside her heart afterward alone. En gently held Zion's hands and promised they would discover happiness together every single day from now onward peacefully. Yuki and the others happily watched nearby, while Zion slowly realized warmth truly existed inside this unfamiliar world afterward together. The girls smiled brightly around Zion, making her quietly feel accepted inside the peaceful dungeon family. Afterward, for the first time, Zion looked around the sunny field beside everyone, finally believing this world could become a happier place afterward together. Deep inside a ruined mountain region, an ancient dragon quietly slept alone within the dark underground sanctuary afterward silently. The dragon suddenly awakened after sensing unfamiliar visitors nearby, immediately showing hostility toward anyone approaching the dangerous territory afterward. The ancient dragon coldly warned intruders to leave immediately, protecting the hidden sanctuary from unwanted interference afterward inside alone. The powerful dragon finally revealed itself completely, standing proudly while blocking the path deeper into the underground area afterward. The dragon questioned why powerful beings avoided conquering the world, while tension quietly filled the ancient underground sanctuary. Afterward, the Dragon King mocked younger dragons for speaking proudly about changing the world, despite knowing little beyond their homeland afterward. Another dragon criticized the Dragon King for abandoning ambition, while tension quietly spread throughout the dark underground sanctuary afterward. The furious Dragon King suddenly revealed overwhelming hostility, shaking the underground cave with terrifying pressure afterward against the challenger nearby. The Dragon King prepared for battle while proudly declaring his authority, refusing anyone who questioned his power afterward inside alone. The ancient dragon loudly announced himself as the Dragon King, filling the underground sanctuary with fear and overwhelming dominance afterward. Yuki prepared a strange science class inside the dungeon, while she, Li-Fi, and the others gathered curiously nearby together. Wearing unusual laboratory clothes, Yuki introduced himself proudly as the experiment assistant, confusing Li-Fi and amusing she greatly. Li-Fi reluctantly joined the lesson, wearing Yuki's oversized coat, accepting chocolate bars as payment for her participation today. Yuki explained science carefully to Nell while preparing a candle experiment, though he barely understood the theory himself completely. The candle burned brightly inside the bottle, and everyone watched silently as Yuki's strange lesson finally succeeded perfectly. Iruna immediately believed the candle used magic, while Yuki continued the lesson and asked Li-Fi for careful confirmation afterward. Li-Fi inspected the flame closely as Yuki covered the bottle, causing the candlelight to disappear, moments later silently. Nell believed the flame vanished because magical particles disappeared, but Li-Fi calmly noticed the magic still remained nearby. Yuki explained oxygen supported fire instead of magic, realizing his original world shared similar survival principles with this fantasy. After adding magic again, the candle suddenly reignited inside the bottle, leaving everyone excited by Yuki's successful experiment today. Yuki explained breathing used oxygen, causing Iruna and the others to realize science existed beyond ordinary magical phenomena too. Yuki wondered whether En needed oxygen because her jelly-like body and unusual nature differed greatly from normal creatures entirely. En silently moved closer and suddenly bit Yuki's hand, making him realize the strange girl barely breathed at all. Yuki proudly declared himself insubordinate during their research, while Iruna panicked after watching En climb onto him suddenly. En seemed pleased with Yuki's reaction, and the others laughed while he desperately escaped her playful affection around class. Yuki jokingly declared Li-Fi captured by evil researchers, while En proudly sat above him during their ridiculous classroom performance. Li-Fi immediately joined the game, pretending to become a dangerous researcher determined to uncover the world's hidden truths completely. Layla bravely accepted the role of justice researcher, believing protecting everyone remained her important responsibility during the strange conflict. The playful battle between researchers continued until snack time, leaving Yuki exhausted, while the others enjoyed their imaginary scientific war together. After the chaos ended, Li-Fi approached Yuki quietly inside the room, and suddenly invited him on a peaceful date afterward. Yuki froze after realizing Li-Fi seriously invited him on a date, leaving him shocked and completely unable to think clearly. Li-Fi happily explained their destination near the mountains, while Yuki nervously followed her unexpected plans for the special outing. Yuki assumed they would hike together, but Li-Fi revealed she only wanted honey from a dangerous mountain beehive instead. Luffy praised Yuki's sweets yet admitted mountain honey interested her more, disappointing Yuki about their supposed romantic date badly. Yuki refused the exhausting trip immediately, but Luffy stubbornly prepared herself anyway, determined to drag him outside somehow afterward. Luffy continued begging Yuki for honey, claiming his kindness mattered less than satisfying her overwhelming craving for sweets today. Embarrassed and nervous, Luffy suddenly asked Yuki to sleep beside her, completely shocking him with the unexpected request afterward. Luffy quietly admitted she wanted private time alone with Yuki, revealing feelings she normally hid behind playful behavior completely. Wanting reassurance, Luffy asked Yuki to hold and cuddle her, instead of simply sleeping beside each other, silently tonight. Their peaceful moment ended once Yuki asked about the mountain, and Luffy proudly revealed she once lived there before. Yuki became curious about Luffy's old mountain home, and she reluctantly agreed to guide him there beside the cliffs. After reaching the mountain, Yuki struggled breathing because the thin oxygen exhausted him much faster than expected during climbing. Luffy claimed nothing interesting existed there, but Yuki noticed strange ruins and craters scattered across the empty mountain landscape. Luffy revealed countless weapons belonged to warriors who challenged her long ago, leaving their equipment abandoned after losing miserably there. Yuki silently listened, while Luffy explained old rumors about her blood granting immortality. Understanding the loneliness she once carried deeply, Yuki ignored the immortality rumors, and instead realized even a small part of Luffy carried incredible value and strength naturally. Thinking about protecting Iruna and everyone else, Yuki asked Luffy permission to use her scales and fangs for weapons. Yuki believed equipment created from Luffy's materials would protect their family safely, while secretly wanting one personally for himself too. Embarrassed yet pleased, Luffy allowed Yuki to use her scales and fangs, despite their unbelievable strength and rarity everywhere. After their discussion ended, Yuki discovered a peaceful lake beneath the mountain, quietly reflecting the calm atmosphere surrounding both together. Yuki admired the beautiful mountain scenery beside Luffy, enjoying the peaceful view surrounding the shining lake beneath them together. While staring quietly at the golden lake, Yuki slowly reached toward Luffy, captivated by the calm atmosphere around them completely. Luffy suddenly revealed the wonderful smell came from massive amounts of honey nearby, immediately ruining Yuki's romantic mood again completely. Giant bees suddenly attacked after Yuki approached the honey pool, while Luffy happily depended on him to survive the dangerous trap. Yuki entered the forest with Luffy to collect rare honey from giant insect monsters. He used Ian to strengthen his weapon and prepared to fight the swarm surrounding the nest. The insects attacked from every direction. Yuki swung his weapon quickly and cut through several monsters before they could surround him. Yuki believed the fire enchantment gave him the advantage against the bug-type monsters. However, one insect suddenly charged toward him with a sharp, poisonous stinger. Luffy warned Yuki that the poison could kill him within minutes. Yuki immediately ran across the battlefield while avoiding the insects chasing him. After escaping, Yuki realized Luffy had intentionally used him as bait to distract the monsters while she safely collected the honey nearby. Yuki continued fighting the giant insects while Luffy calmly collected honey near the nest. She warned him to move farther away, so the honey would not be contaminated during the battle. After defeating many insects, Yuki collapsed from exhaustion. Luffy mocked his weak stamina and ordered him to continue protecting her while she harvested more honey from the hive. Seeing Yuki unable to continue properly, Luffy finally decided to help. She released part of her dragon power and prepared a powerful attack against the remaining insects. Luffy used Dragon's Roar and instantly destroyed the entire swarm with overwhelming magic power. The explosion shook the area and cleared the battlefield in seconds. After the attack ended, Yuki stared silently at the destroyed field. He became frustrated after realizing Luffy could have ended the fight much earlier. Later that night, Yuki noticed Luffy acting strangely inside the room. She looked nervous and avoided looking directly at him while holding the blanket tightly. Luffy admitted that she had treated Yuki badly during the honey gathering earlier. Feeling guilty, she tried to apologize while struggling to express her feelings honestly. Yuki moved closer and continued teasing her despite her embarrassment. Luffy became flustered and tried to stop him while hiding under the blanket. Instead of stopping, Yuki jokingly treated Luffy like a soft body pillow and ignored her weak protests. Luffy became even more embarrassed by his behavior. When Yuki touched her dragon tail, Luffy reacted immediately and lost her composure. Yuki quickly realized the tail was her biggest weakness. That night, Yuki continued, teasing Luffy inside the room. After discovering her sensitive wings and tail, he refused to stop bothering her until morning arrived. The next day, and visited a large castle for the first time. She quietly looked around the area with curiosity while observing the people and buildings around her. Several girls guided En through the castle halls and proudly introduced the place to her, and calmly listened while following them deeper inside the castle. The girls introduced themselves as Ru and Ru from the Wraith race, and became surprised after seeing the ghost-like girls floating through the hallway. The Wraith girls happily explained that they had shown the castle to En together. Although En remained quiet, she slowly became more comfortable around them. On spent more time with Rui and Ru inside the castle. The Wraith girls played around her and tried to surprise her, but En remained calm while quietly watching them. Ru floated quickly through the hallway, while the others chased after her. On followed behind them and slowly became interested in their playful behavior. Later, Yuki called everyone for lunch and noticed only En had arrived. En explained that the others were still busy playing hide-and-seek around the castle. After hearing that, Yuki gently patted En on the head and became relieved that she was getting along well with everyone in the castle. Soon after, Rui, and Ru finally returned together. Yuki invited all of them to join lunch, even though the Wraith girls could not actually eat normal food. While walking together after lunch, Yuki gently patted En on the head and quietly grabbed his hand and stopped him from pulling away. En then climbed onto Yuki and stayed close to him while they walked across the field. Although she said nothing, Yuki noticed she had become more attached to him. Rai happily watched the scene and teased En about finally becoming comfortable around others. En tried to stay calm, but could not completely hide her feelings. As everyone returned together, En quietly admitted that she enjoyed spending time with Yuki and the others inside the castle. Later that day, Yuki visited Lefai again. Lefai confidently challenged him to pull her tail, believing he would never actually dare to do it. While talking with Yuki inside the castle, Lefai suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching the dungeon. Her expression immediately became more serious. Yuki quickly checked the dungeon monitor and realized someone had entered the area near the dungeon entrance. The sudden appearance surprised him. Lefai explained that the visitors were old acquaintances of hers. She decided to meet them personally before the situation could become dangerous. Yuki refused to let Lefai go alone and insisted on accompanying her. He worried that anyone connected to the Supreme Dragon could become a serious threat. Although Lefai warned him that the visitors were dangerous and short-tempered, Yuki still chose to follow her. Lefai calmly accepted his decision and headed toward the entrance together with him. Yuki introduced himself proudly as the partner of the Supreme Dragon while standing beside Lefai. Lefai quietly accepted his words without denying their relationship. The atmosphere around the mountain suddenly changed as a powerful presence approached the area. Yuki immediately sensed that the situation was becoming dangerous. Yuki and Lefai arrived at a large cave near the mountain. The area was completely silent as they carefully moved closer to the entrance. A dragon suddenly appeared from inside the cave and landed in front of them. The creature stared directly at Yuki while releasing intense pressure throughout the area. Yuki and Lefai encountered Jirodio Gyodga, the new Dragon King, who finally located the legendary Supreme Dragon Lefios. Jirodio questioned Lefai's human appearance, while Yuki carefully observed him, sensing dangerous ambition behind the Dragon King's behavior. Lefai asked about Belm and the ancient dragons, learning Jirodio mercilessly slaughtered every dragon living inside their village. Jirodio released overwhelming pressure across the mountains and proudly declared himself the Dragon King before Yuki and Lefai. After revealing his ruthless ambitions, Jirodio announced plans conquering the world and approached Yuki and Lefai confidently directly. Jirodio boldly proposed marriage to Lefai, believing their combined strength would easily conquer the entire world together afterward. Lefai became annoyed by Jirodio's arrogant proposal, while Yuki calmly watched the noisy Dragon King standing before them nearby. Yuki defended Lefai immediately, knowing world conquest would only interrupt her peaceful lifestyle and daily afternoon sleeping habits completely. Lefai rejected Jirodio without hesitation and coldly reminded him to pursue someone matching his own power and ambitions. Instead, Jirodio blamed Yuki for Lefai's human behavior, but Lefai firmly declared Yuki was her trusted and important partner already. Lefai called Jirodio an annoying fool while Yuki jokingly asked why she considered the Dragon King an idiot afterward. Jirodio insulted Yuki as a weak insect, causing Yuki's expression to darken while preparing himself for the approaching battle. Lefai angrily stepped forward to fight Jirodio personally, after realizing the Dragon King attempted attacking Yuki without hesitation directly. Yuki stopped Lefai calmly and promised protecting her himself, refusing allowing Jirodio threaten someone precious before his eyes ever. Lefai quietly accepted Yuki's promise and trusted him completely, believing he would truly protect her against Jirodio's overwhelming strength. Yuki confidently stepped forward against Jirodio, while asking Li-Fi remain behind and avoid losing against the dangerous Dragon King. Jirodio mocked Yuki's weakness proudly, but Yuki stayed calm and ignored the Dragon King's constant arrogant provocations completely afterward. The battle quickly overwhelmed Yuki as Jirodio's raw power and speed greatly surpassed his current combat abilities by far. Yuki barely survived Jirodio's attacks by relying on his special judger title and carefully dodging every deadly strike continuously. Jirodio noticed Yuki's fading confidence immediately and launched another fierce attack, forcing Yuki into an even more dangerous situation. Yuki finally injured Jirodio slightly and proudly mocked the Dragon King after noticing blood flowing from his wounded clawed hand. Using the opening carefully, Yuki launched another attack and struck Jirodio directly before the massive dragon escaped backward immediately afterward. Yuki called Li-Fi's attention toward Jirodio's injury, proving the powerful Dragon King could still suffer damage during battle from humans. Despite his injury, Jirodio continued boasting arrogantly about himself, while insisting nobody besides him deserved standing beside Li-Fi ever afterward. Yuki realized Jirodio's constant boasting unintentionally helped restoring his stamina, but prolonged fighting still placed him in serious danger. Jirodio suddenly launched countless sharp attacks toward Yuki, forcing him retreat quickly while avoiding the deadly incoming weapons repeatedly afterward. Yuki became completely surrounded by flying spears and realized Jirodio intended overwhelming him through relentless attacks without allowing escape opportunities. The continuous assault pushed Yuki into panic as explosions and destructive strikes shook the entire battlefield around him violently everywhere. Jirodio watched confidently from above, while Li-Fi silently observed Yuki struggling against the Dragon King's overwhelming combat abilities below carefully. Although heavily injured and exhausted, Yuki survived stubbornly, causing Jirodio becoming increasingly irritated by his unexpected persistence during battle against impossible odds. Yuki laughed quietly, despite his desperate situation, refusing surrender while searching carefully for any possible chance reversing the dangerous battle situation. Yuki entered the silent battlefield beneath dark clouds, sensing dangerous magic spreading across the ruined forest around him. Li-Fi mocked Yuki's weak appearance, but he stayed calm while carefully preparing his hidden dungeon trap beneath them. Yuki revealed his wings and faced Li-Fi directly, refusing retreat despite the overwhelming pressure from the powerful dragon. Yuki confidently controlled his dungeon system, warning Li-Fi carefully while secretly guiding her closer toward the unstable ground nearby. The earth suddenly collapsed under Li-Fi's feet, shocking the dragon after Yuki's clever trap activated successfully beneath her. Li-Fi noticed magical circles appearing above her. Before escaping, powerful force launched her violently high into the bright sky. Massive explosion burst around Li-Fi after another hidden trap activated, surrounding the dragon with destructive magical energy instantly. Smoke covered Li-Fi's body, but she remained standing proudly. Even after repeated attacks, the powerful dragon stayed furious. Yuki revealed he spent dungeon points creating traps everywhere. He used strategy carefully to challenge Li-Fi's overwhelming strength advantage. Li-Fi quickly recovered and charged toward Yuki again. Their fierce battle continued as the second round finally started overhead. Magical circles surrounded the battlefield as Li-Fi noticed another dangerous trap forming high above her position during combat. The dragon gathered enormous energy inside his mouth, preparing a destructive roar powerful enough to crush Yuki instantly during battle. Yuki rushed forward fearlessly while the dragon released its attack, refusing escape, despite the overwhelming magical pressure approaching rapidly. A massive explosion filled the sky after Yuki's induction trap captured the dragon's attack and redirected its destructive energy. Yuki realized the dragon's movements were easier predicting than Li-Fi's attacks, giving him better chances surviving the fierce battle. Li-Fi calmly watched nearby and warned Yuki carefully. She noticed the dragon lacked real combat experience, despite possessing overwhelming power. Yuki entered the dungeon interface carefully while the angry dragon roared loudly above the ruined rocky ground nearby. The dragon suddenly charged toward Yuki. He froze briefly while trying activating another trap from the dungeon menu. Yuki failed escaping quickly and crashed against the dungeon wall. The dragon's attack destroyed the surrounding ground instantly. The furious dragon continued rushing across the battlefield. Dust and broken rocks scattered everywhere as Yuki struggled recovering himself. Yuki realized the dragon became even angrier. He desperately activated spear traps while searching another way surviving the attack. The dragon released blazing fire toward Yuki. He barely avoided the attack while retreating across the damaged battlefield quickly. Yuki felt the burning heat surrounding him immediately. The dragon chased aggressively through the sky without slowing its pursuit. Yuki realized escaping normally was impossible because the dragon moved faster. He carefully prepared another dangerous counterattack plan alone. While falling through the air, Yuki waited silently for the perfect timing. The dragon followed directly beneath his position. The dragon unleashed another stream of flames toward Yuki. He narrowly slipped beside the attack while enduring intense heat. Yuki finally struck the dragon using his spear. The wounded dragon roared painfully while blood scattered through the battlefield. The dragon retaliated immediately and slammed Yuki with tremendous force. His body shook violently from the direct attack impact. Inside the dungeon, Iluna and the others noticed violent tremors continuing constantly. They worried seriously about Yuki's dangerous battle outside. The girls became increasingly anxious after hearing the dragon's distant roar. They feared Yuki might already suffer severe injuries badly. After returning briefly, Yuki instructed everyone remain inside safely until he and Levi completely finished defeating the furious dragon. Inside the dungeon, the girls clenched their fists nervously while sensing violent tremors caused by Yuki's dangerous ongoing battle outside. One girl worried seriously after hearing Yuki suffered injuries. Another girl tried comforting everyone while remaining hopeful about his survival. The girls encouraged themselves together and believed Yuki and Levi would eventually overcome the furious dragon, despite overwhelming danger outside. Exhausted from continuous fighting, Yuki collapsed across the destroyed battlefield, even injured badly. He still protected everyone inside the dungeon. The girls contacted Yuki through magic and felt relieved immediately after discovering he remained alive, despite suffering terrible injuries outside. Injured heavily from the battle, Yuki struggled walking through the forest while enduring unbearable pain across his exhausted body badly. Yuki apologized quietly to En while hearing worried voices through magic. Even collapsing soon, he still continued moving forward. Someone suddenly approached the battlefield slowly. Yuki sensed another presence nearby while forcing himself remain conscious despite exhaustion. Refusing surrender completely, Yuki grabbed his weapon firmly again. He decided continuing the fight despite suffering terrible wounds everywhere already. The wounded dragon roared violently once more while destroying surrounding rocks. Both Yuki and the dragon prepared continuing their desperate battle. Levi arrived at the battlefield and mocked the wounded dragon calmly. The dragon proudly claimed Yuki already died completely afterward. Levi questioned the dragon confidently while standing beside Yuki. Her expression changed immediately after sensing Yuki still breathing weakly nearby. The dragon stared in complete shock after noticing Yuki remained alive. Yuki continued standing despite exhaustion and overwhelming injuries everywhere already. Furious seeing Yuki survive repeatedly, the dragon attacked him violently again. Yuki endured the painful strike without collapsing immediately afterward. Barely remaining conscious, Yuki struggled forcing himself stand again. He refused allowing the dragon approach Levi or threaten the dungeon anymore. The dragon prepared another deadly breath attack while mocking Yuki. Even exhausted badly, Yuki continued facing the terrifying enemy directly. Suddenly, the dragon's movements weakened strangely. Yuki realized his hidden plan finally succeeded after enduring the long, dangerous battle completely. Yuki explained the dungeon's air belonged entirely under his control. He secretly prepared the deadly trap throughout the exhausting fight. Using wind magic carefully, Yuki increased poisonous carbon monoxide around the battlefield slowly until the dragon eventually lost consciousness completely afterward. Luffy protected herself immediately after understanding Yuki's strategy. The dragon collapsed helplessly while Yuki finally relaxed after surviving the brutal battle. After the brutal battle finally ended, Yuki lost consciousness completely, while the destroyed battlefield became quiet once again afterward. Yuki slowly awakened and discovered Levi supporting him gently. She remained beside him quietly after defeating the dangerous dragon together. Still exhausted badly, Yuki explained. He remembered collapsing unconscious during the battle. Levi listened calmly while watching his weakened condition carefully. Levi proudly claimed she provided Yuki the greatest pillow possible. Yuki happily praised both Levi and her soft dragon wings sincerely, embarrassed slightly. Levi noticed Yuki recovering faster than expected. Despite everything, the atmosphere between them finally became peaceful and relaxed afterward. Yuki suddenly realized all his wounds completely disappeared. He immediately understood Levi secretly healed him during his unconscious condition afterward. Levi admitted healing Yuki's injuries was extremely simple for her. She smiled proudly while watching his surprised reaction carefully nearby. Levi explained Yuki still needed proper rest despite recovering physically. Yuki quietly wondered whether he truly protected her successfully during battle. Levi honestly praised Yuki for defeating the enemy and protecting her safely. Hearing those words made Yuki feel his suffering worthwhile. Laughing proudly afterward, Levi admitted Yuki was far better than ordinary people. Their relationship became noticeably closer after surviving the dangerous battle. While resting quietly beside Levi, Yuki suddenly gathered courage and prepared sharing his honest feelings toward her, sincerely afterward. Levi became surprised after hearing Yuki confess directly. She stared silently at him while trying understanding his unexpected feelings completely. Yuki admitted he still lacked Levi's strength greatly. Even so, he promised becoming someone worthy, standing beside her faithfully someday. Embarrassed by Yuki's confession, Levi quietly asked whether he truly wished remaining together with her from now onward permanently. After surviving countless dangers together, Yuki sincerely accepted Levi's feelings. Their bond deepened peacefully beneath the quiet forest sky afterward. Levi gently embraced Yuki beneath the quiet sky. After surviving countless dangers together, they finally accepted each other's true feelings completely. From that moment onward, Levi decided remaining beside Yuki forever. Their peaceful journey together quietly began after the brutal battle ended. Yuki misunderstood Levi's dragon oath and happily believed the silver dragon accepted becoming his lifelong wife today officially. Levi froze silently after hearing the word wife, while unfamiliar emotions slowly overwhelmed her proud dragon heart completely. Yuki continued teasing Levi about marriage, causing the embarrassed dragon girl to lose her usual calm expression entirely. Although embarrassed, Levi warned Yuki seriously because she feared other women might eventually replace her beside him completely. Yuki gently held Levi's hand afterward, sealing their eternal oath together while strengthening their growing relationship forever deeply, and quietly sat alone with a small pout, still upset because Yuki worried more about others recently than her. Yuki noticed En's sadness immediately and apologized sincerely while staying beside her carefully inside the quiet dungeon hallway afterward. After waking from exhaustion, Yuki spent the entire day comforting En carefully because he understood how lonely she previously felt. En finally revealed her simple wish, wanting Yuki to remain beside her peacefully without leaving anyone else between them again. Iruna suddenly interrupted their peaceful moment, demanding affection too after worrying constantly, while Yuki recovered from dangerous outside battles recently. And Iruna worried carefully over Yuki's injuries, while Levi became annoyed after hearing everyone repeatedly mention husband around them. Later, Yuki checked his status window and realized his battles and experiences had increased his terrifying demon lord abilities greatly. Yuki discovered the Dragon King title, granted powerful intimidation skills after defeating the former ruler respected by every dragon member. The strange titles also recognized Yuki as Leafy's official spouse, making him unexpectedly connected to the powerful dragon tribe directly. After absorbing the dragon's remains, Yuki's dungeon evolved further, increasing trap production while greatly strengthening the dungeon's overall capabilities afterward. Yuki examined Leafy's status carefully but still failed understanding her overwhelming power, proving the supreme dragon remained completely unmatched everywhere. After finally reading several numbers, Yuki became shocked realizing his wife possessed strength far beyond normal demon lords entirely. Although the dungeon stopped giving rewards during Leafy's stay, Yuki still felt happy because she officially became trusted family there. Leafy later revealed the wedding ring she personally crafted for Yuki, proudly showing the powerful magical item she carefully created herself. Despite acting strong earlier, Leafy quietly worried about Yuki's injuries afterward and stayed beside him until he recovered completely from battle, and invited Yuki onto her futon confidently, treating him naturally like her husband, while enjoying his embarrassed reaction beside her completely. Later, Yuki called En toward the workshop because he planned creating an even stronger weapon using dragon materials collected previously. After careful forging, Yuki successfully fused Leafy's fang into Eni while maximizing his enchantment magic abilities further than before already. Yuki examined the newly unlocked enchantment effects carefully, realizing the weapon gained overwhelming offensive power and extreme magical recovery capabilities afterward. Finally, Yuki installed another magic circuit into Zion, greatly strengthening En's dragon killing weapon against powerful enemies and future dangerous battles. Yuki proudly confirmed En's weapon reached legendary rank, making the intelligent sword far stronger than ordinary magical equipment before already. Wanting greater strength, Yuki added extreme recovery and magic enhancement circuits onto the wedding ring Leafy, personally crafted carefully afterward. After becoming stronger, Yuki trained recklessly every day using En's wind magic, hunting monsters and testing dangerous combat methods repeatedly everywhere. The constant battles excited Yuki greatly, causing him to enjoy experimenting with destructive powers, while losing control over his enthusiasm temporarily. Eventually, Yuki suggested burning forests daily for training, leaving Riru silently disturbed by his increasingly dangerous demon lord behavior afterward. Leafy quietly realized she never understood how beautiful and enjoyable the outside world truly was during her lonely years previously. When Yuki finally returned home safely, Li-Fi watched silently while he happily carried in despite dangerous battles outside earlier today already. After meeting Yuki, Li-Fi slowly learned living freely, instead of remaining isolated alone like the proud dragons from her past before. Li-Fi understood she would probably remain alone forever, without Yuki, making his kindness become deeply precious within her heart afterward, completely. Standing beside Yuki and their companions peacefully, Li-Fi finally discovered the world contained warmth, happiness, and beauty beyond loneliness for herself. Yuki repeatedly questioned Cuckoo seriously, demanding the giant wolf finally decide whether joining his side completely or not permanently. After hearing Cuckoo's answer, Yuki immediately prepared himself and summoned every companion hidden throughout the surrounding forest nearby together afterward. Standing proudly before the forest, Yuki called his beloved pets loudly, while officially gathering his growing monster family around him. Yuki summoned Yata and Orochi inside the dungeon, preparing trusted familiars to guard every dangerous underground corridor carefully. Byaku and Seimi joined the growing group, using illusion and water abilities to strengthen Yuki's expanding dungeon defenses. Yuki introduced himself proudly to every familiar, hoping cooperation would help the dungeon survive future invading adventurers together. After organizing his familiars, Yuki assigned patrol duties carefully because strong monsters and hidden traps threatened nearby areas. Rairu accepted Yuki's mission seriously, leading powerful dungeon beasts while protecting weaker familiars from dangerous enemy intruders daily. Yuki apologized to Riru, after noticing the exhausted wolf struggled managing stronger subordinates and weaker dungeon familiars simultaneously daily. While speaking with Riru, Yuki suddenly noticed Li-Fi and Iruna approaching the dungeon entrance together from the nearby forest. Yuki proudly introduced his 4 devas to Li-Fi and Iruna, showing the powerful familiars protecting the growing dungeon territory safely. Li-Fi questioned Yuki carefully, worrying the new pets might become more girls joining the already crowded dungeon household unexpectedly. Iruna happily greeted every familiar inside the dungeon, admiring their appearance while becoming excited meeting Yuki's trusted monster companions. Iruna happily hugged Riru, while Yata and Orochi watched silently, surprising Yuki with their calm reactions toward the cheerful girl. Iruna admired Orochi's glossy scales closely, making the giant serpent nervous while accepting her innocent curiosity without resisting afterward. Orochi carried Iruna high above the forest, allowing her excitement to grow while exploring the dungeon surroundings from above safely. Li-Fi laughed proudly after watching Iruna enjoy herself, teasing Yuki while noticing the girl's fearless personality resembled his behavior greatly. While Yuki and Li-Fi argued jokingly, Iruna rode Yata across the sky, enjoying another exciting adventure above the forest together. Li-Fi became worried after Iruna continued flying with Yata, so Yuki rushed outside to watch them carefully from below. Several days later, Yuki spent time playing soccer with Riru outside the dungeon, while enjoying the peaceful afternoon together happily. Li-Fi suddenly joined the game confidently, challenging Yuki directly while preparing herself to block every incoming soccer ball aggressively afterward. Yata quickly supported Li-Fi during the match, flying above the field while carrying the ball beyond Yuki's defensive reach, easily. Yuki complained about Li-Fi's unfair strategy afterward, but she proudly celebrated winning the strange multi-dimensional soccer game against him successfully. Yuki and his familiars challenged Li-Fi and Ryu again, continuing their competitive soccer match across the open dungeon field together. While the others watched comfortably nearby, Li-Fi ordered Ryu protect the goal, despite complaining about joining the exhausting game reluctantly. Li-Fi became serious after Yuki mocked her earlier confidence, declaring she would defeat him completely during the ongoing intense match. Using her incredible strength, Li-Fi launched the soccer ball forward violently, shocking Yuki with the overwhelming speed and force immediately. Orochi suddenly intercepted the dangerous ball midair, saving Yuki unexpectedly, while the powerful shot exploded across the nearby field afterward. Li-Fi complained loudly after Orochi blocked her powerful shot, insisting the incredible attack deserved extra points during their chaotic soccer match. While everyone continued arguing playfully nearby, quiet footsteps suddenly approached the dungeon area from the deep forest without anybody noticing immediately. A mysterious hooded figure slowly walked through the forest, heading directly toward Yuki's dungeon hidden beyond the surrounding trees silently afterward. Later, Yuki calmly explained his daily life as Demon Lord, mentioning visitors often arrived while monsters protected the dungeon from intruders. Although most invaders were defeated quickly by dungeon monsters, Yuki understood certain dangerous individuals could still bypass their defensive traps occasionally. Yuki finally met the mysterious visitor, discovering she was a calm female devil entering the dungeon without triggering any dangerous traps. The visitor introduced herself as Hiloria Laylot, a guardian devil serving secretly within the royal guard as an undercover soldier. Yuki questioned Hiloria carefully, wondering why someone connected to the demon world's king suddenly visited his peaceful dungeon directly alone. Hiloria explained she respected Yuki after hearing how he destroyed the Devil Tribe's schemes inside the Alicia Kingdom successfully before. After gaining Yuki's attention, Hiloria revealed important information about dangerous enemies preparing an attack against the dungeon very soon afterward. Yuki realized Hiloria wanted something valuable in exchange for her warning, carefully listening to her true intentions afterward. Hiloria finally revealed her purpose clearly, proposing an alliance with Yuki against the dangerous enemy, threatening both sides simultaneously. Yuki noticed Layla visiting his room quietly. Her sudden appearance surprised him, while Lefi calmly served tea nearby. Layla from the Horned Sheep tribe became known as the Kijin, who endlessly searched for forgotten knowledge and rare materials. Yuki remembered hearing that Layla disappeared after traveling through dangerous human territories while searching for ancient books and resources. Layla calmly offered snacks while explaining many events changed her life, including her unusual maid outfit and current situation. Layla carefully discussed demon lords with Yuki, hoping to understand his dungeon while continuing her endless pursuit of knowledge. Layla explained the demon world to Yuki, describing how demons controlled territories while political tensions quietly continued growing there. The demon world divided into opposing factions. One supported reform, while extremists valued strength and secretly caused disturbances recently. Yuki became worried after learning both factions already knew about his dungeon and existence, following the Alshur incident recently. Layla suggested Yuki cooperate with reformists. Lefi quietly remembered similar conflicts already existing during her time inside the demon world. Layla warned Yuki that extremist Devil Tribe forces could threaten everyone, because the growing faction conflict continued intensifying dangerously. Yuki worried extremists might attack his dungeon for revenge because Lefi's overwhelming strength already frightened many dangerous enemies everywhere. Layla requested cooperation with Yuki's dungeon, hoping both sides could unite against enemies threatening stability across the demon world. Layla explained her faction constantly monitored extremist movements, allowing important information about enemy activities to reach Yuki quickly afterward. Layla admitted her faction lacked greater rewards, so she personally invited Yuki to negotiate directly with their respected lord. Yuki realized visiting the demon world meant meeting powerful leaders, while spending more time traveling beside Lefi throughout negotiations there. Yuki became excited about visiting the demon world, imagining peaceful sightseeing adventures together with Lefi during the important diplomatic journey ahead. Yuki asked Layla for one day before answering, deciding he needed to discuss the dangerous proposal carefully with Lefi first. Lefi immediately refused the demon world trip after hearing Yuki's explanation, showing unusual hesitation despite her normally fearless personality and confidence. Lefi awkwardly explained the refusal came from unfortunate timing, while a nearby slime sadly reacted after misunderstanding her emotional reaction completely. Yuki suddenly pulled Lefi closer, calming her embarrassment while trying to understand the real reason behind her reluctant decision afterward. Yuki comforted Lefi after realizing she felt disappointed about missing their planned vacation together inside the demon world completely. Yuki gently stayed beside Lefi, explaining their separation would only last briefly while he handled important negotiations with demons there. Lefi slowly accepted Yuki's explanation, though she still looked emotionally troubled about spending several weeks apart from him afterward. Nell asked Yuki how long he planned staying inside the demon realm while preparing supplies before tomorrow's dangerous diplomatic journey began. Yuki estimated the negotiations could last nearly 3 weeks, though he promised returning quickly whenever situations inside the demon world worsened. Nell questioned whether the demon world proposal truly benefited Yuki, worrying the dangerous negotiations offered little personal advantage for him. Yuki calmly believed the dungeon remained safe, because trusted companions stayed behind protecting everyone during his absence from home temporarily. Yuki explained he wanted peaceful lives for Lefi, Iruna, and she, without forcing them into endless dangerous conflicts or battles. While holding Lefi closely, Yuki quietly admitted his greatest reason involved, protecting everyone precious to him from future threats approaching nearby. Lefi became deeply embarrassed after hearing Yuki's honest feelings, while their peaceful moment quietly revealed the affection connecting both together. The next morning, Yuki departed toward the demon world while riding beside Layla, under everyone's worried but supportive watchful gazes nearby. Nell informed Lefi that Layla accompanied Yuki as his guard, believing the journey would remain mostly safe throughout negotiations ahead. Lefi trusted Yuki's strength greatly, yet she still quietly worried hidden dangers inside the demon realm could threaten him unexpectedly. Lefi accepted Yuki, enjoying sightseeing and meeting girls, but feared political groups might manipulate his kind personality for selfish goals later. Lefi imagined Yuki becoming trapped by beautiful women and dangerous schemes, making her anxiety about the demon world grow even stronger. Nell teased Lefi about her obvious affection for Yuki, while Lefi awkwardly admitted his troublesome personality constantly worried her deeply. Despite missing Yuki already, Lefi focused on managing household duties carefully, ordering Iruna, Shi, and Reese to help everyone together. Yuki arrived at the demon city with Riru and Orochi. He became excited after seeing many unfamiliar races together. Yuki carefully explored the streets while learning about demons, elves, dwarves, and beastfolk living peacefully near the dungeon routes. Riru and Orochi became jealous after noticing Yuki staring too long at the animal-eared girls inside the crowded marketplace. After traveling across the city, Yuki and his companions stayed overnight at a quiet inn before continuing their journey tomorrow. During the peaceful night, Yuki looked outside the inn window and wondered what dangers awaited beyond the next city. Yuki noticed a giant elephant carriage near the streets. The unusual transportation immediately caught everyone's attention inside the busy city. Layla explained how elephant carriages replaced horses after several races brought enormous creatures into the demon kingdom long ago, and became interested in Yuki's stories during their journey. Fufu happily encouraged him to continue speaking beside the crowded road. Before leaving the city, Yuki helped and board the carriage while Orochi arrived late after preparing supplies for traveling. Later, Yuki unexpectedly met Naya again. The cheerful cat girl proudly reminded him about their strange previous encounter together. Inside the moving carriage, Naya joked about Lefi, sending En alongside Yuki to prevent him from flirting with other girls. Naya teased Yuki again, while En quietly stayed beside him. The playful misunderstanding made everyone inside laugh during traveling. After hearing Naya's comments, Yuki asked whether In disliked being treated like his daughter during their journey together. En happily accepted Yuki's words and felt relieved. Her gentle smile showed how comfortable she already felt beside him. Naya continued teasing Yuki about En afterward, but the others calmly reminded her their relationship remained deeply important regardless. Mir showed Yuki her adult witch certificate and explained witches used magical wands to better control their powerful magic. Yuki became surprised after hearing Mir was already considered an adult despite her small appearance and childish personality beside everyone. Mir confidently explained witch adulthood depended on age instead of appearance. Yuki slowly accepted the strange rules within demon society. After learning Mir was 15 years old, Yuki accidentally made insensitive comments that embarrassed her during the carriage ride afterward. Ruenu immediately comforted Mir by praising her appearance. The teasing atmosphere disappeared while everyone continued traveling toward the distant castle. While resting inside the carriage, En suddenly covered Yuki's eyes closely, making him confused by her unusual affectionate behavior there. The peaceful atmosphere immediately changed after the guards noticed suspicious people hiding nearby beside the forest road during their journey. Several armed bandits suddenly charged toward the carriage on horseback, forcing everyone inside to prepare for unexpected danger ahead immediately. Before panic spread further, the experienced carriage driver calmly reacted and quickly controlled the situation without showing fear toward attackers. During the sudden movement, Naya lost balance and accidentally fell onto Yuki, while the carriage continued escaping from approaching bandits. En became upset after Naya accidentally fell onto Yuki earlier. Yuki awkwardly tried explaining the misunderstanding inside the carriage afterward. While the others worried about approaching bandits, Yuki calmly observed the attackers and realized they appeared weaker than expected nearby. Yuki instructed En and Fufu to continue protecting Layla, while everyone else prepared themselves against the dangerous bandit attack outside. Ignoring everyone's warnings, Yuki suddenly stepped outside the moving carriage alone and faced the charging bandits without hesitation directly. Yuki summoned a powerful earth dragon attack that instantly overwhelmed the frightened bandits and completely destroyed their reckless assault formation. After defeating the bandits, Yuki proudly returned toward the carriage while everyone stared at him with complete shock and amazement. Ruenu and Mir remained speechless after witnessing the overwhelming attack. They could barely understand how powerful Yuki's magic truly was. The others immediately praised Yuki's incredible spellcasting abilities. Hearing their admiration made him proudly demand even more compliments from everyone. Mir realized Yuki had cast enormous magic without chanting. Ruenu carefully warned others not to provoke someone possessing such terrifying strength. While the girls continued admiring Yuki's abilities, he happily enjoyed their attention and completely ignored the dangerous situation surrounding them. After the battle ended, En quietly clung to Yuki and refused letting him go despite his awkward attempts to calm her. Yuki gently comforted En by patting her head. She slowly relaxed after remaining worried during the dangerous attack earlier. The others peacefully rested inside the carriage, while Yuki happily discussed their journey with Orochi and the traveling companions nearby. Yuki became curious after learning bandit attacks recently increased across the demon realm, creating fear among travelers using major roads. While thinking carefully about the situation, Yuki realized the growing danger might become a serious problem for future traveling plans. While thinking about Iruna and the others, Yuki decided everyone deserved a peaceful vacation without fearing dangerous attacks across the roads. As the carriage continued traveling through the mountains, Yuki became determined to help make the demon realm much safer afterward. Yuki and the girls arrived at the demon capital, Reheg. The group enjoyed the crowded streets and lively atmosphere together. Yuki traveled through the capital with Lefi, Layla, and the others, while asking Layla about her previous research visits. Layla explained that she studied many subjects before writing several impressive thesis papers across different academic fields in the capital. Yuki listened carefully to Layla's explanation. He became surprised by her intelligence and admired her endless curiosity toward research. Yuki quietly realized Layla always followed knowledge wherever her interests led, making her presence unforgettable during their journey together. Layla looked at Yuki carefully and quietly wondered whether he planned to leave the capital after their current journey ended. Yuki assured Layla about his decision. Hearing his answer relieved her, while her growing interest toward him continued deeply. After their discussion, Yuki and the group finally arrived at the enormous Demon King's castle inside the capital city. A castle attendant guided Yuki through the long hallway, while he carefully observed the unfamiliar architecture surrounding the palace interior. Yuki entered the large chamber beside the attendant. The silent atmosphere inside the castle immediately made him feel cautious. Yuki entered the audience hall with Hiloria. A calm voice praised Hiloria's efforts while observing Yuki with quiet interest carefully. The ruler introduced himself as Final, the demon king governing the realm. Yuki immediately understood he faced an important figure. Final welcomed Yuki politely and studied him closely. The meeting remained peaceful despite the overwhelming pressure inside the chamber. Yuki secretly checked Final's status and discovered the Demon King possessed tremendous strength, leadership abilities, and dangerous strategic intelligence overall. Final already understood most events involving Hiloria. He quickly began discussing important matters directly with Yuki inside the royal chamber. Final admitted Yuki surpassed him in direct combat ability. Instead, he specialized in strategy, planning, and hidden political movements carefully. The Demon King revealed his true intention afterward. Final wanted Yuki to become the realm's public symbol of overwhelming power instead. Yuki reacted awkwardly after hearing Final's proposal. The unexpected responsibility immediately made him feel uncomfortable and uncertain about everything. Final laughed while explaining the dangerous position honestly. Yuki realized becoming the kingdom's symbol also meant attracting countless enemies constantly. Yuki questioned Final carefully, despite feeling exhausted already. He wondered why the Demon King trusted his strength so confidently afterward. Yuki stopped avoiding the proposal, and finally asked Final what benefits he would receive after joining the Demon King instead. Final explained that his subordinates failed to analyze Yuki's abilities completely. That unusual situation convinced him about Yuki's exceptional strength. Final also investigated the dragon connected to Yuki's dungeon. The demons believed Yuki defeated the powerful Dragon King previously nearby. Yuki understood the Demon King's reasoning afterward. Anyone surviving beside the Dragon King naturally possessed terrifying power and dangerous abilities themselves. Final finally revealed another advantage clearly. His vast information network would support Yuki and answer many future problems across the realm. Final offered Yuki valuable resources and information networks. He believed those connections would greatly help Yuki manage his growing dungeon. Yuki quickly became interested after hearing about rewards. Final easily noticed Yuki's simple thoughts and straightforward personality immediately afterward. Final promised travel opportunities, guides, and peaceful vacations across the demon realm. He also mentioned Yuki's devotion toward his family. Yuki became embarrassed after Final jokingly mentioned honeymoons and women. Final continued teasing him while observing his obvious nervous reaction closely. After considering everything carefully, Yuki realized independence offered little advantage anymore. Final's proposal provided better rewards and stronger future support overall. Yuki carefully observed Final while questioning his true intentions. He still remained uncertain about trusting the Demon King completely afterward. Yuki asked whether Final controlled the demon capital's secret forces. Final immediately denied personally commanding those hidden organizations directly himself. Despite his doubts, Yuki accepted cooperating temporarily with Final. He decided suspicious actions would determine whether their alliance continued safely afterward. Final stood from his throne and personally guided Yuki forward. the Demon King calmly invited him deeper inside the castle afterward. Elsewhere, powerful demons waited impatiently for Yuki's arrival. They wondered whether he possessed abilities worthy of joining their ranks successfully. Large doors slowly opened inside the castle hall. The waiting demons immediately focused their attention toward the approaching visitors silently afterward. The demons watched the entrance carefully while wondering what kind of person would appear before them. Inside the enormous chamber, Duda, the mountain dwarf king, arrived at Yuki's dungeon meeting to represent the dwarves and observe the gathering carefully. Nafla's Filet, the forest elf queen, joined the meeting calmly while studying every leader and the dungeon surroundings closely. Valdroy Glard, leader of the Beast clan, entered proudly and questioned why different races suddenly gathered inside one dungeon. Lefi introduced Yuki as the dungeon's demon lord, surprising Valdroy and making the leaders silently reconsider the meeting's purpose. Valdroy distrusted demon lords immediately, but Duda listened carefully, while Lefi defended Yuki's honesty before tensions escalated further. Naflas trusted Yuki after sensing his hidden status, believing Lefi would never support a dangerous or dishonest demon lord. Lefi revealed Naflas possessed advanced analysis abilities, causing Yuki to worry his true strength might already be discovered completely. Naflas questioned why Yuki could safely leave his dungeon, while Yuki admitted Lefi strongly pushed him into attending meetings. Yuki explained the dungeon remained protected under his wife's supervision, accidentally shocking Naflas after suddenly calling Lefi his wife. The gathered leaders immediately connected Yuki to the legendary dragon, realizing the dungeon lord possessed far greater influence than expected. Naflas quickly offered friendship with Yuki, while Duda regretted reacting slowly after recognizing Yuki's growing political importance among races. Valdroy laughed at Lefi's overwhelming influence, while Lefi calmly encouraged everyone to become closer allies with Yuki. Afterward, Valdroy declared true friendship required strength and mutual respect. Believing warriors should first understand each other through direct battle, Valdroy raised his voice confidently before the meeting, preparing to challenge Yuki openly and test the demon lord's abilities personally. Ignoring the tense atmosphere completely, Valdroy enthusiastically proposed a match against Yuki, hoping battle would reveal his true character immediately. Lefi calmed the tense leaders gracefully, announcing the official meeting could finally begin after everyone accepted Yuki's presence peacefully. After the gathering ended, Lefi explained the races would cooperate together, creating stronger connections between Yuki and the allied leaders. A representative praised Yuki's gift from the elves, explaining the item proved the entire elf race trusted him completely. Yuki learned the gifted elixirs pleased both dwarves and elves, while quietly concluding beastmen solved problems through strength alone. Sometimes, the leaders officially planned a four-species alliance, preparing future military cooperation between races and the demon lord's growing faction. Yuki questioned whether military cooperation appeared dangerous, but the alliance believed future battles against demons made trusted allies necessary. Although relieved by everyone's support, Yuki remained worried about protecting Lefi, and the others from future dangers ahead. Wanting additional safety, Yuki handed En a special magical necklace designed for emergencies and difficult situations outside the dungeon, and received the mysterious item quietly, while Yuki explained the equipment would help her safely return to the dungeon any time. Yuki revealed the necklace functioned as a one-use teleportation tool, activating immediately after and poured magic power into the artifact. Yuki explained the teleportation necklace required En's original katana power, while quietly complimenting her appearance afterward warmly and sincerely. En insisted on staying beside Yuki during dangerous situations, but Yuki still prioritized protecting everyone from unexpected threats carefully. Yuki prepared additional teleportation necklaces for Layla and Fufu, ensuring more companions could safely escape emergencies whenever necessary later. After receiving the necklace happily, Fufu thanked Yuki quietly and teased him by mentioning Lefi with playful embarrassment afterward gently. Fufu quickly admitted she only joked with Yuki, while the quiet nighttime atmosphere made the awkward misunderstanding feel heavier afterward. The next day, Yuki reviewed an official contract confirming support, mercenary work, and rewards from the Demon World King afterward. Layla handled negotiations confidently beside Lefi, securing many additional rewards while Yuki watched their overwhelming bargaining abilities silently nearby. While walking through town later, Layla advised Yuki to trust and depend on his companions more than before moving forward. Yuki admitted Layla managed negotiations better than him, deciding future discussions and agreements should mostly remain under her responsibility afterward. During a quiet meal together, Yuki jokingly avoided arguing with Layla, already understanding her sharp personality and negotiation experience completely. While eating peacefully with Layla and En, Yuki suddenly noticed two hooded visitors quietly entering the restaurant from outside nearby. The mysterious visitors approached slowly, while Yuki continued talking casually, unaware somebody familiar had already recognized him immediately inside afterward. One hooded girl stared directly toward Yuki, silently, causing him to notice her unusual attention and growing nervousness during the meal. Yuki carefully observed the smaller hooded girl, slowly realizing her appearance and presence reminded him of someone from long ago strangely. After lowering her hood slightly, the young girl revealed an emotional expression that immediately shocked Yuki beyond his expectations completely. The girl suddenly called Yuki Oni-san, leaving him speechless while everyone nearby became confused by the unexpected reunion happening there. Nell noticed Ronia's camouflage failed inside the crowded room. Yuki realized the church item exposed her true identity completely. Ronia Lucidol quietly revealed herself as a mid-devil magician from the royal court, making Nell increasingly nervous beside Yuki. Yuki calmly explained that he met Ronia earlier in the capital, while Nell struggled explaining their sudden connection properly. Nell introduced Yuki and Ronia as friends. Ronia silently observed him carefully, still unfamiliar with ordinary social interactions nearby. Nell reassured Yuki that Ronia misunderstood conversations often, though she genuinely tried communicating better with unfamiliar people recently. Ronia explained her communication problems calmly, while Yuki compared her behavior to Layla, making the atmosphere less uncomfortable afterward. Layla introduced a small girl named N to everyone nearby, revealing that the child was actually her daughter unexpectedly. Nell froze completely after hearing Layla's shocking statement, struggling to process the sudden revelation about Enden's true identity immediately. Nell suddenly realized N was Lefi's child too, leaving her stunned while trying understanding the complicated family relationship properly. Yuki casually confirmed the situation, causing Nell's imagination to spiral wildly while questioning Lefi and Yuki's relationship history afterward. Yuki explained that En was Zion's human form, created partly from Lefi's materials, making her connected closely to Lefi afterward. Nell finally understood En's strange existence, though Yuki remained confused about weapons somehow possessing completely human appearances naturally beside everyone. During dinner, everyone discussed Yuki's unpredictable behavior calmly, while Ronia defended him, believing unusual situations always followed naturally around Yuki somehow, and quietly praised Yuki as a good person, leaving everyone surprised, because even she rarely reacted emotionally during conversations before. Nell suddenly handed Yuki a mysterious letter addressed toward the beloved demon lord, immediately drawing everyone's curiosity around the crowded table. Yuki received an overwhelming love letter from Errol, embarrassed. He accepted Nell's help, replying carefully without causing unnecessary misunderstandings afterward. Yuki questioned Nell's sudden appearance there, while she decided revealing confidential information to him would probably remain acceptable and safe. Nell explained their mission involved investigating criminals, causing disturbances inside the capital, because trustworthy demon world agents remained unavailable nearby. Yuki wondered whether Nell's group lacked members since they operated directly around the hero's battlefield, despite dangerous conditions surrounding everyone constantly. Ronia revealed the demon world king summoned her personally after conflicts emerged among demon factions, forcing unexpected political alliances afterward. Nell explained opposing demon factions nearly started fighting, surprising Yuki after learning Oni-san willingly joined one dangerous side, unexpectedly afterward. Nell carefully asked Yuki whether exchanging information between them remained acceptable, despite sensitive matters involving complicated demon world conflicts recently. Yuki admitted Final never shared everything with him, making Nell doubt whether their information exchange would provide meaningful advantages afterward. Nell honestly trusted Yuki more than Final, embarrassing Yuki greatly while he jokingly called himself her dependable older brother afterward. Everyone agreed meeting there regularly seemed convenient, and Yuki later handed Nell a transport ball for emergencies and future contact. Yuki explained the transport ball signals calmly, while Ronia became amazed discovering technology capable of tracking another person's exact location remotely. Nell noticed a ring on Yuki's finger and asked curiously whether Lefi had given him the magical accessory recently afterward. Yuki happily revealed he married Lefi already, answering casually without realizing the shocking impact his statement created around Nell immediately. Nell's mind completely froze after hearing about Yuki's marriage, leaving her overwhelmed while staring blankly toward him in disbelief afterward. Yuki worried about Nell's strange reaction, but she quickly avoided, explaining herself while still struggling processing the sudden marriage revelation internally. Nell finally congratulated Yuki sincerely about marrying Lefi, though Yuki noticed her unusually complicated expression afterward during their quiet conversation. Suddenly, a massive attack shattered the building violently. Yuki immediately reacted while protecting everyone from collapsing debris around them instantly. Yuki called on urgently as dark energy appeared nearby, causing everyone inside the damaged room to prepare themselves cautiously afterward. Yuki discovered untransformed into a sword again, astonishing Nell while they investigated the mysterious attack originating from outside nearby streets. Outside the destroyed building, a giant reptilian monster wandered through the ruined street, revealing itself as the source behind everything. Nell recognized the giant undead monster immediately, reminding Yuki about the same terrifying creature previously appearing inside the capital incident earlier. Lefi explained the monster represented the final stage caused by overdosing on a dangerous forbidden drug known throughout demon society. Lefi revealed the drug continuously absorbs surrounding magic, temporarily strengthening physical and magical abilities, far beyond normal limits afterward. Yuki learned overdosing destroyed the user's body completely, transforming victims into mindless undead creatures, unable controlling themselves afterward permanently. Lefi explained similar undead outbreaks happened years earlier, forcing strict monitoring over manufacturing and distribution of the dangerous forbidden substance afterward. Far away, a mysterious figure sat alone while discussing how the current Demon King officially banned the forbidden drug completely. Yuki, Nell, and Lefi inspected the damaged building carefully, while discussing the strange creature's regeneration and abnormal strength. Yuki suspected the creature gained dangerous abilities from drugs, while Nell complained their discussion sounded completely ridiculous and careless. Lefi remembered defeating a similar monster years earlier, making Yuki realize the current threat was far more serious. Yuki understood normal attacks would fail, but Lefi explained the creature still carried human weaknesses, despite mutation. Yuki ordered Nell to prepare holy magic while he distracted the creature, trusting their teamwork during battle ahead. Yuki jumped from the building and attacked the creature directly, testing whether its regeneration could truly continue endlessly. The creature's damaged body recovered immediately, shocking Yuki, after witnessing its flesh reconnect and heal completely again. Nell stepped forward calmly and activated holy magic, while the creature searched wildly for Yuki below the destroyed street. Nell released powerful darkness magic across the battlefield, surrounding the mutated creature before it could escape their coordinated attack. The creature became trapped inside the massive spell barrier, losing movement, while its unstable body struggled against overwhelming magic. Nearby adventurers watched Nell's magic with amazement, while the battlefield trembled under the creature's violent movements and attacks. The monster suddenly transformed further, growing reptilian features and overpowering Yuki with terrifying physical strength during their clash. Yuki noticed the creature changing attack patterns rapidly before its massive strike slammed him and another fighter backward violently. Yuki quickly realized the creature's arm could stretch unnaturally, narrowly avoiding the extended attack before another deadly strike landed. Nell fired powerful red bullet spells repeatedly, blasting the creature directly and slowing its movements with continuous magical attacks. Yuki learned the creature regenerated endlessly by dislocating joints, while En continued protecting him during the dangerous battle nearby. En rushed forward fearlessly and slashed the creature repeatedly, preventing it from attacking Yuki and the surrounding civilians again. Yuki noticed the monster's body hardening gradually, making En's blade less effective as the prolonged battle continued dangerously onward. The creature adapted further by strengthening its footing, creating resistance against Ronia's magic and improving its combat movements greatly. Yuki warned Nell that the mutated creature kept evolving beyond expectations, becoming far stronger than the previous monster they fought. Nell activated powerful salvation magic, finally stopping the creature's endless regeneration and creating an opening for their counterattack afterward. The holy magic struck directly through the creature's body, damaging its core and weakening the monster's terrifying strength immediately. Yuki realized regeneration completely stopped, then ordered En to unleash wind magic, before the creature could recover again afterward. En combined magic with Yuki's attack, causing a massive explosion that tore apart the creature's hardened mutated body instantly. The battlefield collapsed into rubble after victory, while Yuki quietly admitted Nell's support prevented complete disaster for everyone nearby. After defeating the monster, Yuki praised Nell and En, while confirming the creature's terrifying regeneration had finally completely stopped. The city guards arrived quickly afterward, forcing Yuki and Lefi to leave before unnecessary questions complicated the dangerous situation. Yuki's group moved farther from the battlefield, deciding separating temporarily would reduce attention and avoid suspicion from nearby authorities. The tense atmosphere disappeared completely when Nell suddenly remembered they forgot paying for their earlier meal together at dinner. Yuki and Lefi left peacefully afterward, while Nell and En watched them quietly, finally enjoying calm moments after battle ended. While walking away peacefully, and asked Nell whether meeting Yuki again made her genuinely happy after their dangerous battle together. Nell admitted Yuki became far stronger recently, making her feel reassured, because she could never defeat him seriously anymore. And quietly realized Yuki's strength already surpassed Nell's expectations, confirming he remained an unusually powerful and dangerous individual overall. Yuki's actions reminded them about the masked warrior involved during the civil war suppression within the kingdom's troubled capital, and finally understood Nell trusted Yuki deeply. Although she still questioned whether their relationship truly remained simple friendship alone, Nell smiled gently and explained that Yuki was only a trusted friend after everything they experienced together during battle. While returning through the quiet streets, Nell noticed the night had grown late, and everyone already reached the inn. En walked silently beside Nell, sensing hidden emotions behind her smile, while the peaceful demon world night continued quietly onward. Levi handed Yuki secret notes, describing suspicious movements around the elf forest, helping his investigation progress smoothly overnight. Yuki thanked Levi after promising misleading information would distract invading humans, protecting nearby elves from immediate conflict, temporarily. While reading further, Yuki discovered titles connected to the Dragon King, realizing dangerous enemies were approaching their dungeon. Levi revealed she already suspected the mysterious warrior's identity, though missing evidence prevented confirming everything earlier for Yuki. After examining abilities carefully, Levi admitted her ancient powers weakened recently, limiting how much information she could observe. Levi admitted she hoped maintaining contact with Yuki would continue peacefully, even beyond official matters involving both territories together. During their discussion, Final received an urgent report from a hooded subordinate about recent movements involving Demon Lord Yuki. The report explained Yuki met the human hero before defeating enemies connected to the dangerous forbidden medicine experiments recently. Final learned the human hero entered the demon realm accidentally, meeting Yuki while pursuing completely unrelated objectives there unexpectedly. After surviving the battle, Yuki and the hero encountered an artificial undead, gaining valuable information about hidden enemy activities. Final decided Yuki could handle the hero group alone, because their real target involved another dangerous demon faction nearby. After reviewing reports carefully, Final realized artificial undead forces were delaying invasion plans while preparing attacks against Raig territory. To avoid suspicion, Final ordered special operation units deployed secretly while normal activities inside the region continued without interruption. Levi understood avoiding reckless battles prevented larger conflicts, while Final analyzed every report carefully before making strategic decisions afterward. Carefully, Ant's preparations finished quietly. Final planned another hidden operation, hoping to uncover the enemy's next dangerous movement before disaster occurred. Levi carried Yuki through the night sky while pretending confidence. Although she secretly struggled remembering the correct direction completely, Yuki reminded Levi their peaceful walk unexpectedly became exhausting travel after she continued flying far beyond familiar territory unnecessarily. Eventually, they arrived before a glowing pavilion hidden deep inside the forest, surrounded by strange magical light during midnight. The mysterious structure awakened old memories inside Yuki, reminding him about important moments connected with Iruna and Riru previously. Standing quietly beside Levi, Yuki explained he once visited the place while working nearby together with Iruna and Riru. Yuki guided Levi toward the pavilion, explaining the dragon's oath required a sacred place known only by ancient dragons. Inside the glowing pavilion, Yuki formally asked Levi whether she would continue walking beside him through every future hardship. Levi accepted sincerely, promising to remain beside Yuki throughout life, while supporting him during peaceful days and dangerous struggles together. After finishing the dramatic vow awkwardly, Yuki embarrassed himself completely, while Levi stared nervously at his strange formal performance. Although Yuki tried ending the ceremony casually, Levi still wanted honest feelings directly from him before leaving the pavilion together. Under the moonlight, Yuki and Levi exchanged heartfelt vows, promising to remain together through every hardship and peaceful moment. After hearing Yuki's honest promises, Levi laughed softly while realizing many of his wishes matched her own feelings completely. Yuki nervously suggested completing the oath properly, causing Levi to blush after understanding his meaning immediately beside him silently. Both embarrassed themselves afterward, laughing together while tightly holding hands beneath the glowing stars surrounding the ancient pavilion peacefully tonight. Finally, Yuki and Levi shared their first kiss quietly beneath the moon, sealing the dragon's oath together forever. The next morning, Yuki woke happily inside the castle, still remembering the peaceful night he shared together with Levi. Li-Fi noticed Yuki looked unusually energetic after yesterday's important events, quietly teasing him while entering his room early afterward. Trying to hide embarrassment, Yuki admitted he simply enjoyed an incredible dream, though both already understood the real reason completely. Their conversation shifted toward yesterday's succubus incident, making Yuki question why Li-Fi already knew every important detail beforehand immediately. Smiling calmly, Li-Fi explained later, while asking Yuki for a personal favor, involving an important matter she trusted him with. To Yuki's complete surprise, Li-Fi politely requested he participate inside the upcoming fighting tournament, held within the demon realm soon. Li-Fi surprised Yuki by demanding tournament participation, leaving him confused about sudden competitive preparations ahead inside demon territory. During festival celebrations, Li-Fi explained the alliance meeting and warned Yuki about increasingly dangerous competitors arriving this year. Yuki accepted Li-Fi's request carefully, while she expected him defeating powerful demons and gaining recognition throughout demon lands. Although nervous, Yuki prepared mentally for brutal battles, trusting Li-Fi's confidence regarding his overwhelming strength against elite warriors. Li-Fi began explaining opponents and battle styles, while exhausted Yuki realized intense training awaited him afterward inside dungeon. Yuki felt overwhelmed after joining Li-Fi's preparations, realizing the tournament environment seemed strangely relaxed, despite dangerous expectations ahead. 2 days later, the capital became crowded with visitors, merchants, and warriors arriving early for upcoming alliance celebrations together. Walking through busy streets, Yuki noticed excitement everywhere, while Enchan quietly observed the enormous crowds surrounding the marketplace area. Yuki relaxed slightly after hearing everyone enjoying the festival atmosphere, though tournament pressure still remained heavily inside him. Watching his companions happily exploring together, Yuki hoped returning later with everyone would create peaceful memories beyond upcoming battles. Yuki excitedly guided Enchan and Nell through crowded festival streets, hoping everyone could enjoy peaceful moments before upcoming tournaments. Enchan quietly explored games and food stalls beside Yuki, gradually becoming happier while experiencing lively festival activities together there. Yuki bought 3 grilled meat skewers, wanting his companions enjoying delicious festival food before continuing exploring crowded streets afterward. Yuki suddenly noticed Nell visiting nearby stalls alone. Surprising him after briefly separating from their small traveling group earlier, Nell happily carried several meat skewers while Yuki watched nervously, realizing her enormous appetite exceeded his expectations during festivities. Nell happily discussed delicious meat skewers with Enchan, quickly forming friendship while exploring lively festival streets beside Yuki together. Nell explained wanting peaceful relations between races, while Yuki quietly hoped future alliances could prevent unnecessary conflicts throughout kingdoms. Enchan sadly realized tournament schedules prevented watching Yuki fight, though she still believed his victory would spread everywhere afterward. Yuki secretly ate 1 skewer accidentally, shocking Nell after noticing missing food while carefully counting remaining festival snacks nearby. After separating from Nell, Yuki returned beside Enchan and Li-Fi, continuing their cheerful festival exploration through crowded streets together. While exploring festival stalls, Yuki and Enchan suddenly noticed Layla nearby, surprising everyone during their peaceful afternoon together there. Emu rushed toward Layla emotionally, relieved seeing her safe again after apparently spending long periods separated from each other. Layla calmly explained teaching Emu previously, while Yuki learned their relationship resembled close siblings from earlier workplace experiences together. After hearing Yuki describe Emu like family, Emu reacted loudly, embarrassed by unexpected comparisons made publicly during their reunion there. Enchan became confused seeing Layla dressed like maid, then innocently questioned whether Yuki secretly already had children nearby. Emu misunderstood Yuki completely, accusing him of mistreating Layla after seeing maid clothes and hearing confusing explanations earlier there. Layla calmly defended Yuki immediately, while shocked Emu learned the feared demon lord acted surprisingly respectful toward everyone nearby. Yuki worried about Emu's strange accusations, but Layla patiently explained her younger sister simply cared excessively about future consequences, and calmly corrected Emu's misunderstanding, explaining she was Layla's close friend, instead of Yuki, and Layla's hidden child together. Although confused about demon lords, Emu trusted Ian's explanation, and slowly realized Yuki never treated Layla badly afterward. Layla apologized gently for Emu's accusations, explaining Yuki saved her life and deserved respect instead of misunderstanding from others. Emu honestly admired Layla greatly, loudly declaring dreams of becoming beautiful and mature like her someday afterward during festivities. After hearing Layla's difficult experiences, Emu cried emotionally, while realizing how much hardship her admired older sister previously endured alone. Emu sadly learned Layla would never return to the Magic Institute, leaving their former life together permanently behind afterward there. Layla calmly explained, choosing Yuki's side willingly, preferring freedom and meaningful research over restrictive institute environments from before. Emu promised helping Layla sincerely, proudly accepting responsibilities after hearing important instructions from elders regarding future matters ahead together. Yuki worried Layla abandoned her family forever, but she calmly explained Horned Goatkin naturally followed personal curiosity everywhere freely. Suddenly, Yuki remembered Ryu and considered suggesting returning home carefully after discussing Layla's situation and separated families together afterward. Layla explained Ryu escaped home previously before humans captured her, making worried parents likely searching desperately everywhere for their missing daughter. Yuki became surprised hearing Ryu's past for first time, while Layla accidentally revealed information meant remaining completely secret beforehand. After Layla's accidental confession, Yuki stared silently, wondering whether revealing hidden secrets publicly had actually happened intentionally or accidentally. Emu arrived at the festival happily. She admired the lively atmosphere and felt excited meeting Yuki's group again after long separation. Yuki learned Emu traveled alone. She proudly showed powerful talismans from her professor, believing the magical protection guaranteed her safety. Yuki carefully examined the talismans. Their dangerous effects shocked him because every protection carried terrifying counterattacks against unwanted hostile enemies. After hearing about Yuki's castle, Emu finally realized he truly served as the demon lord ruling the powerful mysterious territory. While exploring the festival area, Yuki unexpectedly encountered Lefi nearby. Emu quietly watched them together and became surprised by their familiarity. Naya met Yuki during the festival while wandering alone. She explained Mir and Ryunu were spending their day separately from her. Naya stayed close beside Yuki afterward. Her teasing attitude confused Emu while she openly enjoyed making Yuki uncomfortable during the lively festival. Emu became embarrassed after seeing Naya's behavior toward Yuki. Layla calmly watched nearby while questioning Emu's dramatic reaction toward the strange situation. Naya happily admitted she enjoyed teasing Yuki. Everyone noticed Yuki attracted attention easily, especially from women surrounding him during the crowded festival. Yuki finally understood Naya only enjoyed watching people panic. He worried Lefi might become angry after hearing about Naya's playful behavior afterward. Naya jokingly asked Yuki for permission to spend more time together. Yuki awkwardly accepted while pretending the situation remained completely harmless. After saying goodbye, Naya cheerfully left the festival area. Yuki felt exhausted because her teasing behavior constantly caused trouble around everyone nearby. The atmosphere suddenly became peaceful after Naya disappeared. Emu and Layla quietly noticed the unusual calmness surrounding the group during their gathering. Far away from the festival, Delwes secretly discussed important matters inside a dark building. While preparing plans connected to the demon realm, Delwes reported failed attempts spying on Yuki's forces. However, strange changes appearing during battles proved their dangerous experiments already started succeeding unexpectedly. Delwes discussed dangerous evolution experiments carefully. Because the Demon King monitored everything strictly, they decided abandoning their current hidden base immediately. The group prepared massive experimental creatures for battle. Despite possible risks, permission was finally granted because their plans could not stop anymore. Delwes admitted the improved creatures remained incomplete. Still, he hoped future research would eventually create powerful results worthy of presenting before the Lord. As darkness surrounded the secret base, Delwes ordered everyone forward. Their dangerous ambitions continued growing, while the decisive moment slowly approached nearby. Yuki discussed the enemy base attack with Lefi, while their captured commander revealed important information about recent intruders nearby. Final trained seriously inside the castle after hearing constant complaints about his weak body and lack of proper muscles. Iluna calmly fed Yuki during dinner, while the others watched quietly and enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere inside the mansion. Lefi observed everyone carefully as Yuki organized preparations for the upcoming raid against the dangerous enemy forces outside. The group finally united inside the dungeon, trusting Yuki's leadership before starting their mission against the hidden enemy base. Yuki shared dinner with Iluna and Layla, while everyone inside the castle enjoyed the peaceful gathering after recent battles ended. A warrior noticed Iluna beside Yuki and became curious after remembering his own daughter from many years before meeting them. The old warrior warmly approached Iluna and admired how children could make any dangerous place feel calmer and more comfortable. Iluna introduced herself as Zion calmly, while the warrior carefully observed her presence and respected the strength within her character. The group continued eating together happily while the warrior encouraged Zion proudly, believing proper meals would help her grow stronger. The warriors advised Zion to eat properly, rest often, and train daily so she could become stronger beside everyone. Yuki proudly watched Zion while the others praised her potential and believed she would someday become an exceptionally powerful fighter. Lefi interrupted confidently and encouraged Zion to pursue beauty and elegance instead of chasing rough muscles like the older warriors. Later, the city became crowded as the first day of the fighting tournament officially began with excited participants everywhere nearby. Yuki guided Final through the large building while explaining the tournament registration process before entering the competition area together, officially. The tournament staff explained the Battle Royale rules carefully, while Yuki listened and learned only 3 participants could advance. After hearing the rules, Yuki received a special bell from the staff for emergencies during the dangerous preliminary matches. Before registering, Yuki asked Hiloria to protect Layla while he entered the tournament and handled the risky situation himself. At the entrance gate, the guards checked Yuki's registration card carefully and noticed he carried the king's official recommendation. The tournament staff requested magical verification from Yuki's registration card before finally allowing him to officially enter the competition arena. Yuki entered the tournament waiting area after the staff directed contestants toward available rooms before the preliminaries officially started there. Inside the crowded room, Yuki noticed many powerful fighters quietly waiting while the tense atmosphere filled the entire area heavily. Yuki received contestant number 113 and calmly prepared himself while remembering the tournament contained 3 massive participant groups altogether. Soon afterward, the announcer officially declared the start of the 167th Destia tournament. As everyone listened attentively inside the building, the crowd became excited after hearing King Final and Demon Lord Gojimu would appear later during the special afternoon events. Yuki waited calmly before the preliminary round while the announcer ordered contestants onto the stage according to their assigned numbers. After watching the second match, Yuki decided to eat briefly while observing exhausted contestants leaving the battlefield through nearby corridors quietly. Yuki realized most participants were weaker than expected, causing him to lose interest while continuing to study the ongoing tournament battles. Even so, Yuki stayed cautious because he believed hidden strong opponents might still appear later during the dangerous competition rounds ahead. Meanwhile, En remembered Lefi's warning carefully and decided to watch over Yuki closely because he often ignored important surrounding dangers. The announcer called every participant onto the arena stage as the third preliminary match officially prepared to begin before the crowd. The third preliminary battle finally started inside the massive arena. While countless spectators watched the violent competition with excitement everywhere, Yuki stood calmly among the fighters, while several contestants suddenly sensed overwhelming pressure surrounding the battlefield area around them immediately. Using destructive pressure, Yuki instantly defeated many nearby opponents without moving seriously, leaving unconscious fighters scattered across the arena floor afterward. After displaying his terrifying power publicly, Yuki decided to leave the arena, reunite with Layla for a peaceful meal together. Yuki entered the arena quietly after Final introduced him. His terrifying roar instantly ended the entire competition and shocked everyone nearby. Delwes carefully observed Yuki from afar. He suspected the mysterious masked man called the Unknown possessed dangerous strength beyond expectations. The investigation team searched for Yuki's identity, but nothing appeared. Delwes decided eliminating him early was the safest possible choice afterward. Before their discussion continued further, Yuki suddenly appeared nearby. His cold presence interrupted the room and exposed their hidden murderous intentions. Without hesitation, Yuki attacked instantly. The masked demon lord slashed Delwes's arm violently, leaving everyone frozen in complete fear and shock. Yuki silently killed the spy leader inside the hallway. Blood scattered across the walls while the mission continued without interruption afterward. Outside, the crowd celebrated loudly after the tournament ended. Lefi and the others calmly left the arena through busy corridors. Later, Yuki met a horned intelligence officer at a quiet cafe. She confirmed his actions successfully attracted enemy attention everywhere. The officer explained the kingdom eliminated enemy spies because of Yuki's disturbance. Their hidden operation progressed far more smoothly afterward. Although successful, the officer revealed the kingdom's workload increased severely. Even loyal workers faced exhausting duties under constant royal commands daily. The horned officer apologized after discussing dangerous plans. Yuki listened calmly while their operation against enemy forces continued progressing successfully afterward. Later, Yuki entered the crowded arena again. The audience loudly welcomed 2 special guests invited to the fighting tournament event. Final introduced herself proudly before the cheering spectators. She happily announced the beginning of the grand tournament competition inside the arena. The audience immediately became excited after seeing Final appear. Meanwhile, Yuki quietly watched the overwhelming reactions from nearby spectators around him. One noble proudly introduced his only son before the crowd. He hoped the tournament atmosphere would become even more exciting afterward. Final introduced Yuki before the crowded arena. The audience learned he destroyed an entire preliminary match using only one terrifying roar. A masked participant named Gojim entered confidently afterward. The excited spectators welcomed him loudly as the tournament atmosphere intensified around everyone. Gojim proudly encouraged every fighter to enjoy the festival. His fearless attitude quickly energized the entire crowd watching inside the massive arena. While the audience celebrated Gojim enthusiastically, Yuki carefully observed him. He sensed something unusual because Gojim's status remained completely hidden from detection. After the introduction ended, Final quietly approached Gojim personally. Their serious expressions suggested they shared a long and complicated history together before. Final and Gojim reunited after many years apart. Their sharp words immediately revealed the bitterness still remaining between both powerful demon lords. Despite their insults, Final calmly faced Gojim confidently. She explained only fearless companions ever dared speak honestly before her throughout history. Gojim mocked Final's blind trust toward loyal followers. The tense atmosphere between them intensified as dangerous memories resurfaced from their shared past. Final defended her companions without hesitation afterward. Gojim criticized the suspicious backgrounds surrounding her subordinates and questioned their hidden intentions repeatedly during discussion. Suddenly, Li-Fi approached the arguing demon lords nearby. Gojim furiously shouted after hearing Final's comments insult the comrades he deeply respected. Before the match officially began, Final requested a final handshake between herself and Gojim before the audience watching nearby carefully. Although smiling calmly, Final and Gojim exchanged threatening remarks while shaking hands. Their rivalry remained intense despite the public ceremony outside. The following day, the tournament organizers announced Yuki's first opponent. The crowd immediately became excited for the upcoming main battle event. Palgro proudly entered the arena after repeated appearances in previous tournaments. Meanwhile, Yuki gained attention for winning using only his roar. Palgro mocked Yuki arrogantly before their fight started. However, Yuki calmly insulted him back, leaving the large warrior visibly furious afterward. As the battle started, Palgro rushed toward Yuki aggressively. The massive warrior promised to crush his mysterious opponent immediately inside the arena. Palgro attacked with tremendous force, aiming directly for Yuki. However, Yuki calmly prepared his sword while avoiding a fatal counterattack carefully. Before anyone understood the situation clearly, Yuki moved instantly. His swift strike completely overwhelmed Palgro's attack within a single unexpected moment afterward. Final watched the battlefield in complete shock afterward. Even the audience struggled understanding how Palgro suddenly collapsed despite launching his powerful attack first. Standing calmly above the defeated warrior, Yuki quietly held his sword. The arena remained stunned after witnessing his unbelievable strength during battle. After defeating Palgro effortlessly, Yuki stepped onto his opponent's head. The furious audience immediately started booing his disrespectful behavior afterward loudly. Ignoring the crowd completely, Yuki casually raised his middle finger. His mocking attitude shocked the spectators watching.